Your mind is gone, wide awake. Your mind is gone, wide awake. Your mind is gone, wide awake. Your mind is gone, wide awake.
I need to complicate. How can I guide
not plagued with some disease where our conscious fights release. Are we now? So in lieu of love, the thunder rains out from above, and so with it do what does anyway. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You know me. Where are the angels now? They've been both lost and found. Heaven sing now. 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 You sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening. It's so fun and games until it doesn't toss me out. I'll hit the ignition. Now you listen. Hop up in the window. Smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window. Yeah. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Try to paint me like a no-name, so sorry, but we're not the same. No, we're not the same. Boo-hoo, poor you, please forgive me, cause I don't feel any pity. I'm fed up with lies, you wanted my demise, now you're watching me rise, rise, rise. Up in the window, smaller and smaller you fade out. Hop up in the window, yeah. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. You cannot get my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Always looking for more. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? 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 Why we always looking for
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. The competition is already heating up, and it could get even spicier as today the defending champions will be taking the stage. Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of Game Changers Championship 2024. Coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your host Yingsu, and I am so delighted to be joined by one of the greatest minds and coaches of our generation.
Thanks.
Runner-up at Masters Tokyo, the winner at Champs 2023 as well. It's Potter and Tom.
I saw that one coming. Absolute mile off, I'm going to be honest with you.
Are you not excited to be in the presence of greatness?
Of course.
That was a
of course.
great introduction, Yinsu.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thing
Thank
is,
you.
I've worked with Potter before some of
Years.
the greatness. Some of the
Years.
greatness.
Yeah,
'cause,
yeah.
You know, you were pretty good at playing games as well before
Back
you got
in the
into
day.
coaching. I was only like okay at casting.
Oh, so
That
nothing's
was,
changed then.
No,
Let's
it's-
talk about what happened yesterday. Because we did also witness, I feel like, some greatness, some sparks, and some crazy rounds too. And let's just start with the first game. I mean, we saw Visa Crew Blaze take the stage, and Mitch was really adamant that their win streak is going to continue, and he was for once correct.
Yeah, they were up against a Zeta squad, which I'll be honest, my expectations were a little bit low. But to be honest, it was a maybe slightly closer game than I expected. Still, I think the Visa Crew Blaze managed to perform to a decent standard, and some of the individuals on their squad are kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy indeed. I mean, we have to talk about Dodds. It was all about them just popping off, starting on Bind, but the Neon. It's been such a point of discussion all year long. How OP is this agent? But in the hands of Dodds, I mean, it just looks so fluid, playing to her natural instincts, and this team looked deadly.
Yeah, they did indeed. And as you guys can see in the bracket, some of the teams, they managed to move on to the next round in the upper bracket. But looking in the lowers, Potter, are you at all surprised by those three teams dropping down that early?
No, I mean, I guess FlyQuest read a little bit with my NA bias coming through. Yesterday, they had, you know, a very close series to end out our day. A little disappointing, I gotta say, but I think that lower bracket looks pretty spot on.
Yeah, I'd say it was more the manner of which Falcons won that surprised me. I didn't expect it to be as dominant as it was. Like, they absolutely blitzed their Chinese opponents, which is maybe a little bit worrying.
Yeah, and I feel like on day one, anything can happen, you know, just getting warmed up. I think as the competition goes is where we're really going to see which teams has what it takes. And as the competition goes, we're going to be crediting and bringing light to some MVP performances. We're going to be doing that every single day and give a tournament MVP at the end as well at the finals. So let's start. I think we can have some early shouts. You guys mentioned Dodds already, who just woke up, said it's Dodds time and dotted all over them. Do you think, though, she's going to be able to keep this up? Is this the kind of performance you can do every day in this tournament?
It's tough to say, but since you mentioned, Yinsu, the first day performances, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players haven't been on this stage in quite some time. So getting those jitters off the table is the point of discussion. But for Dodds, again, she didn't look like anything was phasing her yesterday. So I think especially being on that Neon, you've got to be decisive, you've got to be mobile. So that playstyle, it kind of tees her up to keep it the firepower going.
For me, today's the test.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Today's the
a
test.
much tougher game than I feel like she had in the first. So I am going to be a little bit more interested as whether or not you can still run around and just outfrag absolutely everybody, pull off those like 3, 4, 5Ks if needed, or if versus G2 it'll be a little bit more difficult.
Especially Res Q, right? If you
Yeah.
could pull out this kind of
Vanya.
performance. Oh, yeah, I mean, any of them, literally any
Yeah.
of them. But moving on, and again, I feel like every tournament, we've had kind of a super sub, you know, historically. They've
Yeah.
always existed. And Tom, yesterday very much felt like it was Lexa's day.
Oh, Lexa was unbelievable. Like, I think it's easy to highlight a Mab V or someone like that who statistically was at the top. But I think Lexa coming in, they even said in the interview, oh, yeah, we kind of just left her to do her own thing. She was lurking, she was site anchoring. It's like as if that's just an easy thing that you could come in on the day and go, yeah, I'm just going to site anchor versus anyone up against me. And she was pretty much flawless. I believe she only died 14 times in 2 maps, which, if that's your Sentinel player, that site is on lock. Like,
Yeah.
you're barely dying at all. That's an easy win for the team.
Yeah, having your ringer coming into the tournament and being so just competent on that role and not having to worry about it. Of course, it helps out for Lexa to be on the Sentinel role, coming in as that ringer, being on the extremity, being on an island oftentimes. So Lexa absolutely stepped up and wasn't a reason why Falcons had to worry about any sort of game plan.
It's the same narrative, though. Today is the bigger test, right? If Lexa can be cool and calm and collected, and they're able to do something against Shopify, you know, maybe it's the super sub and all super subs.
Oh, yeah, if you could beat Shopify in your second game with the team, yeah, that's a pretty big thing to do. But well, we won't hold our breath just yet. We'll wait.
We will get there. And lastly, we have one more player I thought we should highlight when it comes to the MVPs. And of course, it is Zips, Alexi. I like what I see when it comes to her. And Potter, you were casting that game. How great was her performance?
It was such a fantastic game. You even just saw right there that re-peek on the Jet. Alexi's not normally the duelist that we see see for this squad. But, you know, Tom and I were talking about it backstage. Last year, they were inspired. With that 4 duelist lock-in, they were inspired. And Alexi... Accidental, but calculated, some might say, because Alexi looked good yesterday. And the energy that she was bringing for the rest of her squad, all of her teammates getting lifted up and just leading by example. This team was fantastic to watch last night.
Yeah, she was one of the players I really wanted to sort of talk about coming into the tournament. I think regionally she played insane, but the fact that she came in yesterday, switched roles slightly, like she always been able to play a duelist, but then have the initiator in the middle and go, I can still do that too. But also, here's me jet-opping and just obliterating my opposition.
Yeah, and again, I feel like a team that might not be the dark horses for much longer if they can keep up
just a
that
horse.
kind of performance. I don't know how
They're
I feel
a horse in the
about
race.
that, Tom.
That's what it means.
But very quickly, just a tiny tidbit, because we were chatting in the green room, and Potter, you said back in your kind of playing days, there was a bit of, you know, Alexi and you as well. You were very similar in terms of energy on stage.
Yeah. I mean, I was the go-to energy lifter. I was the person that had no fear. I was pounding my chest, getting up,
I
screaming.
can testament to all of this.
Tom saw it all, so I love that. You know,
I was
especially
scared.
if you have youngins on your team. You gotta let them know that this is just another Tuesday.
Well,
You know, the scenery has changed a little bit, but it's just
while playing,
the
she
same
actually looked
game.
at me and went, I'm coming for your job too. And
I mean, it's not a hard job to take, but Tom is just
Wow.
going to get roasted
Wow.
all day today.
My first day
but
here.
let's get spicier, you know? It's not spicy enough. We've only seen one day of this tournament, so it's perfect time to have some overreactions for us to kind of just have a bit of a takeaway from what we saw yesterday. And I'm going to go first. I'm going to put my money
Set the
where my
bar.
mouth is. So some people doubted the decision to give EMEA an extra seed. Potter, some people. And I think after yesterday, after the way Falcons competed and their performance on stage, I don't think 3 teams is enough. I think we need 4, maybe 5.
Who would be our fourth team, Sue?
Honestly, odd one out. Bring them in. Bring
Do
back.
you know who I want?
Bring in NASA.
KC.
KC, yes,
Bring
KC.
back Roxy and Glance.
I
miss
mean,
them.
God knows that we have a lot of orgs in our region. So after if our 3rd seed is doing that yesterday, think about our 4th seed.
Just bring
our
them all,
5th seed.
honestly, all of them.
Yes, exactly. I like it. That is my overreaction. Yeah, Tom, what you got?
Oh, mine is maybe a little bit early because we haven't seen some of the teams play, but I think Romy has the best sheriff at the tournament. Like yesterday, she was absolutely cracked. Like some of the rounds she was able to win on her own, pulling out the sheriff. I don't know if anyone's going to match up to that.
I think that's really reasonable, though. I
That's
don't know
not
if
that
you're
big of
overreacting.
We haven't
overreaction,
seen
Tom.
we
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
seen G2 play, and we haven't seen Shopify play.
Okay.
We had a day 1 team. I think it's an
Okay.
overreaction. I'm not just bringing every team to the event, sir, okay? I'm coming in with something slightly more rational.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay, Potter, what you got? What's your overreaction?
My overreaction is we saw one of the OG comps coming out with Pearl coming back in yesterday. Gotta go with Harbor. Harbor is coming back into the meta. The high tide, it doesn't matter about the bullet nerfs, guys. We're gonna be spamming that long B. We're going back to that.
What about
Can't
Phoenix?
see anyone,
Is
but
Phoenix
let's just
coming back
shoot.
into the meta?
It might
That
be,
would have
but
been more of
Harbor-
an overreaction.
I think Harbor is so back.
Harbor's still back. Yeah.
Is that an
ultimate-
overreaction?
We
I
just
think
farm the
Harbor-
orbs, get the high tide out.
So-
Harbor's back.
So who's playing Harbor on EG next year?
We're gonna have to
Yay.
eeny, meeny, miny, mo that one.
Oh, okay.
Yay,
I can't
Harbor.
See
wait.
who
I'm ready.
pulls the short string on that one, maybe.
Okay. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see that. And speaking of Pearl, I know Jimmy Lin was very, very excited about Pearl coming back, and everyone else too. I feel like we finally got to see it on day 1 as well. Talk me through this. Since you were mentioning the Harbor, how do we feel about the meta we're starting to see develop?
That's a good question. You know, my
on, coach.
team, we ran
Give us all the
Vice.
leaks. I want leaks.
I think the meta is still to be determined. The double controller or
She's
double
saying this is
sentinel
wrong.
is still a huge point of
In a
contention.
nice way.
But Tara was a beast yesterday. If we can see more Harbors playing like Tara did as an anchor, I mean, one of the biggest problems with Harbor is the lack of
So
stopping
in
power.
your scrims, what have you been playing?
We hey, our comp already got leaked. Our comp is already out there. It's fine.
Oh, so you can
we're
just- you
playing.
can just
Yeah,
talk
we're
us through it
playing
then.
Vice. Vice is our solo Sentinel.
Okay.
Hey, we beat Sentinels. It worked out, kind of.
Cooks.
Yeah,
A little bit.
honestly,
I think it cooks. The long-range lineups with the slow
I
orbs,
can't believe in my
the
intro I
vibes.
didn't mention the third place is Sen City Classic as well. That's such an important one. Such
Third
an important
place.
one. And
Highlight
Tom,
of the career, right?
Yes.
and Tom, I'm sure some people might care about what you think as well. So how do you feel about this?
I love double duelists. Very cool, very aggressive, and Alexi was cracked. That's the thing. If you have players who are good enough, you can run whatever you like. I do think maybe having a little bit more in terms of the information, like I think based off the fade, like this comp means you have to be incredibly aggressive on the defense, but I do prefer it to a Phoenix.
Okay, I mean, I want to know what the people at home think as well. But before that, we're kicking the day off with Giant X versus MIBR. And we kind of alluded to it already. The defending champions, they're going to be back a little bit later. But in that middle game too, we have technically, I guess, the defending champions in Berlin taking the stage. So some very, very big games. We saw Crew already. We saw Falcons already, which means we have 4 teams we haven't seen yet. And that is going to be very, very exciting. And all of that brings us to our MasterCard fan poll. Who do you guys think is going to be the biggest favorite in this tournament? G2 Gozen or Shopify Rebellion? I don't know if NA's awake yet, so we might be able to rig this poll a little bit. So make sure you guys scan the QR code and vote in that one as well. And also, if you have any opinions, you want to agree with Christine or disagree with Tom, feel free to use the hashtag VCT Game Changers and VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast as well. And for now, let's just get into today's matchup straight away and talk about Giant X. Here is what Ness had to say about her team's glow up.
For us, I think we were lost like back then when we started playing as a team. Like it take a while to bring this synergy to the team. Like we had energy issues, like sometimes comms, and I think right now we fixed many stuff. Like for example, this stage was really bad for us because we were trying to play the perfect game. Like we were trying to win the game by playing safe, advantage. But now we just step back and think about it, and we are so ready to play our own game, instead of focusing on the enemy or advantages,
Yeah, you found your own style in the server. That's fantastic to hear.
All right, here's the thing about Giant X. I think I'm going to be biased, but the thing is, in an ecosystem where teams, they make a lot of changes, they kind of flip-flop with their rosters, Tom, they actually came in with a plan. We hear very often a long-term project, so on and so forth. But this is a project that is working and that has improved over the year compared to the start.
Yeah, I think I really like what Ness said in that interview, where she sort of talked about the fact that this team has its own identity. They tried to move away to something that would maybe beat a G2 at their own game. Like, okay, let's try and trade everything effectively. Let's play everything safe. That's never been the identity of this team. You watch Smurfette play, she doesn't play safe. She plays aggro, she gets in your face, and she's disruptive. And I think now, over the last couple of months, they've started to incorporate that more and go, okay, that's our strength. Let's actually utilize it. And that's why they were one of the teams that actually took a map off G2, a map that that was Abyss that they were never expected to win. So I like where this team is going. It's how far can it take them? Can they get all the way?
I like it too. This is the exact kind of team that I become a huge fan of. The storyline is so similar to what I'm used to seeing, which is sticking with your roster, being bigger than the sum of your parts, and working together to find that teamwork. So I love what the IGL said in that interview, talking about how they are heating up and warming up right at the peak of time. This is the time for them to start to feel like, okay, everything is kind of coming together. We are feeling like we're hitting our peak right now. So hopefully they're able to execute that on the stage.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear more about what they had to say. Let's check in with Jelena, who's standing by with Victoria.
Hello, and I am with Julina right now. Now, this is your very first international event after the Istanbul one. How's your experience been so far? Are you excited to be here?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great time also in Istanbul, but now it's this big international stage, and I'm really excited to be playing all the teams from different regions and stuff.
Are you feeling more nervous, more excited, or totally amped up to kick some butt?
I am a little nervous, but mostly just excited and ready to show what we can do,
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much and best of luck in today's game.
Thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Jolina nervous. I think she's just always chill, cool, calm, knows what she's doing. But also, I think we do have to mention there are, you know, veteran players on this roster too. Because Tom, think about how long Ness and Smurfette have been together as a duo in this region.
Yeah, for sure.
Crazy.
You can go all the way back to the likes of Guild. They played together. I think they were together a bit on Foot as well. Like, they have been one of the most consistent duos that we've seen in all of EMEA, and they seem like the best of friends. Like, they genuinely enjoy playing together, enjoy working together, and I think they bring that in with the roster that comes with them. It's like, if you fit in with their dynamic, it's going to be fantastic.
They also have Turkish players, and we know what that means.
We do know what that means. I'm across the pond, and I've heard about what that means. So I fully understand. You talked about veterans, Yinsu. We got to also mention Sarah coming over from G2. For me, I mean, on the international stage, this is the second time I'm going to be seeing this player on a brand new squad. So I love the fact that she's finding her footing on a new team. She's soaked up all that experience and all that great gameplay coming out from G2 last year. And hopefully she's able to let her other players kind of soak that up as well.
The crazy thing as well is, we'll show her stats in a minute, there's not many places where you go from being a duelist to an initiator and from a player in a team to an IGL, and your stats go up. Like, that's a really weird scenario, but it just shows that she clearly needed experience. Like, she was thrown in at the deep end. G2, they always look for the exact piece, and I don't think it's that Sarah was not a good player, it was that she wasn't necessarily the right person they needed at the time.
Yeah, and I always love when you see a duelist kind of switch that role. They always have that duelist flair, and the way that they take duels, it's just different. They were used to being through all that chaos, and so I think that sort of flair definitely gives Sarah the edge here.
And of course, we gotta remember, she hasn't been an IGL for very long. This team had no IGL for stage 1 and most of stage 2.
The Paper X.
Yeah, as well. But I mean, Sarah's talked about actually the way that she's been IGLing, she learned it from Mimi. And I feel like if you're gonna learn anything from Mimi, it's gonna improve you as a player no matter what. But this is the question though. They've been doing great in EMEA. This is a team we all know and love. But what are they gonna do when they go up against MIBR from Brazil? Because I cannot believe that this is gonna be both of these teams' first games on this stage, because this team, they beat Team Liquid to get here, Potter, and not many teams beat Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's a huge testament in itself, a statement coming over here to Europe. The fact that you're now the representative for Brazil, the lone representative, because you knocked out Liquid to be here, is a testament in itself. We've got to look straight at SRN here. I mean, this player has been just popping off on the duelist role, and ever since they joined this roster earlier this year, it's been a complete turnaround for this squad, just elevating all the gameplay coming through. And just the aggression coming out of this player is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it would have taken something like that in general, because we talk about Team Liquid as a whole. They're finalists. They're a team that should be at this event. I think obviously a conversation we need to have elsewhere, but I think the fact that they finally managed to
more slots.
Oh boy.
Sorry, carry on.
The fact that they finally managed to overcome a hurdle, which is basically beating a finalist. Like, that is such a difficult thing to do. It took them so many attempts. I don't know that we have the sort of match history that we can show up where it's ridiculous. I think they were like 8-1 or something in losses, and then over the last couple of series, they were able to win 3 times in a row within game changes. So and that in itself is impressive alone.
If we use Team Liquid as a benchmark, though, you know, they came top 3. They're a top 3 team at Champs.
Yeah.
And MIBR beat them to get here. Are we, you know, looking at this team as a top 3 contender at this global tournament?
Potentially. Like, they are inexperienced. That's the only thing I'll say. Like, Team Liquid had the experience over time of constantly playing at the top level. This team has had a meteoric rise. They've been together a while, at least the core of them, but it's whether or not now going to a different country, playing on the LAN stage against other styles of play, or even maybe in this match, a similar style of play, because that was the thing. I think Team Liquid were a lot more sort of structured and controlled. This team's very aggressive. So Giant X. So that's going to be another thing. It's like, if someone fights you with your own style, are you ready to play against it?
Fire with fire. I mean, look, if MIBR play even half as close as well as they have in the Brazilian lands, we are in for a treat. This team is explosive, so I'm ready.
Also, I need like a Portuguese translator on site just to tell us what they're screaming about, like the insults they're throwing, the trash talk they're doing.
Censor.
We need it. I can't wait to see it. But let's send it back to Victoria and check in with MIBR even. Sayori.
I'm with Sayori right now. Now, you got to see some of the teams play yesterday for the first time across region against each other. How do you think your team is going to fare amongst all of them?
I think like it's going to be a challenge. So, but we are very good at adapting ourselves. So I think it's going to be fun, and we're going to be okay.
Yeah. You're going to be okay? How okay? On the scale of 1 to 10 teams?
I think 8. Okay, yes.
Yeah, all right. Well, very humble of you, and best of luck in today's game.
Things are going to change when they get on that stage. I feel like the sentiment, you know, the energy, the trash talk is going to come out.
I'll be honest, she's already changed from the pre-tape. I was speaking with her and Jelly, and she basically said, oh, like, I think Jelly went, yeah, it's going to be close, maybe OTs. And she went, close?
Oh.
I think this one will be easy. So I don't know. She is very confident.
Okay, I love that. I love that. I mean, they got a reason to be confident. You mentioned SRN already, and putting into context of all of the other players in this tournament, where would you place SRN? I mean, we've seen Dodds already. We know like Rescuvania, Floor has got to play as well.
Yeah.
Where does SRN fit?
I want to see their first match first because SRN's success is off the back of Sayuri and Mel. These two players have incredible assists. Their stats are actually quite mind-blowing. So I think if these two are able to set up SRN for as much success as she's been having in Brazil, then she's got to be one of the top two duelists at this tournament.
It's also going to be interesting because SRN as well is not someone who's like, oh yeah, you come in, Neon's really OP and you're abusing Neon. Doesn't play Neon.
No.
Like, it's Jet and Raze and once Yoru. So it really is just the aim is off the charts. And I do think if you're asking that question, maybe just below Floor. And that's only because Floor is proven. SRN is unbelievable in terms of aim.
Can you believe it? Younger than Floor.
Yeah.
Younger than Floor.
That is crazy.
The talent that comes in, I feel like, into these tournaments every year just get crazier and crazier and crazier. 17 years old, by the way, SRN coming into this tournament. I mean, I can't wait to see them in action. But for more on MIBR, Tom kind of spoiled it a little bit because he had a little...
Whoops.
Yeah, he had a little fun chat with Jelly and Sayori to play a quick game of nondescript wooden blocks. Check this out.
Hello, I am joined by Sayuri and Jelly, and today we are going to be playing a game of building blocks. Now, you might be thinking, I've seen something like this before, but there's questions on them. So, Jelly, just take it away. Take your first block and your first question for your opponent.
Okay, I'm going to take this first one.
You take the top one?
You said, what is your favorite memory with your team?
Oh,
I sure hope it's
very
with
cute.
me.
I guess winning.
Oh dear. There's no good memories. None at all.
I mean there's so many that I can't choose. And you understand? It's so hard for me.
You know, winning when we
right.
first met on our first boot camp.
Yes.
When we first
all
went
of
out
them.
to
Yes, I loved all of the moments.
Do you know, I think you should take a break.
Yeah.
Maybe you ask the question and Jelly can answer it for us.
Who's the funniest player on your team?
It's me.
Yes.
I'm the funniest player.
And the humblest.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. You know, I'm kind of...
It's just for the cameras, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I try to be funny. Do you think I'm funny? Is that the main question?
Yes, no. I'm just saying that maybe you're not that humble. Just
Okay,
kidding.
I'm just going to take one.
Yeah, we'll move swiftly. Oh, you're taking a risk here.
I'm good. If you could delete an agent from the game, who would it be? Neon.
Yeah, right now, Neon.
Are you going to be bringing out a Neon this event? That's the real question.
Let's see.
See, I'm asking my own questions now. I'm stealing this one away.
have
Yeah,
to
go
get a
for
brick.
it. Go
You
for
have to
another
get a brick now.
Yeah. Is that on one of them? Does it say anywhere
Yeah.
we're going to play Neon?
Oh.
That's it. I think you... Oh, this,
Doesn't. Okay.
yeah, maybe go for this. This one looks a bit loose.
Okay.
Just keep it in place.
What is your biggest pet peeve?
Biggest pet peeve? With my team or?
I don't know.
Let's go in general. What's your
In
biggest
general?
pet peeve in general?
Oh, I think I have a little... I think cleaning and being clean
Oh, okay.
is like something I
So
care
you're not like a
about.
messy person?
No, I don't...
So who's the
try not
messiest
to
in the
be.
team?
Mel.
We're throwing someone under the bus.
Mel? I would say SRN, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so they've got to do better. They've got to do better in other words. Go on.
Here we are exposing our teammates and stuff. Okay, good. Is this one gonna be? Oh, that's fine. Pineapple on pizza? Really?
Pineapple on pizza?
I guess it's a yes or no. Pineapple on pizza.
I've never eaten before, so...
Okay, we'll have to sort that out while you're in Berlin, that's for
No, please no. I don't want to have
sure. No? Is it that bad? Have you ever had it?
Yes.
You have? You didn't like it? Not a fan?
No.
Okay. Do you know what? I think it's not underrated, but I think it's overhated. That's what I'll say. I don't think it's as bad as people say.
It's okay.
It's all right.
It's nothing special, but it's...
Try not to knock the tower down. The last one was dangerous.
Yeah.
What is your favorite skin?
Oh, that's a good one. It might be our classic.
See, now that's a
that's
clever
a
answer.
good one.
Now, I think we've had enough breaks. I'm going to ask a question of my own. What do you think the Brazilian representative, MIBR, is going to do to the opposition at this event? Question answered.
Destroy everything?
Iconic, absolutely iconic. I can't wait to see them actually do that on stage, but also just having these players finally a chance. I feel like a little bit emotional, you know. They nearly made it last year as well on other rosters, and I can't wait to see it. I just can't wait to see them play.
I've never seen anyone use a penguin as a weapon before, but, you know.
I have.
Yeah. Oh,
It was KP 2 years ago.
yes.
Yes.
How do you remember that?
You know, this brain.
That memory is just locked in, just absolutely locked in.
Traumatized. That's what it was, traumatized.
I actually do remember that a while ago. But it's time for the MasterCard fan poll results. Earlier, we asked you guys which team was the tournament favorite, and you were all correct.
Wow.
Sorry, 58.1%
Yeah, I was about to say,
of you were correct.
No,
That's
Yinsu,
not
I
how a
think
poll
you were
works.
correct. The Americans aren't awake yet.
All right, who do you think is the favorites as the American representative?
I mean, it's got to be Shopify. You know, I mean, come on. I
Defending
am
champions, you know?
outnumbered here on the desk.
I like an underdog, you know? G2 are definitely underdogs.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Massive
sure.
dark horse.
Yeah, or just horse, as you said
Yeah,
earlier.
just a horse.
Just
They
a
are a
horse.
horse in the race.
But are you leaning towards G2 for this in terms of tournament favorites?
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to Petra and Mimi, I'm very biased. So I'm going to say it's dead even who's going to win.
Oh,
but in
that's
my
boring.
heart, G2 are going to win.
That's boring. I Zipto. I'm throwing Zipto.
Zipto?
in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think Zipto.
Bold.
I think Zipto finals against one of those.
Yeah, MIBR against MIBR.
Yeah. Exactly. And speaking of predictions, let's take a look and see what everyone else predicted for today. We have 3 games, of course, going on. And okay, I need to like focus my eyes a little bit on who went with what. Am I the only person that put Falcons
Yes.
over Shopify?
I'm noticing a theme with your choices, Sue.
Oh, what, just like 3 amazing teams?
Yeah, the 3 EMEA teams.
Just EMEA for you, huh?
The 3 teams with the most aura. I mean, Mitch nearly won with me, but
But then he corrected himself in the third.
all I'm going to say,
Came back to reality.
all I'm going to say is at Champions, everybody put Sentinels over EDG. What happened?
Okay.
What happened?
It is a different event.
What happened, Tom? I was right and you were wrong. So I feel like you know I might be a minority for a reason for this.
Is part of it because Smurfette is a big Taylor Swift fan?
Oh, it's all because
Okay, all
Smurfette
because
is a
good to
big
know.
Part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel like if it happens though, I'm willing to say it was an upset because I think you guys are right. I think you're
I
right.
was right and it was an
No,
upset.
but they're the favorites. Shopify are the favorites for a reason. So I think if Falcons can pull this through, it's going to be an upset. It will be an upset. But that game will be happening a little bit later. The scene, however, is set already for this first game and the players are ready to go. So let's get this show rolling. It's time to kick off day 2 of Game Changers Championship 2024.
Going into the 2024 championship, it feels like we haven't skipped a beat because we haven't changed our roster. Our chemistry is all there. We're still working just as hard. and everyone knows the expectations and what's at stake. None of us are strangers to the pressure. That is what makes us stronger.
You never win if you playing it safe. It's all a game until you get played.
Respect to their players. They won the championship last year, but we're also here to win it all and bring it home for EMEA.
D2 wins the series. Definitely painful if you're a C9 fan.
I lost to Mary 2 years ago. She is a phenomenal player. It'll be a battle, and hopefully we come out on top.
Laura is a good duelist, all my respect to her. But honestly, it's never about the individual, it's about the team.
They're looking at us, they want the prize, but so do we. We need to lock in.
When I was a kid, I used to have to share consoles and PCs with my brother. My biggest supporter is definitely my dad. He's always supported me from the beginning. Without his support, I don't think I would be where I am today.
Foi ano passado mesmo que eu comecei a levar o jogo mais a sério, assim, pro lado profissional. Então, tipo, é um sentimento muito gostoso de estar entre as melhores equipes do mundo e ao mesmo tempo de, tipo, querer mais ainda, sabe? Eu tenho muita confiança para enfrentar qualquer time que venha pela nossa frente.
We're meant to be here. It's time to show what we got.
Eu bati na trave 2 vezes para estar aqui no Mundial. E agora eu realizei esse grande sonho que é estar aqui e eu tô muito feliz.
Don't be obsessive, it could be intensive, it could be explosive, it could be offensive.
We have been at every GCC and so has crew, but so far we haven't ever played them. It seems like they get better with every GCC event. I'm excited to get a little bit of the taste of LATAM.
Sinceramente, eu não vi tantos jogos da G2 esse ano, mas eu já vi, né, a Mimi e a Petra e elas são muito boas. Para ser campeão vai ter que ganhar de todo mundo, então para mim todo time é um time e o que for vir a gente vai jogar contra e vai amassar. Então G2, boa sorte porque vocês vão precisar, tamo junto.
Don't you mess with us, we're not afraid.
Don't forget, you're playing in the House of Gozen.
Are here to prove that they are more than just the best team in Brazil, but the best team in the world. But can they do it in this opener against Giant Eggs, who technically have the home crowd advantage?
Yeah, I think this is going to be one, well, immediately, we have lost the 2 maps that were expected. Bind going, GX haven't enjoyed playing it, and it was a great map for MIBR. My question was going to be what they would pick, because Icebox was their go-to pick. Now that's out of the pool. They've gone for Pearl. It's the new map in, and we really don't have much data because this GX team didn't really exist when Pearl was actually within the pool. So I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out here.
Yeah, I think this Abyss veto coming through for MIBR, it's good measure. As you mentioned, Tom, that Icebox getting out of the mix, it's such a huge plus for a team like MIBR being able to take out another weak point out of theirs. Both these squads coming in, I'm excited to see what these comps are going to be, because Giants, they usually run weird kind of off-meta comps, some random Yorus thrown into the mix, and as you mentioned earlier, Tom, SRN doesn't run the Neon. So with Pearl, that Neon has been the flavor of the month on this map. So are they going to stick with the Jet? Are they going to bust out the Neon? These are my questions.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the agents today. This is the thing though, the last time we saw Pearl from some of these players, Smurfette was really just a Jet one trick back then. She was just running Jet every single map, and he looked pretty good on Pearl too, so I wouldn't be super surprised if they want to lean into that comfort pick, and it looks like that is what they're going to do. What do you guys think about this? Again, totally different comps to what we saw yesterday.
Very different, very different. You can see the Cypher coming out for Miori on the Giant X side, and on MIBR, they don't have any shock darts. They don't have any answers besides the KJ Molly lineups to be able to take care of that first. So for SRN, if they're not aware of where these shock darts, or rather trips, are set up, might have a hard time actually scaling into the site here.
Yeah, I think for the other side, for GX, almost looks like comfort picks. Like, I feel like everybody's just gone for the agent that they enjoy playing the most. I feel like obviously bringing in the Astra now with the additional star, I think is going to be perfect for post plants, but I expect to see that on Pearl a lot because there are sweaty post plants on this map.
Yeah. I love the flashes. I mean, you talked about the KO flashes, but Sky on the other side of things, these are both long-range flashes. And when we saw Pearl yesterday, that was lacking. We saw Phoenix on one side, Fade on the other, and so their duelist wasn't able to really take the duels that they wanted. So in this matchup, for Smurfette and SRN getting teed up with these pop flashes across the board, we're going to see some insane set plays coming out.
It almost feels like we've been brought back to like reality after the Pearl comps we saw yesterday. And I mean, the Killjoy versus Cypher, we got a preference?
My only worry for MIBR is lack of info on defense. Like, I feel like they're going to have to play a bit more aggressive because all they have is that Sky.
That's a good point. I mean, the KJ turret does give a little bit more long-range info versus the Cypher, like you mentioned, Yinsu, but I prefer the Cypher on this. The KJ alarm bot is just too easy to counter with the Astra smokes that you're able, once you find out what the setup is. The Cypher one is a little bit different, and like I mentioned, with the ability of not being able to break them, I think Cypher's going to have the edge in this one.
Well, to quote Tom Biz, I don't think you're ready for this jelly, but I hope Wyatt and Uber are ready for this jelly. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Insu. Yeah, we are locked in for this one, folks. The first time that both MIBR and Giant X have taken each other on, and many who maybe weren't as entrenched in Game Chambers this year are wondering where the heck Team Liquid Brazil are. MIBR vanquished them in not only Series 2, but also Series 3. Now the front runner from that region. And Giant X have stuck together. This team have kept this core roster with the one purpose of seeing how far they could take it with these 5 players.
And it's just been a steady improvement as the year has gone on. You know, they started Stage 1, finishing in 3rd place. It was below G2, below Falcons. And same in Stage 2, but noticeable improvements. And then by the time we're at Stage 3, they're in the Grand Finals. They're in a position like this. And it is just mad to see them against MIBR, 5 players who have never been here before.
Oh, here we go. Giant X starting on the defense side here. Or to that standard Viper wall that comes across B-Link.
Here.
And already we have this aggressive push-up here from MIBR. They're going for it. Some of this Cypher util though is going to catch them early out. SRN able to take care of it. GX trying to respond and set up over towards his A side themselves.
This is so fast, and now Noise Cut trying to work through slowly, just poking and prodding now through the smoke as the rest of the Nebulas come down. They still have to deal with Jolina and main, and they do. Well done by Sayuri.
All of GX now set up over towards Flowers. Sarah inching over towards Secret as well. Those Astra smokes really canvassing so much of this area, and a 0 point there over towards Dugout sees nothing. Miori tries to step up and challenge. It's going to be a 1-for-1. SRN stepping away from that fragment. Nicely done. SRN with a quick 2-piece, and MIBR get on the board.
A really nice post plant setup there from MIBR. Patient getting into the site with that free art control after just pivoting through Link. Really nicely handled. And then, yeah, when they did get onto the site, those post plant setups, you know, they were back playing in main. Able to play in the Cubby as well, retaining one player in art. And with the man advantage there, GX, nothing to be done.
A really aggressive play down. Connector had MIBR at the A site pretty darn fast. GX locked out.
3 suppressed.
This time through Restaurant. MIBR with 3 identified from that 0 point of GX.
Just working their way into that early A control, prioritizing that orb take. And slowing things down. The rest of the map just containing. You can see that turret placed by Jubishan top mid. Going to watch for any aggressive pushes, but of course, if you're taking a look at the mini-map, that's not going to happen. GX just gambling, going for that B stack.
They might be trying to tease out some information here. Maybe a foray over towards Link. Now coming straight down B, though, are MIBR. This could be a deadly trap here that GX have laid. Is Astra U2 going to go up? Trailblazer does at least spot them. Smurfette.
This is a cool little bait setup that they have back screen as well, with Smurfette taking the contact. They wouldn't expect Miori to also be in the corner. But MIBR
They're taking it.
They're taking their time very slowly in this round, prodding around the map, getting some of that information. And look at this. In the meantime, it was just Sayuri
30 seconds left.
slowly working into the A site, inserting herself and allowing the rest of the team to safely rotate back. This is just a nice, smooth round from them. Should be a clean finish.
Oh, I don't think Sarah's hoping for that at all. Looking for the confirm at least on MIBR having headed over towards A. She gets picked off. Now again, in much the same way as the previous round, GX have to make their way up secret.
Area.
With all these Astra smoke still in the way, Recon doesn't reveal anything to them either, and MIBR in this post-fight have got the weaponry to throw down. SRN looking to take contact here, Miori straight into the crosshair. The second would have been good, but the classic of Ness claims it. And Judish able to find Smurfette. Still down, it's up to Jolina. Big job. And MIBR again, clever rotation away from B.
Again, just this smoothness, the ease of a round like that from MIBR. We're only 2 in, but I am impressed with the play. Of course, the team that bested Team Liquid over in the Brazilian qualifier hadn't been able to do so for the majority of the year. And then when it got to stage 3, they were finally able to break through that glass ceiling, make it to this tournament. And we're on to the first bye round. MIBR gathered up with multiple players outside of B. You're going to have to deal with a jet in that location. And when we get there, economically, Operator going to be so crucial defensively on this map.
Sarah looking for that early 0 point, might have spotted this pushed out from MIBR, but they're already down towards B main. Miori, nice little two-piece there. That shuts down the Link presence. They're still going to have to wrap and help back on this B side properly. Through Link, Miori set up. That Viper wall from MIBR, though, needs to be traversed, and Sarah's under some pressure in towards Halls here. Miori finds 3 in this round, eventually brought down. There's only Melissa left here for MIBR. She's made a 1v1 of it, and Ness able to shut her down.
Fair attempt from those remaining 3 MIBR players, getting a lot of damage done there, all forced to press from the front. I mean, can't give enough credit to Miori for that very clean 2K that we saw over in Link. It was the movement on the second kill here that was really nice. Look at that little adjustment back to the left to deal with Sayuri. Lovely stuff from the Cypher. And of course, just breaks that split attempt into a straight upside hit from B.
Right there.
Very well done.
Once again, you'll notice where Miori's positioned right up against mid doors here. This time though, MIBR more slowly working their way towards restaurant.
Of note, Smurfette only able to afford an outlaw here. Not really light armors on the other side. Early engagement from Ness, risking a lot by taking that engagement fully. Didn't fall back. SRN, first blood.
There's no backup whatsoever for Ness, but Jolina is there holding the line.
What a tap.
It still has this Nebula as well, or at least an Astra star to work with. This is taking the wind out of MIBR's sails, despite that free pick.
And in the meantime, look at Smurfette. Has pushed up into this forward position. B main should be able to get a shot off. Does that damage, but again, lack of light armor. Melissa going to stay alive on just 10 HP. But because of that position, you can see the GX, they're able to focus elsewhere on the map. They are more, drawing more attention towards A, where MIBR are intending on hitting. Another tap from Jolina.
At some point, Sayori and Co are going to have to go for this. Juvish here, pressing the side fire that Link direction, wants to clear Dark out here, but Miori has the backstab opportunity and the neural theft here. Nova Pulse there with a catch on the side itself. It's all down to Sayori. And the bottom falls out of the boat. GX with a second on the board.
Some really great map control from them, but huge credit to Jolina finding that initial trade after a really risky engagement was taken from Ness, punished for it, as you can see right there, SRN. But, I mean, it was actually a previous one, then just had that second tap.
There are 2 kills in the same manner.
Yeah, really, really fantastic anchoring. Pistol lost, but GX right back into this one.
Great recovery. Do we see that kind of push up here from GX? You notice they're really using Miori aggressively. Again, through mid doors.
I need to stop. Pulling them in.
So the early info is going to be a fast hit over towards the A side here. Recon might have caught a ping onto MIBR as SRN with the Blade Storm now.
Yeah, it was that speed trying to take advantage of the stinger that SRN does have, but orb collected, and similarly again for Smurfette, able to press up here for free, take all of this space. The scoped weaponry really is why you pick into the Jett on this map. We've seen a lot of people trending towards the Neon, but Jett does have that consistency. We always saw on Pearl in the past, sort of similar to Ascent, how much a Jett can take over the game on defense.
The orange surely to be seen here, trying to play close to mid doors, and SRN is going to be there with the Blades. Now MIBR get up the middle of the map here. Sarah, does she have a chance to intervene here from Link? I don't think she has the sideline. And now the pressure comes towards A. Seekers in the direction of Ness. Now she's about to get some action. Takes SRN down in midair. Guiding Light comes out, and MIBR explode through that nebula. 3 versus 2, but the site is open for the taking.
This is going to be really tough with Smurfette only having the Outlaw on hands and doesn't really have an easy Vandal to collect. Perhaps through just working backside might be able to pick something up. That's even just a stinger. So a lot of pressure on Sarah to crack this open.
Sarah at least is able to get out of Flowers. Oh, Jelly holds it down on the side. Now Smurfette with it all to do. Jelly also on the swing around the site here. This is an uncomfortable situation for the Jets. Spotted out, of course, by that turret. Has the cloud bursted, and there it is. 4 in the round for Jelly. MIBR finally break through mid. Get that connected control. It's an easy A take.
Just so many kills coming through by a crucial duo, really the driving force to me for this MIBR team. It's SRN who's able to get that orb, get the Blade Storm active, get that first kill. And Jelly, the initiator, set up for her as well. A really strong duo. I mean, has to be mentioned going into this regionally in the Brazilian qualifier. SRN is coming into this as a Jett with 1.1 average kills per round. I mean, outrageous numbers that they put up to make it to their first international tournament.
They're on pace for that yet again here, Wyatt. Smurfette wants to push up. This time, though, over on the A side, so no cheating up towards B Ram from GX this time around. And leaves it open for MIBR to head that way. Of course, with guns like this, they're going to be wary, of course, of any potential stack here towards Hall and Screens, but it's just Miori for the time being.
It is a speedy pivot. This Trailblazer will take care of that. Tripwire and a lovely volley as well. Miori is just doomed in this position. Forced out Screens. If she can even get one, that would be miraculous.
Astra Smoke gave us some room to work though. Ness trying to play up close there with a bucket. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Miori now getting a bit of extra help. Smurfette out through Lincoln. MIBR have stalled out here.
I really want them to take their time, stall this out, wait for that Nebula to drop. They have the superior weaponry. They know that bucket could have even been recovered at this point. Play at the range. They do have an alarm bot all the way back too, so they know they're not being flanked. Just take their time.
0 point there though for GX on the refresh timing, but Smurfette goes down yet another Nebula at some point. MIBR are gonna have to go for this. Jelly just pushes up to it there, no flash required. Cosmic Divide here used by MIBR. It's gonna give them the room to get this plant down, but it's up to Jolini here. Quite a tall task. Now they swing the wall and are brought down. Another multi-round for Jelly.
Lovely mid-round play from MIBR, and I'm not mad at them using that Cosmic Divide either, just to lock things up by cutting off that back halls angle, the heaven angle, etc. Even the link one. They can just focus on the players that are probably pressed close towards screens. Maybe someone front halls. It's exactly what they do. Nicely done to clean things up. I forgot a bit scary for a moment, that surprise close-up Bucky behind the smoke.
And that is this Sky Comp as well. You don't have like a surplus of flashes, so at some point, if they keep throwing these nebula smokes at you, you kind of have to push through. They do at least have the Cosmic Divide though to help break up that site.
That really is the primary difference between the initiators selected between these two comps. KO recently in the Sen City Invitational had a 100% pick rate on this map. Sova picked extremely frequently as well. Lacking both of those agents are MIBR, so a lot of reliance going to be on the Sky.
We often see these flashes used to scout early in the round. Here come the Seekers though, over towards the A side. Immediately Jelena backing up over towards Dugout here. There's RN's able to dash past some of that Astra util though and get forward. A, not free for the taking, get. As Jelena has to reveal themselves now. Playing in from Dugout, waiting for the rest of GX to get here. And that's going to go for it. Hunter's Fury throwing that over on the side. That's SRN going down. They had pushed, I think, over towards Dugout themselves.
Oh, lovely duel went from Miori, coming in from Art now. A lot of pressure default. Jelly in so much trouble, could be pitched from multiple angles, and his upshot goes awry though.
So no plant yet. Jelly able to push up on the side.
What is that?
Victory for Jelly! No plant even required.
That wallbang headshot at the end was crazy. What a flood from MIBR. Both teams being very proactive in such a chaotic moment. Jolina calling for that help. That's where the Hunter's Fury comes in because she was isolated in that position, dug out on the site. The rest of the GX players tried to flood in, but then MIBR supporting Jelly at the very end.
I agree. Was that a look of disgust? I get it. That was kind of filthy. All right, yeah, if any time to go for attack pause, probably about now here. MIBR have strung together the last 3 rounds in a row. And honestly, each of the hits have looked pretty different, right? We saw in round 7, that push over towards the B side of the map where MIBR had already stacked A. This time working their way down through Restaurant, through Link over to the A side.
Doing a good job taking advantage of that Viper's wall as well, just having it offering that easy way to feign that they could be contacting a different part of the map and forcing GX to use utilities to re-clear elsewhere. MIBR are playing a pretty impressive attack half right now. I mean, based on just what we've seen in the past, especially last year, how strong Team Liquid were in the Game Changers Championship. The fact that MIBR bested them and are here, they are coming in with big expectations, even though they're from one of the regions that only has 1 qualifying team.
Jelly at 13 kills. 7 of those have happened in post plants on the A side of the map while they are anchored on the spike location. A pretty exposed spot to be. MIBR really putting it together in those final moments.
And the Brazilian side have shown that they are happy to play some of these very slow rounds, and certainly seems like that will be the intention when they have the operator in hand. Just wait out some of those pushes, try and find an entry that way. Smurfette collects the orb, Blade Storm popped, so listen, if GX can make a miracle happen, get an upset win on this round, you have to imagine she'll be the catalyst.
MIBR are going to give GX time here to reassemble over towards the B side. They go for a pop here with just these Sheriffs on A. They don't see anything. And MIBR are happy to be a bit more ponderous. They know they're walking into an anti-eco round. They don't want to get caught by any setups. You'll notice here, Melissa, be extremely meticulous, even clearing that left side there towards B main.
Seeing if anyone gets baited out as well into this officer and has a chance. Needs to play safe behind the box though. A lot of pressure onto her, but gets the first. Flick shot just misses and feels content just getting out with the one, finding that advantage, but also all of that information, all of those pressed up players in MIBR, they want to work towards A now.
And you've got all the Astra util you need for MIBR to get in onto this A side. One over towards Link, and in secret, here's Jelly. Once again, big nuisance of that plant location. Miori is a long way from this action here. Planted. Jelly will get that down. I mean, how many of those Sky ults we've seen already? Oh my goodness, Miori! Okay, more to do, but that is a beautiful opener. Potentially a weapon upgrade, but of course the spam comes in as a Cyber Cage was deployed.
Yeah, weary to try and push through that, just go down to the random spam, dealing with the turret. You can't win too many double faces when you've just got the Sheriff. One, outrageous enough. A second aim with the turret, little too much to ask. Fair bit of damage done though. The GX, as intended, taking their time, finding an opening with the operator, and then SRN getting out safely.
GX are really trying to be proactive here, even on these save rounds.
Yeah, in that moment, they tried to find that timing to all swing through the smoke. Not mad at getting active in a situation like that, but MIBR's superior weaponry, and they just each watching the proper angles deal with that pretty simple fashion.
Smurfette's actually pushing up an art here with an operator. Spicy little position to take early. Sayori also reciprocating, holding the operator herself as Astra. They might be able to make their way down towards A main.
With that position in main, they've allowed both tripwires to be placed on A, but this lockdown should force the defenders out of range where even if one of those trips does go off, they won't be able to get the span kill.
Yeah. Trailblazer reveals one of those trips. SRN spotted out now. Lockdown is done. GX going to come streaming back into the side. The wallbang is good from Miori here from Dugout. Poison Orb in the way. Smurfette also peering in from Link. Nobody ever revealed the position of the operator player from GX. Now down to 3. Jelly has to kind of go for it here. The only player actually on the site here is MIBR playing off of it with Sayori. Good connection with the operator. Jelly looks to cross back over, and all of a sudden the MIP are looking in a better position, but it's up to Jelly. Trying to play off the flash here. Ness goes for a solo pick, could have gone awry. But GX get their third.
Scrappy back and forth there, to be honest. That lack of art control, but also just the angle not being concealed. And then after that, the Cosmic Divide pressing out of Flower just a little bit too early, going down to SRN. Scary moments for either side. Miori is really having big impact on defense right now. Has been stepping up to the plate for GX. Deserves a lot of credit.
Zero op play on the extremities of the map that last round. All of it was over towards mid, through art, through connector, and then trying to get involved in the post plant.
I am really looking to see now if Smurfette can begin to take over this game with defensive op. It is so crucial for finding those openings. At the moment, though, MIBR, they're gathered up for another fast take towards A. Collect that orb once again. They have a Cosmic Divide to get into the site, and a lovely opening from SRN.
Okay, so GX don't opt to play off of this Cypher util. They actually have Ness trying to take raw contact there. Miori trying to skirt around the edge of that cyber case, but there's nothing to be found. It's up to Jolini here. But a Viper's being thrown down by MIBR, and a Cosmic Divide here means Jolina is going to have to wait.
These ultimates in tandem are just so good for getting that safe plant playing around the pit.
Here we go. Geronimo says Jolina, they've been able to find two inside the pit already. The rest of MIBR playing off of this, outside of it to a degree. Even that smoke getting thrown down. Smurfex and Jolina, rather, both decayed down. Strong wind would blow them over here. Can they push up, make something happen? No, Melissa be able to spray them down. And against the Astra and Viper ultimates in concert. That's a tough ask of GX.
MIBR just keep it so simple, understanding the massive value that those two ultimates have as a duo. Win the round with such ease because of it. Again, though, on this A side too, SRN finding these easy opening kills, winning those initial duels.
Look, it was both Miori and Ness there offer these opportunities for MIBR to take player advantage, as opposed to playing passively off the side of that Cypher util. Maybe there's a fear of being cut off by so much of this Astra smoke.
Right now, ready for a bit of a trap play, or GX with that flashpoint, ready to go over the top. Smurfette ready to take that fight. But it's MIBR going for an exploration towards mid, something they haven't done in recent rounds. Early in the half, though, they put a bit more emphasis there while they contain on A, contain on B.
They're really mindful of these pushes up from A main by GX. MIBR already have a really good feel, I think, for some of these anti-eco strats that GX have been going for on defense. Saren, oh my goodness, little flick! Okay, Jubish there to try and pick up the pieces, but it ends up being a 1-for-1, or a 2-for-2 rather. And Smurfette wants a bit more of this action. With one of the few rifles on the side of GX, that one clatters to the ground. Jelly gets to confirm the extra player here for GX.
Now they just need to group up MIBR. The only way they lose this is really if they wander into some unfortunate 1v1s. Miori with the cam. She might have an opportunity to even this up to a 2 versus 2 if she can catch Melissa unaware.
Spike those headed to A. At least it was. I like this little wrap around. That's perfect for Melissa. A stroke of serendipity here for MIBR. Now that spike is being ferried quickly over to the B side. That is beautiful stuff. Now Melissa has a chance to find a nice little goblin spot to play from. It's all on Sarah.
So unfortunate too with the state of the economy for GX. They're going to have a really bad buy for the final round, of course, unless Sarah makes an insane clutch happen here.
There's so much setup here for MIBR. Melissa spotted here as well, just a shoulder. Sarah knows now to cross would be disastrous. She won't be able to push that player either. Too much util to do with that. Nova Pulse coming down, and Melissa wants to play off of it. 8 rounds here on the attack side for MIBR as GX late in these rounds are struggling to come up with the answer.
This has been such an elite attack half from MIBR at the moment. A little bit risky for Melissa, that very exploratory move towards B going so deep, but it looked like just caught a timing on the camera there. It was good early trades from GX, but
that random flash.
You can see the frustration on the face of the coach.
And Jelly flows out that random, I see A-Link flash and sees another player pushing up there from GX, so they know there can only be one player over to B. Last round of the half here. MIBR looking for 9.
Go again. towards mid. There hasn't been much aggression in this area from GX, but they are putting a lot of emphasis on it now. Jolina in so much trouble, can't be traded out.
Oh, that's scrappy stuff, but Jelly's able to find 2 here, and GX, they take a gambit. Look at the blue X's over towards mid. They'll push up from Art as well. It doesn't go their way, and constantly, GX have been trying to do this, whether over to the A side of the map. They've also been sneaking Smurfette early up that B side of the map too. They've not been able to find anything from these early forays. This one goes horribly wrong for them.
This is just another day in the office for them, it looks like. These rounds are coming to them all too easy. It's not even their map pick. Trading out for each other so effectively. Well, the GX players get caught. That second swing not coming at the proper time, and so the crosshairs already reset for MIBR. And winning out the duels a secondary time, just with the talent that they have mechanically. Really impressive opening for this team.
At times a standout here for GX. We already just can't get it done. And that is 9 rounds on the attack side for MIBR. GX, they want to push up on the extremities and fall back behind this Astra util, but it's been read time and time again by MIBR.
They worked the map so well throughout that entire half. Opting at the very end to start putting that pressure towards mid. So nicely done.
All right, halftime now on Pearl. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll jump back into the action here in the first map of the day.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Some might consider that first half a reckoning for GX as they select Pearl, and MIBR rapidly take them to task. A pretty comfortable lead coming out of the half, and MIBR win 7 of the last 8 rounds of their attack side, Wyatt.
Really just picked apart piece by piece. For me, reflecting on that half, I think the most noticeable difference is in the fundamentals of the game. The trading for MIBR was just so clean. And for GX, so many moments where players were getting caught on their own, going for solo efforts that were immediately being punished. And in the big scrappy fights, the right angles being held by MIBR, swinging for each other, just more consistently in the right positions. GX are going to really have to tighten up as we get into this second half while they're on attack. I'm going to need to see some excellent scaling when they're going for the big site executes.
It's the first time these two teams have ever played, right?
Yeah.
So in this encounter, you have only so long to get a feel for each other. MIBR very quickly picking up on some of these GX tendencies.
Not just the first time they played each other, the first time both these teams have been at a LAN competing as well. Every MIBR player, they've never been in this situation. For GX, they have a bit more of that experience with Smurfette and Ness, the duo that have been playing together for a really long time.
2022
Guild, yeah, had competed in Berlin as well. That experience is going to need to come in seriously to play to make a comeback happen. This is their map pick.
Already this aggressive push up for MIBR on the B side. Nessie and Underwiser. Most of the attention towards B Link now. GX want to take control of the middle of the map. And that turret takes contact. MIBR now start to sniff out this exploration, but do you wish to do anything about it? Answer is no. SRN though getting involved here, a 1-for-1 and all the way down. GX have pushed into water, no less. Looking to get themselves some more ghosts.
A lot of pressure on them. They know that they have no control of this map. When they plant on A, they're going to have to be worried about a retake coming in from every single angle.
Okay, we've got 2 grouped up here heading into art for MIBR. So now going to allow this part to go down. Sayori continues to look stunning. And now she's in a defender spawn already. This has GX heads turned. Both these players being drawn back. Sarah and Jolina have to be able to answer this, but there's pressure coming from the front side of A as well. Sarah doesn't know which way to look. Jelly with the flash plays off it perfectly, and MIBR pick up where they left off.
And even when Sayori hits 2 shots like that, doesn't even go for the next duel, just buys time, falls back for the rest of the team to come assist.
The spacing for MIBR has been excellent.
And that wasn't even that was a perfectly fine double swing from GX. It's just the rapid adjustment on the crosshair from Sayori. You just can't win a situation like that. Look at this.
Oh, man.
Insane.
Nice, vamos.
Yeah, we're stepping up on an individual level here. MIBR. Kajaska has been looking pretty glum for the last 10 or so rounds.
Certainly not looking like a team that is inexperienced on a big stage like this. The confidence is flowing. They are locked in as a team right now, and individually, the talent is shining.
It's time to push over towards B for GX. Oh my goodness, SRN waiting there with the Outlaw. Smurfette hoping to open this round up with that Marshall that's been pinged out. This line will be watched. This is where the scope weapons start to become pretty impressive on a Pearl, but Ness gets in there. Marshall recovered and used to great effect.
The David Goliath scoped weapon battle somehow gets traded back. The Marshall wins that, all good. Miori trying to go for an adventure in mid. Might find a timing onto Jubish. Aware that this could be happening.
Jubish making a bit of sound here, so both Sentinel players in the middle of the map aware of each other's presence. An Outlaw yet to be recovered. It's still sat out in front of Jelly, but GX have committed to this B main approach now. A defensive Viper wall thrown out by MIBR, screening GX off for the time being. And there it is, Miori takes that fight. Jubish down, and now you have some link presence for the attackers.
Let's go for the re-swing on there. Lonzo finds the first, exposed to so many angles, but the shots just aren't connecting in time.
30 seconds left.
Jelena brings it to the 2v2. Could have been a 3v2 realistically. Low HP for the GX players.
Now we're trying to bring Sayori in from a long way away. Melissa
Spike planted.
Wisely opts not to try and take a fight here. Set up in tower. You'll have link presence. You should have a crossfire even on Jolina's position, but the timing. Jolina not spotted here, and she crosses over. Sayori though on the move. Spectre gets her there, and now the player from Halls, Miori shows herself. Finds a headshot. Now the 1 versus 1. Miori down to 48. A tickle. Melissa tries to turn. 13 for Miori. One headshot will get the job done. Can she connect it? Time is short. Just needs to play with her food here. Melissa brings her down. Miori maybe lingers just a little too long. And that's a heartbreaker, Wyatt.
The HP just too low and the weaponry not good enough. Having the Marshall in that position, it's so awkward that one player has the longest range weapon, the other has the shortest range weapon. So what can you do? You just have to stack up close, and that Marshall just had to operate like a sheriff.
Yeah.
A good attempt. This was really the moment, though, when Jelly swung out alone. It was a big risk, was exposed to multiple angles, but the shots just didn't connect fast enough. They couldn't found that advantage.
With the Guardian as well, Jelly showed great composure, I think, to hold it down and at least find 2 for their life. That Outlaw player only gets 1 kill in the end for MIBR over to the B side.
Listen, at the very least, it always hurts when you almost convert around like that, and then you have to say over comms, good damage though. But they did do good damage, because you know you could have won. But the damage does matter. GX have a significantly better buy than MIBR now.
So Jelly got pinged out in the middle of the map by a recon. This has kept Ness at bay for most of this early round. MIBR starting to explore up towards Art. Passively shoulder peeking the B long, so Jubish knows that there's no one from GX looking to make that play yet.
This deep cam place from Miori over towards B, so we'll be aware if any players are pressing up there. They want to make some noise towards this link. They want to start drawing MIBR's attention.
This smoke's about to come down.
Maybe there will be a split here. The cage like, hey, we could be crossing, but they're just going to fall back and split into A, more than likely, try and make some presence into Art here, and when this Nebula fades, GX will go into the main.
Sayori has an additional star behind it though. And yeah, that one gets turned into Short-term smoke, there's also going to be a poison orb there thrown up by Melissa.
This is some great delay action. Stalls MIBR, and what a shot from SRN.
Now they're going to do something about this presence from Connector, but SRN could just fall back on it. GX are low on time. They will be allowed to get the plant here, and the Astra Stars are being placed over towards Flowers and backside.
Look at this flank right now. 2 players for MIBR. Smurfette could be in trouble. Needs to land a shot here. Well, 1 is good for 2 kills, I suppose. Not too bad.
Still more though needs to happen. SRN brought down Ness with the rifle. Sayori eventually going to pry that from her grip, and now it's Sayori in a 1 versus 3. Smurfette on the line though, gets brought down either way. It's going to be a trade. And so GX get in there, but not a terrible bonus for MIBR.
Struggling against MIBR's very intentional utility. It's not just being thrown around haphazardly. That cycle on main from the Nebula into the Poison Cloud. Understanding that a push could be coming after the drop and sending out the Snake Bite as well. It was good utility from MIBR.
Here.
GX still overcome it though with the superior weaponry. Very tough though. Even in a round like that, MIBR showing the layers to their game.
MIBR with the buy now. GX still able to come out of that bonus with full weaponry. This time it's a push over towards the B side. Passive shoulder peeking from Jubishin. Yeah, it might be just a full retake setup for MIBR.
Unfortunately for them on the GX won't have to contend with the glass cannon operator on SRN.
Still, look at all this util. Gravity well popped there. Smurfette has to use some of her mobility to get up past it.
I know exactly.
Nesamiori already made it happen. Here's the neural theft now coming up. Melissa knows she's about to be tagged here. Has to make the play. Maybe a quick swing through this Cosmic Divide. MIBR realize there's not much to be done here.
At this point, they just want to go recover that operator. Miori doesn't exactly want that to happen. Going for this flank through water. Might be able to find the timing. Do other GX players try to take a risk, commit, get the guns out of the hands of MIBR?
Or it should be good for 1 here. Melissa, though, on the line already. Okay. MIBR able to head over towards the A side, recover the weapon. Melissa here hoping to contain to some degree because GX are on the hunt. MIBR can take 2 rifles and the operator out of this round here. They'll be feeling pretty good.
It was a rare round, honestly, for MIBR where things, at least rare in this game, where things began to feel very disconnected off that Cosmic Divide. It seemed that there were divided ideas on whether we should be pushing through it or not off this flash, playing a bit more passively, waiting for it to drop. And Jelly, who has had the hot hand in this game, went for that aggressive swing, knowing that in that moment that the Jet Smurfette was on top of the box, had the crosshair placed for it, but big risk. And that Cosmic Divide still so powerful when you're going for the B execute.
There's a rogue recon vault from Nesta that also pings a couple players of MIBR behind that Cosmic Divide. So GX had the full read. This time around though, much the same, except it's going to be SRN with the operator already pushing up on that B side. This could get a bit awkward.
Definitely dangerous, but the Sova is over here, so you have to imagine Ness is ready to send this drone out, try and force the potential operator off the line.
SRN is... This is a pretty committed spot to play in now. Now Cloudburst, you're going to have to try and cross here. Still going to get pinged out off the line, and you have to tail with away. Virtually having to give up this B side. Of course, a Viper Wall. You can fall back behind it. SRN wants to fight here, but they need to buy a bit of time for these reinforcements to come. There's one from Link here. Jelly will be able to get involved. Time has been bought. Enough! It's Smurfette. Flashes through the wall, eventually brought down by the operator, but Jelly has fallen. SRN suppressed here. No mobility, 1 in the chamber. Has to buy some time. It goes for a no-scope that goes horribly awry. And now Sayori with nothing but a classic to try and bail them out. And GX starting to string them together.
Chaotic is an understatement there. GX a bit monotonous getting into the site. Far too many opportunities for SRN to take that swing. Luckily for them, whiffs the shots, and then when they eventually do power their way into the site, they do a nice job dealing with those players flooding back in. So credit to them in this situation that you're seeing right now, dealing with this. Yeah, that flood exactly there. Coming out of the link. Still staying in this. That wasn't MIBR's buy, however. That was just based off the saved weaponry from the prior round. They won't have the cash to bring an operator into this next, because we're going to get a timeout. GX finally finding their footing.
I don't mind seeing MIBR mix around like that, even where SRN tries to get a bit audacious on the B side, but it's pretty clear the GX have the protocols to push a Jet off one of those extremity lines, like we just saw. SRN really have to contort themselves into a position to get away. back to safety after the L drone came down on B. And a nice little Astra smoke there, cuts off Link, makes any retake or any attempt to reinforce SRN's position there by MIBR pretty hopeless.
When we do head back into this game, you definitely need to draw your eyes towards the status of a lot of the ultimates right now. Not only are there a few in play, but Ness and Sarah, both GX initiators, but one orb away to getting the Hunter's Fury, the Null Command active. Jelly on the opposite side, one away from the Seeker, so could see some serious contention over these alt orbs right now. Maybe MIBR will attempt to set up some sort of trap play around one. Always a possibility for that too.
Looks like just the passive B-side round here for MIBR. It'll just be the shoulder peek of Jubish. Oh, we might have a push up here defensively from MIBR though. Keep an eye on A.
Looks like, yeah, we are going to get that clash over the orb. The Nebula comes down to obscure that view. Goes on to Jelly. Seeker's active. Smurfette wants to fight, has to dash out.
SRN though gets brought down. Smurfette re-challenges after the tailwind. The Jolene sprays him down. And all of a sudden, MIBR have their knees cut out from under them. They're in no position to intervene here at all. Their economy was already shaky coming into this round. Nicely done, GX ready for that thrust of MIBR.
That is going to be a full save, and there is no reason for GX not to go on the hunt at the moment. Both Melissa and Jabish, just a couple hundred credits.
Ugly round there for MIBR, and you think Smurfette's in trouble. I think she gets caught in the fringes of the grab well, has to use the tailwind, re-challenges that line, and able to double swing it with Jolita.
There was a moment too where I got to see what I wanted to see from GX coming into this half. Starting to play together in these fundamental situations. Melissa on the swing, but goes down to Ness. That's one gun remove, might be the second off the flash. No, Jabish able to deal with the two. Doesn't matter, the two went down. The cash for GX is out of control at the moment. MIBR forced back onto the eco. GX actually making a real go of this. But it was in this situation. Look at Smurfette going forward, but having Jelena and Ness right there behind her. It was a triple swing together, and I believe that was the Nova Pulse coming down as well on the opposite side. Handled with such finesse there.
That early fight over Lord's Restaurant is really complicated by all of the Astra util. Look at that. 4 stars in total placed there already at the start of this round. Won't be any early action there. Blade Storm here, I think. Yeah, SRN hoping to supplement the lack of weaponry in this round. Again, spotted out by this early clearance protocol. Still able to get a kill on Smurfette, no less. But no way to recover a weapon, and they'll still be caught by the heal.
Just barely shot down by the stray bullet before the heal got them over the threshold.
Standing ahead.
Luckily trading that out, and now an opportunity for GX to attempt to stabilize here, slow things down. Not wade their way into any positions where a Sheriff could be hiding in the corner, have to be worried about any close-range shotguns as well. That was something they tried when they were on defense, and an eco like this. So play with the time that they have, play patiently. It's dwindling a bit, however, as they take this slow rotate through spawn, are going to have to spend a lot of time, potentially utility, re-clearing here towards A main.
B-side just got re-cleared, so Jelly instantly running back through spawn over towards this A site.
This is looking dangerous on the minimap right now.
Sayuri also recalling a lot of those early stars that were placed in this very part of the map, now redeploying those. Okay, Null Command though, that's a pretty good opener here. Way to potentially unseat the defenders who hoping to play off some of this util to get at an edge. There's the spray down. Melissa couldn't do anything about that duck out position. Jelly from Link here. Sayuri is also here. They might be out there waiting their chance. The smoke comes down. Jubi's able to find 2, but Zera is on 3 for the round. Jelly might be good for 1 here. But that's really all you could expect at this point. Giant X eyeing off their 8th round.
Null Command really the difference maker there between a situation that could have potentially gotten MIBR to match point, forcing them to stay back in those smokes, not having the opportunity to get out, and that recon as well pinging up for the opening. Ultimate invested, but invested in a much needed situation just to convert that eco. Not mad at it. And now we're heading into a full buy round where SRN is going to get the operator in hands. 6 ultimates in play.
And a very pivotal round on this map. MIBR so far have really struggled to get into a rhythm on this defense side.
And if GX win this again, MIBR's economy will be fully cracked. Such a real opportunity to tie this up. They need this round desperately.
Jelly, what a fight to take it. It's baited. Perfect from Smurfette.
There we go. Again, the fundamentals, the trading looking so much better now from GX. They really are starting to come to life in the second half.
Looking to flash themselves into A-Link here. Carver with this util. GX should be able to make the way onto the site now as MIBR playing back towards Secret, towards Flowers. Behind much of this Astra util already deployed by the attackers.
They have a Cosmic Divide as well. A late Hunter's Fury could come into play, and wouldn't be surprised to see just that as Ness is all the way far back in A main, being protected by a tripwire, so does feel safe to send that ultimate out when necessary, and here it is. Saw that lockdown.
All right. There's the lockdown taken out. Nicely done by GX. Also protocols coming to life. Sarah the removed Smurfette a little bit wayward on the aim, but eventually able to connect it. Sayuri though with the operator getting involved. GX down to 2, trying to get this defuse. And finally MIBR find a little something. Take themselves to map point.
4 versus 5, but they just risk it all with every single ultimate. Truly an all or nothing decision. If they lose that there, they have no ults left and no money left.
Could have been the game in the balance.
Absolutely. That is potentially the game-winning round right there. GX had it in their grasp as well. With that isolation on site with the Cosmic Divide, Sarah stuck on default.
Nice, boa!
And they basically forced GX to go in 1s and 2s through Nebulae, through Cosmic Divides. It's so complicated for GX to put it together there.
They started off with such a great first kill as well. Again, those swings together, the jiggle back, the double swing is so good from GX. MIBR finally stopping a string of 5-round wins in a row for Giants.
Just a singular Jubish here over at B. Viper spin at A. Melissa already shutting down that play. There's a Cosmic Divide now for GX. This should get them onto the B side now, force the retake set up entirely.
Should be a very easy plan here. Play from long B. Shock Dart as well dealt with all of that KJ utility on the ground immediately. It was a trip and alarm bot dealt with just by that one piece of utility. Waiting for the wall to drop. 2 players from GX. Backhauls playing together.
Pings towards backhauls from MIBR, though they know there's going to be a couple players stacked here. Fragment just to push back GX in this spot here. Yeah, MIBR really want to make sure there's no swing from Smurfette to help out in a crossfire situation. But Miori's in there, takes the fight down to 3, but she's happy enough with that one. Jubish emerges with nothing but a knife in her hands. And Jelly has to go for it now. Guardian in hand. Still 3 out for GX. But they stay alive in this game.
The grab well with the Seeker stuck into it was a little bit unlucky. They just got shot down at the same time. The Halls players didn't even have to bother with those. And then the cage after the grab well was perfectly timed from Miori to continue the map control in that crucial area in the retake. Having to deal with that, but when you're also getting shot in the side from B main is a nightmare. That Hall double up from Smurfette and Miori just really paid dividends.
You can see here, GX have already managed to string them together themselves here on this attack side. MIBR have to expect this, as in every round. Hold the trap. I love this. 3 players playing out of sight. Only the one Astra getting spotted out. Do GX walk into this?
Do they think it is possible? Off the contact of SRN, that pop flash is going to go out from Jelly.
Suspicious. Yeah, they realize something's afoot here. Smurfette not able to get away, so maybe just a 1 here for MIBR. Perhaps they linger a little bit too long. That's what we're going to get.
Sprung that trap just a second too early. If there was just a couple more footsteps forward committed by GX, it would have resulted in them not being able to round that corner back towards stairs. And now, oh my God, Sayuri on site with 2. That is outlandish.
Jubish on the back step here as well. She might see a freebie. No, it's going to be checked by Jolina. I'm not going to lie, man. This Sayuri Sheriff moments. You always feel like it's possible.
She has looked so insane on this map. That 2K on the pistol as well. The fast adjustments that she has with the aim have been so impressive. But it was really in this moment where, yeah, you can see MIBR, they wanted to capitalize off of that flash. They knew they had pinged up so many players. But for GX, they just hadn't committed as far. They baited them out in that situation. So nicely done. The European side, A main control is the focus here as 0 point goes out, flash over the tops around the corner and force back the MIBR players, excuse me. Map control gained into a fast hit here with the null command too.
MIBR didn't want to take the early fight. They must feel like their margin of error a little bit slimmer now. Smurfette here. Up in Link still, knows that MIB are going to try and make their way down, but she doesn't fully clear this. Doesn't fully check it.
Sayuri is wrapping late though. Trailblazer comes out, is totally unaware that Sayuri was right there.
This is dangerous now for GX. They didn't know about the Link presence. 2 players from MIB are waiting for them. Now it's Ness and Smurfette need to bail themselves out. Just Smurfette in a 1 versus 2. 3 for the round. And this would be for the map. Sayuri converts. And MIB they have to feel like they get a little lucky. GX starting to build up a head of steam towards the end of that half. But around here, around there, that's enough for MIBR after such a great first half.
GX definitely instilling some hope in their fans though after that second half. They started very slow and MIBR's attack half was fantastic, but now we've got a real game on our hands.
That was the GX pick though. Pearl picked up Sunset next on the docket. Stick around folks, this one is bound to get even hotter.
We just completed map 1 of Pearl. I'm with Coach Marlo now. Congratulations on the map 1 win. Now, coming into this, how do you think your team matches up against Giant X? And after that map 1, is your opinion still the same?
Então, se a gente for botar para comparar os dois times, como é que você consegue ver? E depois desse primeiro mapa, mudou alguma coisa na sua visualização?
Não, não mudou muito. A gente já esperava que seria um jogo difícil. A gente se preparou mentalmente. O início do jogo foi bastante clutches e situações que a gente conseguiu sair vencedor. E no decorrer do jogo a gente começou a ficar um pouco mais ansioso, normal também, primeiro jogo. E agora relaxar e voltar mais forte. Próximo mapa.
So if I would rather say no, nothing changed after the first map. We were already prepared for a possible like difficult game, but in the end, like it was a lot of like clutch situations that would like define who would be the victorious. And now it's just like set back, relax a little bit more, and then come back stronger for the next match.
All right, well, thank you, Arthur, for the translations and all the best in map 2, Marlo. Over to you guys at the desk.
We have finally seen MIBR and GX take the stage here, and what a crazy map that ended up being MIBR. They take the victory 1-0 up in this series. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Tom and Potter. We nearly saw a crazy comeback. Nearly. It doesn't happen very often. And are you guys surprised that MIBR managed to clutch that out towards the end?
I wouldn't say surprised. I think they were so far ahead that it was always going to be difficult, and with the sort of individuals they have on their team, you kind of at some point expected them to get it over the line, but as always, GX prove again, they're very good on that attack side.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't have been surprised early this morning, but as I saw that second half unfold, I am surprised. I think for GX, they had every tool they needed to be able to close that out. There was even that one round, I believe it was round 17 or something like this. They had the ultimates, the Sova ult ready to convert that post plant, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. I gotta give shout outs to Mayuri. I think if on the defense early in the first half, if this player wasn't stepping up in that mid with all her util on that Cypher role, if she wasn't able to actually hold down the fort, GX, that first half would have been even more of a blowout for MIBR.
When we have to talk about Jelly and the duo with SRN, like, well, when it comes down to that first half, they were absolutely insane. Like the entries into the A side, it's a site that in general you don't normally expect your Jet to have an easy time. You're walking into a fairly dry angle to take, even with the flashes, which we sort of mentioned, there weren't a lot of assists coming through for Jelly, so a lot of it was just that raw individual aim. But you look at the first blood and SRN 39, it's just insanity.
Ridiculous. And that 1-2 punch that you mentioned, Tom, Jelly, sure, she didn't get a lot of assists, but that dog with the jet smoke coming through and the dog just appearing out of nowhere, that allowed SRN to get that target selection on each entry that she had. So beautiful combos, but on the defense, we saw the weaknesses of what this comp brings to the table. Just not enough stopping power.
No, and also, I mean, you mentioned Mayuri already, but as the half switched, it felt like Sarah was really in the front of them being able to make almost a comeback.
Yeah, just teeing up all her teammates across the board. And, you know, KO, sometimes it's really hard to get involved because of that long-range flash, but we can see how much value this agent brings to the table. Multiple times when the side of GX were trying to actually scale and apply pressure to the defenders, SRN here about to play a movie for herself with the knives in her back pocket. But just this pressure, the spacing is beautiful from GX, but as this knife lands, Pop Flash comes through, and SRN usually would just be free in this moment, but she can't do anything. She's neutered in this position, doesn't have that secondary available to her, and just the spacing and the pressure, GX, these are the kinds of rounds that allowed them to put each round on the board and make that comeback almost happen in the second half.
Yeah, I think it's also just a case of when they're able to move as a unit. Well, I feel like on the defensive side at times it looked a little bit disgruntled, like on retakes they were disjointed, like one player going in or maybe not using util at the right place at the right time. Whereas when they get onto that attack side, that's where you see them go, okay, we're going in together. Sarah has a clear, concise plan, and then she's setting them up with the util. It works wonderfully, and it's something that you'll look at her stats and go, oh, Sarah had a bad game, but on the attack she was one of the big parts of that comeback.
It's like 18 assists, something like that.
Something like that.
Something ridiculous.
But KO assists sometimes can be inflated. In this case, it
depends
wasn't.
who plays, I feel like.
Yeah,
but
some people just throw a knife at a wall every round on Ascent, and they're like, oh, look.
It's not as bad as Brimstone. It's not as bad as the Stimmy, right? Come on.
Here's the thing that we have, with the Pearl, you know, it's out the way, We had some questions about this, but it does feel like the map pool, it gets a little bit better for GX. We have the Ascent as map 3 if they're able to pull through on Sunset. And for me, Tom, I just want them to have like a bit of a warmer start. You know, Smurf being 0-6 already in the first half of the first half is not gonna be great for GX, but on Sunset, if she's able to have a better start, go into that fast, they could have a chance.
That's the question I have is now, does she change the agent she's been playing? Because I haven't been as impressed with her Neon as I've seen with other agents we've seen within the game so far.
Well, let's send it back to Victoria and see what Coach Asker had to say ahead of map 2.
Hello, I'm with Coach Asuka. Now, we just completed Pearl. That second half was incredible. We had an almost comeback there, but we got to rewind a bit and talk about the first half. What happened in that first half there?
I think we were a little bit cold, not used to the pieces. So, like when players don't really get a lot of activity in the at the beginning, I think it was a little bit off. And we also had. Let's say, like we had to build the environment still. We couldn't practice that much during these weeks for like different reasons. So we are still a little bit off, but yeah, I think we got good warm up on the attack. We got to get like more duels, more activity, and this is that. Like I expect us to be way better on Sunset, to be honest.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Well, all the best to you, Coach, and your team over in Map 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, in fairness, I think Miori only landed in Berlin yesterday or something like that because of visa issues and so on. But they've had that map 1, you know, they had a lot of rounds to warm up. So in theory, Potter going on to Sunset, they should be warmed up at least.
They should be. But man, I'm worried, Yinsu. MIBR, they picked this map and they look so damn good on Sunset. I gotta look straight over to Sayori. On this first map, it was Jelly that was all up in the mix. Sure, her assists weren't crazy on the stat line, but it was that 1-2 punch with Jelly and SRN. Going over to Sunset, it should be Sayuri on that breach, just teeing up SRN on that raise to get in those deep lines. So this is Giants, they better be really warmed up.
With the thing I'm actually really surprised by is I think that said that GX picked to start defense, which I think for both teams, they're heavy on their attack side rounds. Like the last time that it was won by GX, they got 9 rounds on their attack, and that was the same for their opponents as well. So they've almost given them that same high momentum start and will maybe have to pull off a comeback, unless we're going to see composition change. Because as I said, I think Smurfette, fantastic duelist, Jet, the Raze, it's always up there. Her Neon has been hit and miss, and if it's a miss, I think this map's over.
Also, are they meditating? Were they meditating on stage? Because it felt like, yeah, it feels like they're like group meditation, you know, they're locked in. I love seeing the player routines on stage sometimes. And this is where I feel like I agree with you, it gets a bit scary, right? They're meditating, they're locked in, they're feeling themselves. And luckily it is a double elimination. Losing here doesn't mean the end of the world. You will have another chance, and it will be a very GX. Like, they love making a lower bracket run. They do it so often. They did it the whole
of stage 3. Like they went straight into the lower bracket and came all the way back to the final. So it's possible, but I do feel like, again, there's always going to be pressure coming into this tournament. I think that first half was left a lot to be desired, and I am just worried because I feel like Sunset hasn't been within the very top of their map pool. They got beaten by G2 and Heroic, and Heroic are not one of the teams you really expect to see right at the top. So I think, again, you're going to be focusing on Smurfette, but also, again, on Sarah. I believe she'll still be on that breach, properly in that sort of depth of the setup role. If she can put Smurfette into position, they can make a comeback. But SRN over on the Raze, always unbelievable. I expect multi-frags with the Showstopper almost every single time.
All right, well, taking a look at this, I think you're right. A Smurf is going to be on that Neon, and Sarah's on that KO.
She actually moved over to KO. Yeah, so again, I've always liked the Neon support flash from KO. It can set up Smurfette wonderfully. It's just going to be on, I think, again, the focus is on her. On the defensive side, a lot of it is whether or not she can actually catch and hold on to some of those aggressive positions.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest conversations on this map is always this KO versus the breach. We get to see both sides busting it out. For Smurfette's side, the pro here is that based on what Sarah gets off that knife info, if she's able to actually tag Jubs and turn off the Cypher util, she can be really free. But without that sort of fault line, that long-range cross-map help that's going to really allow Smurfette to press the issue, she's going to have to maybe bide her time and pause for a second and really take her time if KO is not able to turn off that Cypher.
Well, let's see if GX, they can make a comeback here and force a map 3. Let's jump back into the game and send this back over to your casters. Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Sunset being MIBR's map pick here. They've already taken away Pearl. Great start to the series. And this agent select, Wyatt, shows us such a different approach to this map for these 3 teams respectively.
Absolutely. First of all, lack of breach for GX is pretty interesting, especially when you have the Neon. But even at that, this is just such a breach-heavy map.
Double scan initiator.
And then versus MIBR, who typically, in what we saw of them online as well during the qualifier, they have really stuck to the meta comps pre-Neon buff this year and continue to do so, even though we've seen Neon be so strong. They are just really comfortable with the comps of that era and continue to run them.
Tidy little 0 point there from Sarah. That reveals 3 MIBR players towards mid. So Ness, therefore, has 0 reason to take any undue risks, and the pings are already coming down after that. Dark cover is now being refreshed by MIBR to close mid off.
Pretty fast exploration here, working towards market. Initiator duelist duo of MIBR, silent contacting it is being watched, at least was by Sarah.
Not watching this at all.
This is ridiculous. Are they seriously going to get all the way through for free? The rest of MIBR gathering up towards main. This site exec could be lethal.
No way GX are ready for this. No way Ness is going to walk into this head first. Okay, Dark cover got thrown up there. SRN though, able to find Sarah. Here's Ness, a chance to backstab here from Boba, who is SRN brought down at the very least. Some of those trips now being triggered over at B, but MIBR have it covered.
And does have that recon, but sent it out early before the team could even really capitalize off of it, unfortunately. GX going to have to flood through here. 2 from market, 2 from main. Paranoia in hand, early engagement.
The timing already there though. Miori already takes a huge amount of damage before the paranoia comes in. Melissa tried to tuck in the corner, but Miori with 30 HP was able to find 2. And they're still standing in 4. Sayori tries with the right clicks. But it will be GX on a successful retake. Miori, that was nuts.
Yeah, was more than scared there for a moment. Frightened, terrified really at the opening. The fact that Market was completely exposed, no eyes on it. They walk all the way up. This trade with the Sheriff here cannot understate the importance of that kill.
Look at this. 30 HP. Miori's able to get away with that.
Good job! Let's go!
The paranoia wasn't really lined up with the swing from Miori as well. It was like just taken out by a second or so, but MIBR weren't able to punish this in the end.
Frankly, still Miori, who had a fantastic performance on map 1, immediately carrying the momentum into this. GX really leaving that second map with more of the momentum, honestly, despite losing. They had won so many more rounds on that second half. Looking good for them already. Trips on main.
Smurfette very quickly gets onto the B side here and takes a crack at B main. Sarah holds it down top mid. That means MIBR, both arms of their pincer get broken.
That is as clean as you could possibly want it to be on a map Sunset that MIBR, they're off the back of a crushing victory over the regional rival Team Liquid to qualify here. And in the meantime, GX, ups and downs on this map. Not a high level of consistency here. It's been tough going. So if they've leveled up on this map in that time between qualifying and now, that could be a pretty big surprise for MIBR. They picked it into them, and that obviously has to be one of the factors in doing so.
We did question the composition that features Neon but not Breach, but for GX, it's likely to be as much of an issue here on this defense side. So we've got the one-way setup at A-Long here. That's Jolina playing off that. Sayori not looking to challenge it. It's just the singular Jolini here who might opt to play off their own paranoia.
Just a pure delay paranoia. If any noise is made there, send that out, retreat. Just info exclusively.
Smurfette has his line covered though with the operator. Not looking at tiles though. As a swing, SRN not punished. Smurfette, both shots fired. SRN down to 10. Now MIBR might look to flash through this smoke top mid or just walk it. But Sarah was a problem last round. There's the Dizzy, take it down. Sarah has to get off the line. Now flashes herself back into the game. And Jelly is looking the wrong way. Melissa and Sayori elsewhere, they're able to find a couple, but spiked out in enemy territory. And MIBR have a long walk to recover.
Shots were a little bit messy, but GX made a great rotation to fight mid there. And now Jubish with an opportunity for the free one to even this into the 2 versus 2. And you have Melissa trying to wrap right now through the A side. These players on GX could get pinched. Jubish isolating the 1v1 with the cage. And now it's down to the clutch situation.
That's the Melissa. And MIBR get back into it. A pretty successful bonus for GX, all things considered. A great little cyber cage there thrown down by Jubish to break up the double face top mid.
Absolutely great solo play from the MIBR Sentinel. And Melissa trying to make their way all the way through A after winning that duel and then eventually does clutch up. GX played that round nicely though, adapting into that crossfire setup top mid, realizing the pressure was going to come through the smoke. They were fighting from both sides. That was really nicely done, and they deal so much damage. MIBR by reduced to nothing despite winning.
Both times MIBR try to take top mid. Sarah has gotten 2 kills. That KO been a problem for MIBR. This time they opt not to really interfere in mid at all. They are in a bit of a broken buy. It's Melissa, at least with a Vandal in this round. Smurfette has maintained the Outlaw.
And of note, so far at least, 4 rounds in, we haven't seen anything from GX particularly proactive on the early rounds with this Neon. Nothing entirely aggressive, just rotating around the map, playing together, setting up some good crossfires. And right now, we'll see Jolina on this angle. If it does get pushed, just fall all the way back off. Gets the info. Here's the footsteps.
No paranoia on the fallback either for Jolina. Just gonna raw take the contact here. Have to TP across to the side now. Buy some time. Sarah's getting ready via Link. But MIBR gonna be allowed to take up this part of the map. And now Rolling Thunder means Jolina's in trouble. Pressure on the point, but SRN eats a paranoia straight away. And Jolina's able to recover from the Rolling Thunder to find one. Jelly with the double share of action though. It is a canvassed off-site with these dark covers. And MIBR now able to play for a post-plant.
But that shot from Jelly was ridiculous. Needed to get traded out there, but wasn't Drone coming in, trying to get a little bit of information as the smokes drop.
There.
Double face here from Spawn for GX, but again, the Outlaw has to find some action. Relay Bolt thrown to the back of the side, but no connections. Miori, though, finding some openings through Link. Melissa's going to get involved. 2 versus 2, and Miori shows herself now. Has to fall back from the fault line. Still caught by it. Smurfette has to push up to try and make something happen up close with that Outlaw. Melissa ends around with 3. MIBR great anchoring in this post plant.
It's tough to see that from GX, that they just end up losing out those duels to the Sheriffs. Swing wanted to come in for the trade was Sarah, but perhaps should have waited, allowed some teammates to come in. Was really impressed by the sequence of utility that was coming out, the decisions from Jolina, the angles that she took, the dark covers being placed, working into backside, finds that first kill, anchoring. Things were looking so good for GX. But Jelly steps up in that moment to find 2 kills. Again, the raw aim on these Brazilian players, they are just so talented in that aspect of the game.
Here. With a smoke top mid off the rip here for MIBR. So we're going to be like catnip for GX, keeping Sarah and Smurfette on high alert.
And this time, look at the little adjustment here from GX. Again, you have Jolina with that paranoia, able to, run away, stay safe. But this time, you have to deal with Nest. Shotgun in the corner, just a small adjustment. Try and mind game MIBR a bit if they head towards A, but the intentions will be on B here.
The variation, though, means that the setup on A is more resource intensive this time for GX. Leaves them with less mid-presence, especially.
Looking into the corner now is Miori, playing up close. MIBR still taking their time. Want to re-clear mid with this Dizzy. They don't have, no prior info there, and now a new angle to check on new Sunset. That box on the left, clear things out.
Harder also to play these post plants from B main. Strategy looks a little bit different here now. Here's Thrash. Does hit the tripwire. Will he see anything here on this side? Unclear. Gonna have to be a play out of B main either way, but Miori again with the Sheriff. Such a great opener. But here's the flood from MIBR. Smurfette hoping to shut things down, but SRN too sharp. Headshot over towards the Neon. This leaves Ness playing outside of her optimal range with that Judge.
In the meantime as well, Jelly picked up a kill top mid, just cutting off one of those rotates. Smurfette with that overdrive committed, but just no util left to assist her in any way. Has to take raw gun duels. And they go the way of MIBR yet again.
We talked about it, right? Ness playing over towards Halls with that Judge. But that is far less to keep an eye on mid for GX. They throw their eggs in the extremity basket this round and they're punished for it.
What will GX be up to now? Again, Jolina in that same position. Looks like they have a paranoia this time over towards A to fight with Smurfette. B main is the area of intended control from MIBR working forward. The Dizzy committed.
Ness is back towards market again. We're going to push in through this dark cover, but kind of gives up the game here. Camera spots out the Gecko. A bit of trade of damage, both Miori and Jelly.
Yeah, cool idea. Wanted to get the kill hiding in the dark cover on the orb tap, but just wasn't able to do so with the spray. And now with the rotation from Smurfette, that initial setup that was on A from Giant X with the paranoia here close, having someone to actually fight off of it. No longer the case. It's just Jolina sending it out defensively, teleporting to retreat.
That's a more direct fault line than the one from Tiles that GX sort of pinged out on the map. That's what they were expecting. So Jelena just has to give up halls. Stalls it out though, throws a dark cover, and Smurfette finds the timing. Melissa is brought down. Of course, Null Command in play here.
What a shot. No smokes now to try and execute into the site. Ness should just fall off right now. Yeah, a good idea. Just stay safe. Make MIBR have to commit to a site with no smoke to play the crossfires.
They're going for this one. SRN trying to get out of halls there first. Smurfette has to step ahead of that mosh pit, but SRN finds the kill towards Sarah. Having just emerged from Link, this leaves him a little bit light on the site, and the showstopper hits the mark. Smurfette going to be brought down to the corner, and Jolena tries to challenge from spawn, but it's just Miori. We'll have Jelly recovering some of that util in the post plant. Miori has the weaponry here. Jelly low in halls. Sayuri can't just able to jump, spot this out. Miori knows it as well. Still can have a crack at it now. That was the low health Jelly brought down. 1v2. Jubes can play on that corner. Have a crossfire here with Sayuri. Miori hoping to draw the swing out. There it is. Jubes able to take the kill.
Jelly just can't be allowed to get so many of these kills, just isn't being traded out, but also it's obviously credit to her for consistently hitting the reaction time shots with the right crosshair placement. Adjustments as well have been so good. And this is often the case when you're watching these MIBR games. If it's not SRN winning out some of these duels, it is Jelly that is picking up the slack in some of those situations. Nice. Frankly, I feel another round on A that GX should have taken, but was won by MIBR straight up because of Jelly winning gun duels. Excuse me, like that is the only reason. They had Melissa down. There were no smokes. The crossfires were set up, and they're just broken by raw mechanics.
I mentioned it earlier, and I think GX were expecting there to be a breach set up in tiles to fault line across towards halls. That standard sort of horizontal use of that ability, but instead it comes from the one-way corner. And Jelena has to fall back much further than they otherwise would have liked to. I think they were hoping to maintain some presence in hall still. Instead, they have to play to the site, throw a dark cover down, and hope that's enough to slow MIBR down, but they take liberties. They get into halls, and they find that pick on Sarah, who's maybe a little bit prematurely coming down out from Link, not in a position where she can be traded.
Out of this timeout, I'm really looking to see what the adjustments from Giants will be in regard to their play towards A, because it has been pretty one note when the clear actually comes from MIBR to take space towards elbow. They're trying to set up different trap plays early round, but MIBR have never committed to A early round. It is always a later round or mid-round pivot. GX haven't brought anything aggressive into the fold yet on defense, and it's tough to do so without the breach. They are lacking that early explosivity.
Yeah, they can get the info easily enough. The 0 points from Sarah have been effective, but already look at this fast push in the mid-tier market though. Jolena able to catch SRN out as they can't clear that kiosk area fully. But look behind, there was a TP in from Melissa over towards Spawn. That's going to be able to supplement this hit. And Melissa already gets that backstep on towards Smurfette, now setting up in Boba. And GX on a half buy, just Sheriffs will crumble.
Just encircled and compacted from all angles. No weapons to work with either. 2 maps in a row, these MIBR attack sides are looking very well regimented. Bash from SRN up into market, Melissa top mid. It's just fantastic.
And already I think GX respond to this now by stacking that top mid a little bit more. They're worried about how exploitable the push into market could be, but this leaves them really light on A.
The 0 point is going to come through and looks like it's going to spot a number of players. Yeah, it does catch out 2, and here's that satchel up as well. So they know, Giants know that there's a lot of presence towards A. Obviously, they've given up elbow, etc. They can play for this retake, full 5 versus 5. They have a Hunter's Fury to try and get in. But on the opposing side, I am looking at Jelly 1 away from the ult orb. We'll get the point with the wingman. Have that thrash available. Great shot from Ness. Trips dealt with, and instilling a lot of fear in MIBR at this point.
Yeah, puts a clock on Melissa as well. She does not know if there's someone coming for the backstab. MIBR also pushed up close towards that spawn side. Jelly gets pinged out there. GX are on for this retake. They've got so much to work with. Thrash here, off a good timing, could be a great disruption mechanism. But Ness has a Hunter's Fury to work with here. Here's the aggression. Oh my goodness, SRN! That is not what you want to see if you're a GX fan! 4 to the floor, and MIBR get their 6th.
You can't convince me that first shot was on purpose. That was pure luck. But the rest, pretty fantastic. I mean, the adjustments on the aim, the swiftness of it, Yeah, I mean, that first one, it's good to be lucky.
Enemy remaining.
And it's also good to just, well, be good too. that 4K.
Oh, buddy. Have a look at this. And honestly, things were looking dicey for MIBR there. I mean, GX are coming in with a Hunter's Fury. They have all this good post-fight util.
GX have advantages in so many of these situations. MIBR are getting bailed out by, it is always the duo of this team with Jelly
that was like
and
Jay
SRA.
Powell level bailout, bro. All right, 4 rounds here to MIBR's favor. A slower start to this round, and again, GX really emphasizing this mid-presence. So much so they've left A entirely open for retake yet again.
This is the first time they've made some serious presence down mid, actually, with Smurfette working into one of these new positions, one of these new corners that you can tuck into.
Is this checked? Oh, you want to check these, I think. Smurfette for 3. Jubish able to find 3 herself, though, and get into mid properly. Hunter's Fury coming down, but Jubish is ahead of it. Sarah also got taken down as she tried to swing top mid. What a messy round as these two teams found themselves on a collision course in the middle of the map, and MIBR squeak out an advantage.
Health at the very least. Low for these MIBR players because they're weak, but the swing just trying to find a timing out of the smoke. MIBR, both crosshairs tuned onto it. Far too easy to clean up. GX try to finally throw something different in the mix, a little bit of aggression. Listen, it came silently. There hasn't been anything explosive early round from them, but taking advantage of one of these new positions on the updated Sunset is Smurfette.
And that step forward there from Jubish is pretty big because there's a Hunter's Fury that actually comes out from GX that misses her. That actually gets shot behind her.
Now, again, it's just whatever GX are doing. MIBR, they're just doing it a little bit better. Like, how do you match just 3K for 3K immediately? And, well, there is the explosive early round aggression I was looking for at some point, trying to fight in B main off a dark cover, off that relay bolt.
Whereas A as well, you can play back behind some of this util. Note that none of the trap wires here for GX are on the A side proper.
Camera taken out.
That's Miori now, seeing all she needs to. See Ness rotate back in through Spawn. Overdrive up here for Smurfette. Again, the weaponry for GX is a sad and sorry story. Here come MIBR, Wyatt.
Perhaps a chance for Smurfette to find something on the flank.
Sayori knows.
She's so aware, but what is that snap?
Down, attackers
Smurfette just gets away. She's done a job, but being pursued here by SRN. Showstopper at the ready. And Smurfette's able to get away. Just a nick from the rocket. But now MIBR want to drift across the map. GX do give up B main here.
Looked like GX were expecting that for a moment. There were 2 more rotators towards B. Smurfette just wants to re-clear alone. This is such a risk. At least goes 1 for 1.
Market cover this. I think his dark cover is going to be utterly disrespected by MIBR. Yep, in they come, but Jolina will punish them for it. SRN, the only player to emerge at the time, is taken down by the Sheriff. And Jolina wants yet another one. Won't get there. But Sarah and Ness have arrived. On the side is Sarah. Ness needs to try and peer in from Market, and Sarah just can't get the reinforcement in time. Shocked out, misses as it was a TP away from Melissa. 1v2 for Ness. Not enough! MIBR find their 8th.
And the timings were just slightly off there at the end. The swing before the recon actually went down would have drawn attention to it. A real opportunity for GX to get right back into the game. With a showstopper wasted, with Smurfette just running around the map, finding kills.
This is tough for GX to keep track of because MIBR are ping-ponging back and forth across the map. They start at A, they find a kill. They get disrupted a little bit by the push-up by Smurfette, and then they go straight over to B. Win the trade against the Neon. Get into the side.
Suppressing. All attention on A early, 0 point. Only catching the breach out there, actually, but there's so much noise being made. They know this is fast towards A.
Jolina
sticks it, but gets caught.
Okay, Paranoia gets thrown out, but Melissa's in an awkward spot now. Yeah, Jolina just brings her down. Miori able to swing 4 from the box to the back of the side. And Jelly needs another one there. MIBR had to find that. Now an awkward post-plant with 2 up. Still some util for Sayori to play with here. She instead wants to go up to short. I love this. Little play towards Link. It's definitely caught them by surprise. Sarah falls, rolling thunder. Ness might have got ahead of it. Sayori doesn't check her left somehow. And GX get there, but it's ugly.
It's finally able to do it because they had multiple players on A. They had the Cypher trips to deal with that fast hit, and Miori playing the box back in sight. Crossfire set up through, means of another player being in spawn. Finally for GX, This half has honestly been kind of soul-crushing to watch at times because they're finding advantages, finding moments, and it just hasn't been enough. They finally drag around over the finish line. And they have a few ultimates come into this final one. Not, you know, two, not the most significant always, but maybe this overdrive could be the linchpin of Smurfette, maybe popping off here, getting them that fourth.
The 8-round win streak finally snapped though. That's the good news here for GX. Jelly just checking with Dizzy through mid, smoke to top mid again. SRN already getting up in that tiles direction, but there's no one watching from market this round. This is going to be cleared by the Aldroid up mid.
And in the meantime, Melissa prodding towards A, but one spotted by that cam. Look, Jolina ready for the paranoia to come out, but a little bit late. Melissa does just jump back. Smurfette wants to take the duel. Great first kill. And now they can try to play for retake if necessary.
And I can't get the fault line lined up there for Melissa. Timing couldn't be brought together. Still, the B side is open. I'd like to mention, full retake here for GX with a player advantage. But they've already gotten into Boba. Here comes Smurfette though with the overdrive and the ready SRN again. Shuts the Neon down during the ultimate. And now for SRN, this is getting out of hand now. Trapwire does get the trigger, but no one there to follow up off of. And as Jolina to take the fight, it's a double swing. Miori gets in there from the back of Boba. SRN low, still able to find one against the odds. And a good old 2v1. Jolina with it all to do. But there's a double swing, a crossfire set up for MIBR, and that's 9 rounds on the attack side.
The phrase against the odds defines so much of this attack half for me from MIBR. Like, they were just incredible individually. So many rounds, individuals won.
Take a breath here now. If you are a MIBR fan, you've done your job here on this attack side. 9-3 we are, as we're gonna head to a quick break before we return and see if GX can hold on in this series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
For MIBR, who put 8 attack rounds together in a row. Just like you said, Wyatt, look, soul-crushing for GX on that defense side. Now, a pistol, they pick that up, get themselves a gun round or two, and they're back in the game, back in the series.
There were a number of rounds for GX that were so winnable, the kind that are just so painful to watch slip away, and the kind for MIBR that just ignites that confidence in them. You could see it in that final round. SRN, half a sliver of maybe just 1 HP, still fighting forward.
16 HP, yeah.
Instilled with the fearlessness. GX almost made the comeback happen on the side swap on Pearl. When they got onto attack, they made a real game of it. Let's see if they can do the same here on their map pick.
Started with a pistol win for them on Pearl. Goes without saying, that would be nice to have here. Remember, they are playing the Neon on the attack with no breach, so we are going to be curious how that plays out. But for now, GX move up. Smurfette very far ahead in tiles here, mid, under full attacker control.
SRN wants to take a duel here. They want to prod, and they find both.
That's nasty. Now into market, don't go GX. Is this a timing that MIBR are ready for? Smurfette got into Bobby here. It looks like they're folding all the way back towards A, but there's 2 MIBR players in spawn, and Smurfette has heard both of them. Juby's able to find one. Okay, it ends up being a trade, and the spike is loose. Julina has to recover this now. Smurfette deals with their backstab presence, but Juvish is playing cannily. Stays alive, but Jelena goes low.
I like this from GX. They just work themselves. Oh my god, Smurfette is solo into these awkward positions for MIBR to reclear. Getting caught walking into crosshairs. They have a real shot of winning this now.
Paranoia hits for Smurfette, but she's close enough. The near side might not matter. Melissa playing just outside of it. And now a 1 versus 1. Jelena just a tap away. What a right click. And one important pistol round take here for Jelena. 3 on the round. Puts GX in a position to clamber back into the game.
Just such a fast swing. That right click was perfect. Sometimes it still works with the classic. They nerfed that a long time ago, I swear. But this was really the important part of the round. GX, despite being down to only 3 players remaining, they slowed the game down, realized that the win con was the uncomfortability of their positioning that could really be anywhere on the map, drawing MIBR out to try and find information, and what they found were just crosshairs trained on them.
Definitely a seat of your pants kind of round. Bulldogs here for Giant X. Looking over towards that B side now. Cypher cam placed to imply just the Cypher only at B. As a watcher's market as well, but Melissa will be here as well. Aldrone spotted out, they know Melissa's on that corner, but nice Paranoia timing gets them there. Juvish able to find 2, that's massive! Won't be allowed to escape though, but still, Jelly is in the side with a shorty. Can they disrupt?
Bombers are going to have to deal with a flanking player in B main as well.
So you already noted here. Jelly just has to sit there on the other side of that column. Nothing to do here with the presence here. The wraparound from SRN. Jelena now feeling a little bit pinched, and SRN with 3 for the round. It might be a break back in this anti-eco. GX now starting to sweat after that one.
The paranoia that came through from Melissa just got so much value. You could see it immediately disconnected those first entering players from the rest of the pack getting out of main. And when they were separated, aggression from MIBR, despite just having classics swinging through their own dark cover. It was Juvish here finding that moment to fight forward, and look, the players lined it up. And in the meantime, unfortunately, with just a ghost, which is the standard, Miori was picked off on the flank elsewhere. It didn't drop a gun, but has then exposed the B main because the trip is no longer there. That is so tragic.
Getting Mastercard thrifty just as trying to get back into the game, Wyatt.
This has genuinely been such a mentally challenging game for GX because the rounds they're winning are the most painful kind to lose.
This time a bit of a push up over towards the A side of the map. The standard breach Gecko set up here with SRN looking to take contact early. It doesn't go well for MIBR. Double side occasion, a sheepish back away here from Miori for the time being. Into tiles though, Smurfette has gotten with that Marshall as well.
And maybe a chance. Weaponry might just be decent enough. Smurfette working towards mid. Opportunity for a duel. Does get the tag. Confident to re-swing, knowing another one would have resulted in the death of Melissa.
Sayuri. Now time to step up. No, Sarah tears her head off instantly. Big shot for the IGL. And here comes Giant X now, looking to push onto the pole. Oh my goodness.
Not ideal.
We don't talk about those. Juvish in the meantime. Oh my goodness. And there's more to be done here. Juvish could have found a 4th. It was close. Neural Theft got thrown out at the very least, and now Melissa has to take a 1v2. Fragment slows this up. Melissa really hoping to break
30
Sarah.
seconds left.
Apart from Miori.
Spike planted.
Plant goes down, and Sarah will likely tuck this corner for now. It's up to Melissa, with a dark cover coming off cooldown just now, to get in.
Tried to rotate now towards elbow. Sarah has eyes on it, but Miori won't be able to go for the instant swing trade.
This is being watched. Still, Melissa takes the fight, 49 points of health. Fake the TP. Does this get Miori looking elsewhere? She's still trained on horns, and that is unreal! Again,
the most
psychic damage being suffered by GX.
Rounds to lose. No matter what they do, MIBR, someone is stepping up. 2 rounds in a row, anchoring from Juvish.
She's looked incredible.
Unbelievable.
These multi-kills for Juvish over and over again.
Jelly jumped into her own molly and died.
But let's limit test this round a little bit. Juvish, you fight them instead. Absolutely insane. All headshots, of course.
It looked like we were destined for back-to-back ecos.
Soul crushing.
We've got a full buy for GX now.
And they're going to pick themselves up, shoulder the pickaxe wide and get back to work. Top mid smoked, SRN will respect it.
And GX do at least have the null command to work with in the hands of Sarah. Is a natural counter to the showstopper that SRN has for MIBR.
Got you.
Tag on the tiles by them. Smurfette showing a little too much leg. Oh, nicely done. Okay, SRN wanting to go in there with the showstopper. Shut down briefly by that null command. The mid control definitely being exercised by GX, but they did lose Jolina. Now they're going to pull out and have to deal with this one way.
Jolina wanted to find a timing to get the kill onto SRN while the showstopper was switching back to the rifle, punished for it. Now no smokes to press forward, and Melissa paranoia to further delay the dizzy as well.
She's nasty.
Can't see a damn thing, Smurfette.
Okay, now this is getting out of hand. What a statement here for MIBR in the last 3 rounds. And that is so classy from Melissa. Under threat because of that L drone, still takes the kill on the player that challenges the one-way, backs up, throws the paranoia, gets rid of Smurfette, who tries to get in her face. Stunning.
I don't even know if you can classify this MIBR team as a dark horse, given how good we've seen the Brazilian region be at Game Changers Championship, how good Team Liquid were last year, besting Team Liquid showing up. They're just a favorite. The play from the individuals here, even when GX do everything right, is just so sick.
Here we go again. Aggression over towards Halls, and SRN is the one to take that contact, and who better, folks? 0 point here deployed, and yes, MIBR have the standard breach gecko setup. GX working with very little, just the Drakes here, but this is having to deal with SRN as they take a solo peek, or at least Sayori wasn't in a position to follow up.
Sayori is trying to make something happen in mid with the numbers evened. Showing some presence towards Market B main is all but given up. Perfect time to swing, tries to be patient with the crosshair, but is traded out.
So you've got all this Omen util for this A take here for GX. You still have Fragment to work with and Recon. You're also close to a potential Hunter's Fury for Ness.
While Miori was taking those fights though, trades already on to A, so he'll be able to get the spike down unless Chelly goes for something proactive here. Wants to take a duel, almost punished for it, down to 20 HP.
Opts out of it though, Melissa here in a pretty nasty backstab position. Sarah has to be aware of it though. Dizzy from short, Melissa gonna challenge. Tears Sarah's head off. Now it's down to Ness. No chance to really make a play with the ultimate here. Ness knows it too, she's gonna commit to this side. No idea where the TP goes, it's for information if anything else. Ness wants to play towards Halls now, will be spotted out by this wingman. Shock over to the side. Jelly still low, a high-low setup here for MIBR, but someone's going to go for the defuse. Ness tries, but try as she might. MIBR hitting a little different, Wyatt.
Their gameplay was just stunning today. The aimers unrelenting. Anchoring on that map was just outrageous. Every player finding multi-kills. Their attack halves looked very regimented. At times, mixing up the pace so nicely. These slow rounds working into good execs, and then mixing in those fast, big hits at the right times on both Pearl and Sunset. Sunset, which wasn't even their map pick, or the map pick of GX. They just couldn't find their form there at all. MIBR, what a showing to start this tournament off. You expect them to be good going into this. They're even just a little bit better than that.
On an individual basis, we're looking at this MIBR team and we're blown away. First it was Jelly, stepped up on Pearl in a big way. Then we got to see a little bit more of what SRN was capable of. And Smurfette, on the GX side, wants to take these fights with that Neon, wants to get in the face, but there's no breach to play off that with. You're obviously on the KO and the Sober setup. So yeah, you can get that information, but supplementing the fast hits was a big ask for GX.
And genuinely, despite the score on this map, that should have been a much closer game. I do still want to give credit to GX where it is due. They played a number of great rounds. MIBR today were simply unstoppable.
And again, our people who weren't aware of this team, wondering where Liquid was, now know that Brazil are bringing a powerhouse team to this Game Changers Championship. And again, a lot of EMEA slots. Giant X have also come a huge way across the course of this year, but wow, ending the series of the 13-4, that is decisive.
And just thinking back to map 1, how good MIBR were on that attack half, how they were working the map on Pearl, just coming back into the map pool, didn't know what to expect from either team on that map, and both certainly had their impressive moments. And then we head to Sunset where, look, map highlights, we're about to see the MIBR highlight reel. We're about to see Bish on those anchors just multi-kill after multi-kill. This moment from SRN, they're down a player, let's do something proactive.
They're supposed to lose that round.
Yeah, good idea for a proactive play. Kill 4 people on your own.
This is
great
idea. This is the multi-kill where Smurfette looks like she's about to unravel everything.
Again, it's these moments on the map where GX, they find an advantage, they do something so right, and then somehow MIBR, they just do something even better. And usually, it was getting multi-kills. I can't believe how good this team is on that mechanical level.
The kind of game where the vibes are so important because a lot of rounds back-to-back, really frustrating for GX to have to play through these. Even this round, Jelly takes herself down with that molly and still Jubish is able to salvage, find 3 kills and set up MIBR for a successful retake. Let's head down to the stage with Victoria and a Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this jelly? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jelly, it's your first championships, right? It's also your first match on the big stage. How do you feel?
Honestly, it was a little overwhelming at first with when we were agent selecting, everyone was cheering and stuff. You could hear it in the mics and the background. It was really, really cool. And honestly, I whiffed a lot. So I'm gonna blame my anxiety on this first match, but it was really cool and I'm so glad to be here.
That was you whiffing? Because you still got a lot of shots, especially when you're playing Sky. That was incredible. In fact, your whole team looks so incredible. What is it about your team dynamic that works so well?
I think we have everyone has a really strong well, mechanically, everyone is absolutely amazing, but everyone in the team has their own role, which fits perfectly. Let's say SRN. You just put SRN to kill, they're gonna go kill. I try to be my best initiator, best info for my team, and also try to keep the morale up. And like everyone else, Sayuri is the best IGL I've ever met. She's amazing. Jubes, you saw what you saw what she did in the Sunset. She holds her own, and Melissa is also a clutcher, and she will turn disadvantages into advantages really fast. It's everyone together makes a great team.
And you guys are actually so well coordinated. You're saying everyone's doing their role, but you're actually really coordinated. I'm really curious what your comms are like because you play so fast, but at the same time, I see you guys meditating before the match starts. So what are the comms like?
Especially during gunfights, it gets kind of agitated. I myself don't communicate a lot sometimes when I'm taking gunfights or anything like that. But it gets pretty, oh, what do you say it? I forgot the name. It gets kind of noisy.
Chaotic?
Yeah, chaotic, exactly. It gets kind of chaotic during some rounds. But we also try our best to keep our anxiety down, everything down by meditating. We also do, if you're feeling agitated and stuff, you just breathe in and out just for a few minutes. So we try to be a lot more coordinated and quiet, but it gets chaotic sometimes, so it happens.
You were saying you got a little silly in game 2.
Yeah, I got a little silly too.
Okay, now you only have one rep from Brazil. What do you want the world to know about Brazilian Valorant? Because you guys are the ones representing.
I guess Brazilian Valorant is going to surprise everyone in this championship. Last year, and well, the 2 years before, Team Liquid did amazing runs throughout the championship, and we're here to step that up, even win for Brazil.
All right, well, Brazilians, you heard it. Oh, we got fans over here. Okay, who are you looking forward to facing the most? Because you're gonna get a couple days break.
Well, one of the teams I really want to face is going to be G2. And honestly, I really want to beat Shopify because I didn't have a chance, but when they were in Brazil, we scrimmed. I felt good about if I could play them and stuff, so individually I really want to play Shopify.
And what has it been like being here at your first championships in person? You're meeting all these other players from other regions. Have you made friends? What's it been like?
It's been amazing and also so welcoming. because, well, I've only known basically Brazilian community, basically, and also getting to meet new players, completely new teams, and play against new teams has been really cool. And I'm excited to have more of that, to play more.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to see more of all of you here. Everyone, give it up for Jelly and MIBR. Congratulations on the win today. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, it's G2 versus Visa Crew Blaze, and you won't want to miss this. So see you then.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So, you want to work in esports? Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. Better.
Step 2, apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy, a program created in partnership with G2 designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who'll explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Selected participants will have access to live lectures and insights you won't find anywhere else.
And even the opportunity to travel to the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational and Valorant Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yep.
Thank you, MasterCard.
So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Can anyone apply?
No, you can't apply.
Angels descend, no mortal could prevent what's hellbound and heaven sent. Could they now? But who are they to think to stand out in our way amidst destruction and decay? Anyway. At the very least, we are not plagued with some disease where our conscious fights release. Are we now? So in lieu of love, the thunder rains out from above, and so with it do what does anyway. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You wouldn't know me. You know me.
welcome back once again to day 2 of Game Changers Championship 2024 and our second match of the day. It is going to be G2 Gozen versus Visa Crew Blaze. I'm your host Yungsu and I'm here with one of the best analysts in the game. She's turning up time and time again. The person that is never wrong here on the couch is Kukuka and Tom.
Twice in a day.
I mean, it's good. You know, I think it's still a downgrade from World Champion Potter, but, you know, I'm very happy to be here. Finally, we get.
Sorry, I won't be here for the next game, so you're good.
And nor would I. We can cry together.
Yeah, it's just going to be me for the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you guys want to expand your friend circle, because, you know, we're old friends. We're all friends here on the couch. It is a perfect time to join the community for GCC. Scan the QR code on your screen and join the LFG Discord. And if you want to join the Valorant server as well, which is exclusively for women and non-binary gamers, we've got a QR code for that too. You got plenty of options. Yeah. You guys scanning the QR code? Get in there.
I can scan one of them.
Yep. I think I can get it. Oh, never mind.
Oh, you have enough friends already, Tom. You don't need.
Yeah, I've got loads of friends.
You don't
I think
need
you have
more
at
friends.
least 6.
Oh, no, minimum. The bare minimum. But let's get into our next matchup and talk about G2 Gozen. I am so excited for this, of course. They are the 2022 champs, and Kukuka returning to the stage with a different roster and potentially becoming the first 2-timer.
Yeah, exactly. And this year has been already different for them, right? We always saw them qualifying on points, and this time around, they managed to win all 3 of the stages back in EMEA. So we expect a great performance, and I think everybody has their eyes on what G2 Gozen is going to be able to do this tournament.
Yeah, and I think the meaning of that is, you always look at that Mimi and Petra duo. You always look at those two as like, if they are on a team, it doesn't matter who they pick up, you go, oh, there's something there. Like, I know this team is going to be good. It doesn't matter if the stats are against it. It doesn't matter if you even go, I've seen this person play on 2 other teams, it wasn't that good. If they are in that team, you go, okay, they're going to get to champs, and maybe they'll win it.
And this is the thing, they've had, you know, different players coming in and out of this roster over the years, and these two have always gotten the best out of their teammates. You know, they're still consistent, their teammates are looking great as well, and they must be the longest standing duo we have in the game. They've just been here for so long.
I think I tweeted it the other day. I think I've been casting at least Mimi for 8 years.
Oof!
8 years.
Damn,
like,
Tom, you're old.
I'm old. She's a lot younger than me, but even still, she's been playing this game since what? Like probably the same age Mary was when she started playing. They are a duo that have been around for an incredibly long time. They used to be against each other, but now have been a duo, yeah, it must be like 6 years plus.
But it was like meant to be. Also, you see their friendship on social media all the time. We get to see it on stage, and it's that kind of synergy that we love. And also, they learned a lot and they've evolved a lot. They both went through the process of becoming IGLs of this team, making it grow in different scenarios. And that is, there's always a new frontier for G2 Gozen, and that's what keeps bringing them here.
And they've won a lot as well. This graphic, it shows how many events they've won, but it doesn't show you how many out of, you know. 8, it might sound like, oh yeah, 8 is a lot, but it's like 8 out of 10. There's only like 1 or 2 they haven't won, which is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And for them right now, coming back here where they got their first GCC, well, the first and one trophy for Game Changers, especially with that happened last year, not even making it into that top 2. Yeah, I mean, top 3 is still very good. But when you're G2 Gozen, you expect to make it to the final. You expect to be the 2-timer. And probably, you know, they have the chance to change that fate this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that there's only 2 teams most people are talking about in this brawl. The other one is playing up next, but realistically, G2 are not going to be happy with 2nd place.
This is the thing, though. Even all the other players, you heard it there from Jelly. Who do you want to play against? G2. You know, they all want a shot at G2 for a reason. And our featured matchup today is going to be between ResQ and Dodds. What a head-to-head that is going to be. And earlier, Victoria had a chance to catch up with both of them.
Hello, Victoria here. I'm with ResQ and Dodds. Now, I'm going to start with you first, ResQ. When we interviewed you a couple of times, the first time in EMEA, at your full power, you said you were about 70%. Then later in Istanbul, you said you were 90%. So where are we at now?
I think there is no percentage of how good you can become. You just get better and better every time. And it's all about how much you can give your all to the team.
All right, because better and better, more than 90%. We're getting close to 100 now. Now, have you seen Dodds play yet? And how do you think you're going to match up against Dodds at whatever percentage you are now?
Yeah, I saw her play yesterday. She was pretty good. And I'm just looking for a good match. Let's all have fun.
All right. Now, Dodds, you are a fresh face here in Game Changers, and we're here for good vibes in this competition, but it's still a competition. So between the two of you, who's the better duelist?
Entonces, Dots, eres como una cara nueva acá en la competencia. Todo es buena vibra y todo así, pero de todas maneras es una competición. ¿Cómo te ves en este matchup contra Rescue?
Honestamente, eu não assisti muito bem os times das outras regiões jogarem, então não tenho muito como falar, mas eu tô bem confiante em mim mesmo e eu acho que, pra mim, eu sou a melhor.
Honestly, I didn't see many teams from other regions playing, but I trust a lot in myself, so I believe I'm better.
Oh, wait. Do you have a response to that, Rescue?
I mean, we're only gonna find out who's better at the stage.
Oh, well, I cannot wait to find out. Thank you so much, ladies. Back to you guys.
Going to be a crazy matchup between these two players. We've seen Dodds already, so let's talk about Rescue, because when Rescue first joined this team, there were some question marks. There were some, opinions about whether she can level up and be good enough to be part of G2 Gozen, and I think all of those questions have been answered this year.
Yeah, and it's not only about the attitude that we just saw in the interview. She feels very comfortable in her own skin, and I think it goes back to something that you were mentioning, Sue. Most of the players, if not all of the players that join this G2 roster get exponentially better. There is not a better area, a better environment to grow up as a player than in an environment like this.
Yeah, I think either they create the best environment of every team, or they have the best scouting of anyone ever. It's like, oh, I'm playing a ranked game. She looks pretty good at the game. And I've sort of brought up these stats from previous teams, because I will say, okay, at times Rescue was playing Initiator, I think even a bit of Sentinel here and there, but the stats are truly ridiculous. Like, you're talking about a player going from 158 CS to 190-ish to 292. And also, that means that G2 looked at that player playing Initiator with below 200 ACS and went, that's our star duelist. It's like, what?
You're forgetting about something. It's just a Turkish powerhouse.
I was going to say,
come on,
she's
everybody.
Turkish.
There's a lot of Turkish players with better stats than that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're G2 Gozen, you can take. And also, I feel like, especially if they trialed her and they saw that kind of attitude, that kind of recklessness.
Very
G2
alpha.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
this is like,
G2.
we can work with this.
Yeah, super G2. And this is the thing. We talk about, a Turkish talent. I mean, they yoinked Vanya already. They were like, we take Vanya from here. We see something in Rescue. We're going to build her up to be the best duelist in EMEA. But I want to ask you guys, because obviously Rescue is going to say she's better than Dodds. Dodds is going to have confidence in herself. Who is better in this matchup? Who do you guys think will be able to come out on top?
The thing is, I think G2 pound for pound are better across the board. I think the head-to-head of them two is going to be really interesting. I think it could be close, but I don't think it will matter. I think G2 will win.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that happening. We see the confidence, and of course, they have a very good record. They feel very comfortable in their own skin, and especially when they're playing this kind of officials. This is the kind of team that is always like, please, can we have Lance? We just want to see our opponents on the other side of the stage, and their support system can be better. But actually, if we think about yesterday and the way that the Visa Place was playing, Dodds was the star in so many of the rounds that they were getting. Not only like getting the 4 kills, the way that she was entering the sides, even though G2 Gozen can set up Rescue for amazing plays, I feel like Dodds can be the kind of player that even if she isolates herself, she is comfortable in taking those kind of risk plays.
Make a difference, she's going to definitely make a difference. But we're talking about G2. I feel like this is the test. This is the how good are you really? And are we going to see numbers like this from her against G2?
I mean, it's going to be complicated, right? Also, we need to wait to see what the maps are going to be like. But if she's able to have the same performance as she was yesterday, even if they lose, she could be very happy with her performance overall.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios exactly that. It's like, maybe Dodds can have those numbers, but are they sacrificing too much to do that? That's my only worry, because I know, like, Vanya is self-sufficient. Like, you don't need someone else being like, oh, Vanya, here's a flash, here's a bit. She's going to get 250 ACS minimum every single game. So then when you have that, plus Rescue, plus Amy, who best Sentinel in EMEA, like, you kind of start to run out of places where, okay, can we match everyone else? Even if you match Rescue, you probably still don't win.
It's like being the 4th best player on G2 is like the best player in EMEA.
It's
you're
the
definitely
layers,
top
right?
10 minimum.
But it's the layers, as I was saying on that bind, where we're seeing the replays right now, and even if you take down one of the G2 players, the next one is going to be just as good. So the challenge doesn't get any easier.
Yeah, let's talk about Vanya for a second, because
Yes.
some people will be familiar, you know, the fans that have seen her at Champs also last year will know what Vanya can do, but for the ones that haven't seen Vanya on G2, describe it to me. What can they expect?
If you think that Rescue in that interview was a badass, you have not seen Vanya. Like, her attitude on stage, her aura is completely different. She took BBL and elevated it to a different stage. Her confidence in the calls that she was making back then, and when you see her on stage, off the stage, when she's playing online, there was also not a better fit for her for this year.
She is genuinely someone I feel like you could, like, she's very nice, but you could fit out of game. Like, it's someone who is like, you know that she is set on a goal, and that is victory in every single game. And I think that was one of the players that, well, just look at what G2 goes and did. They went, okay, this player can beat us. We are having that player in our team, and now there is no one who's even come close.
True. And also, we have to remember that she was an IGL. You know, we talked about Mitch yesterday has some strong words about the IGLs that aren't, you know, as ebbed in the fragging department. No, we can't do that.
I love all IGLs.
Good. Me too. Not biased. But Vanya, she was the IGL, and they brought her over onto G2 to not IGL. So it's kind of like you freed her from that responsibility to be even better.
Yeah, but even if you freed her of that responsibility, you know that her calls are going always to be on point. And if you have to have her as a strongholder, as we're going to see in many of these instances, you can be 100% confident that she doesn't need any kind of micromanagement. Even, I feel like even from day one, the work that they had to put on to make her a better player, let's say, has to be minimum. So it's already, you know, you can focus and on something else, and maybe that's why Rescue has such a good year.
Yeah, well, she has fantastic support util as well, and you know that a lot of it is reactionary. Like, it's not someone going, okay, 3, 2, what? No, it's just her going, okay, that's the timing I need to do this, and it's there every single time. So there was a case of, you're looking at Rescue and Vanya as players. Rescue was brought in as someone who you're going to elevate to a better level. Vanya was brought in to elevate them to a better level, because she was
already there.
She is the perfect package. She was the best player in EMEA before she joined the team. She still is.
I actually agree. I agree. The crazy thing is, you know, we talk about the players that have always been at GC Champs. They've made it every single year. We got some of them on the side of Crew and G2 as well. But Kukuka, how have they just dodged each other this whole time?
It is crazy, right? 4 out of the 6 players, as we were talking about yesterday, that have been in every Game Changers Championship are here in this matchup. But as you're saying, this is the first time that we're getting a G2 Gosen versus Crew. It's very... it's weird to see that
it's been a long time coming. Yeah,
it's been a long time coming. Vanya has that experience because she did play against Crew last year. But that is all. I feel like there is going to be a lot of like information, and probably they have some prags that played against each other, but nothing on officials. This is going to be a first timer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those matchups that experience will definitely shine through for players like Dodds, who maybe hasn't played against players this level. That just having people who have will definitely help in an experience gap. But I also think yesterday, at least from what I saw from players like Romy, she was insane. Like, the Sheriff players, I've already put her as the best, but I am a little bit nervous about that, as she will be going up against Amy, who's also very good with the Sheriff. But I think that this team in general showed that they can weather some of the storm, they can pull out some explosive rounds, and I do think they'll need it today.
Here's the thing, that we talk about leveling up. We talk about how Rescue, you know, warmed up into this to the player that she is today. And it feels like for Romy and Cornet, they've been warming up for 3 years, trying to get further and further every single time they come back here. And Tom, they finally won an opening game. They weren't able to do that before. So how much have they leveled up, and can they go further than this?
It's very difficult because you look at the opening games that they had before, and I think they were tougher. Like, I think Zeta definitely came in as one of the weakest teams in this tournament. They got blitzed in their own region in the final, and then came into that match, and they had their moments. Don't get me wrong, I think they're very well structured, but in terms of firepower, I think they are right near the bottom of the table. G2 are not in that same regard. So for me, this is the opening match. Like, this is where I go, okay, are Visa Crew Blaze going to be a team that can compete, or are they going to be, okay, maybe they can get like a top 4, maybe they can squeeze in at the this tournament and improve, but not jump like maybe an MIBR who are going to come in as a first tournament and probably be competitive.
it's a good start. And also, if we think about the other two results that they had on the previous years, the first one was against Cloud9. That is now, you know, with Mel and Alexis.
Yeah.
Do not get mistaken about what that team was. And the other one was BBL, where Vanya was. I want this to be a turning point for them. I want them to have that confidence of, we can do this also in a 2-0 fashion in your opening game. Let's try and get some momentum going off of that. Yes, your next opponent, first seed of EMEA, but again, you're here to be the best, and for that you have to be the best.
I mean, we've seen it right before, where the team that has a bit of a warm-up, they get a chance, they can actually get going a little bit faster. G2, they haven't played on this stage yet, so maybe they need a little bit of time.
They live down the road.
To warm up as well, but technically not. Well, the last time they played on specifically this stage, I guess, was, from Chance. I'm just trying to let me cope, even though I voted for G2.
Where does Mimi live? Sorry, just wondering.
I actually do know where she lives.
I do know where she lives.
In Berlin.
She lives in, do you know what? She lives in the same building as Durka. So like the aura in that building.
Too
just
much
like
information.
The
Too much
fragging
information.
potential you get
And the
in that
address is?
building.
No, I'm good.
No.
Tom, that's weird.
Durka.
That's weird, Tom. That is weird.
We're twins. I need to know.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually,
if you're twins and you don't know.
You won't tell me.
I've never seen you and Sassy in the same room either, to be fair. So
We have a picture of me, him, and Sideshow at events.
But I feel like the other ongoing conversation is the map changes, right? You've seen some teams, they are straight in there capitalizing on Pearl, on Split. What does this mean for G2?
So for G2, there's the two sides of the coin, right? Oh, loving this graphic. Very good timing. So it's good to see that Pearl specifically is back, is Split as well. And on the other side, thinking about the maps that are gone, they love the Lotus with the Deadlock. We've seen so much of them, and they love to pick the map. On the other side, for Icebox, is not a map that they've been very comfortable in, and they've been banning a lot. So you have the two sides of, yes, we would have loved to keep playing the Lotus, but you know, if we're losing Icebox, I think everybody's happy with that change.
I like Icebox, yeah.
I wonder why.
I do, yeah.
No, I think that, in all honesty, for the G2 side, it is sort of much of a muchness. Like, you always expect them to be good at whatever map is in the pool. Like, you kind of look at them and go, okay, this team is going to have probably 6 maps every single time. If there's one they don't want to play, which is probably Ascent, when probably not going to see that in this pool at all either, because I don't think Crew will want to play it. So I think that this matchup actually comes out quite nicely for them, and they've always been very good at developing new maps. And with Leader at the helm, I've been super impressed, even with just his dynamic like pauses. Like, whenever he took pauses in their matches, they were always highly impactful. I think they will be incredibly well prepped no matter what.
Here's the question though, very quickly. If we do see the Pearl, we want a Reyna? We want a Yoru? Do we want to run it back Giuliano style?
I mean, if we see the Pearl, for Giuliano has to happen.
Yeah.
You know? Yes.
We like that.
Hey, you know, Petra's played Arena in the past. You never know.
There we go.
The thing is, they are favorites in this one, that they may just opt to like try and boom their opponent.
Well, we'll see in just a moment. Here it is. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams. Here's G2 Gozen and Visa Crew Blaze. Everybody wants to go up against G2 Gozen for a reason. Crew, they were great yesterday. I can't wait to see what they're going to do today against this team.
Yeah, exactly. And let's jump straight into the map. Vito Crew banning the Split again, and G2's gonna ban Bind. a map that they've picked so many times and felt comfortable, probably as a result of the changes that they saw from Crew yesterday with the Neon and the Yoru not wanting to face, or probably thinking about their opponents later in the tournament.
Yeah, if we go back to comps played by either of these teams, we're looking like we're getting mirror matchups for at least the first couple. Abyss, though, if we get there, that's going to be interesting. That is a map that not only hasn't been played recently, hasn't been played at all by Visa Crew players, so that will be completely new. And honestly, I don't mind it. Like, you're coming up against a tough opposition, pull out a surprise. The only thing is you do have to get there first.
And speaking about surprises, all these 3 maps, and it's nothing like we saw yesterday, right? The 2 maps that Crew played yesterday were different, so it could be an unknown territory.
Yeah.
We saw some of the changes, but the changes could be on both of their sides. And the plan for G2 is always immaculate.
Yeah, and I do like the kind of veto dodging, leaving Ascent to the second round of bans as well. There's a lot of mind games going on, but do you think it could be a good thing for Crew to play maps they didn't play yesterday? Because G2, you know, if they were doing some recon, maybe it wouldn't be able to come into play today.
I mean, thinking about the recon, and also G2 Gozen has decided to start on the defense here, because both of the teams rely a lot on that utility that, Tom, you were mentioning for the side of Vanya, on the retakes time after time. So probably that's what they decided to start on the defense, just to water a bit, and especially if there's a change in the composition, for you to have time to read how Visa Crew Blaze was coming into the match.
Yeah, we've got a Neon head-to-head and a Michaela head-to-head as well. I'm super excited to see those sort of like breaches up against each other.
Isn't Mimi's handle Mimi Michaela?
It's her name. But that's going to be an exciting one, because I feel like the setup's going to be super important for Rescue and Dodds. I think Dodds needs to be flying on this attack side.
And again, Tom, something that you also mentioned, the head-to-head between Amy and Romy, especially on that C side, has been so important in this tournament.
And of course, both teams, they haven't lost a series in a long, long time. One of the win streaks will be coming to an end, and it's time to throw this over to your casters. It's the GOAT's Pots and Pans.
Yeah, that name is getting some traction out here. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking
I like
to
the
brand.
Panther.
Panther's pretty solid.
Panther's good.
It's pretty. Look, we got some workshopping to do, but we have an incredible game, right? You look at this, G2 are always going to be deemed as one of those heavy hitters, right? Some of the legends in just gaming in general in that squad, they are terrifying. Crew, though, are no slouches. They looked deadly yesterday. They could certainly do damage. What about you, Christine? Where's your mind going looking at this matchup?
I'm so excited, Lauren. It's got to be, I'm just shadowing exactly what you said. G2, they've had such an easy road over in EU. This should be a great challenge. I got to shadow what Tom said as well. We're looking straight at Dodds on this attack side. She's got to have an explosive start. And with Michaela in her back pocket, the pocket breach to just allow her to get whatever space she wants. Looking at this set piece, this opening pistol for Crew side here.
So all eyes turn on Dodds. Incredible performance before, but look at that Paranoia's timing. Instantly going to stop the progress. Burns a little bit. The util has to go in a little bit trickier, but beautiful from Dodds. Great footwork to take down Mimi, but it's not without at least a casualty on the other side. Michaela has fallen. So now it's not, you know, completely safe, but they've secured a portion of this B side. But they could still pivot through towards A.
Yeah, the great read coming through here from the IGL on the Crew side of things. Found the gap and quickly gonna make their way towards this A side, and Dodds is on the move. She has not slowed down here, Lauren. That's gonna give the side of Crew a lot of information. They should be able to set up in these posts. Not a lot of utility, though, to stop this retake coming through.
Yeah, I'm eyeing up Petra, who's got the dart there. We still have Rescue with a fair bit of util. 2 smokes with Vanya. On the other side, it is starting to look a little bit lighter on the util, right? They burn a lot of it getting towards B, but Kinnear waiting. It's Dodds. It's all of them. Line him up. G2 looking a little late to the party here, and Petra last to fall before she does. That's the perfect start for Crew. Again, the ability to mid-round out of that B, just to pivot their ideas over towards A, and it was just open for the taking.
Yeah, and it was that pause, right? As soon as they got that quick trade with Dodds, breaking the ankles to just open things up at that front B. But that pause, where they collected themselves, talked to each other, and stuck together in a group. On pistol round, it's so important for teams to do that. So Crew are rewarded, and they're able to get that round on the board. This should be a clean anti-eco for Crew. You can see that they're grouped here towards this C. Probably just want to collect this orb, keep things nice and clean. And for the side of G2, they've gone for a gamble stack. All 5 members trying to see if they can wipe anybody out. But look at this Crew. They want to go sniffing a little bit deeper. That dart's gonna reveal a lot here. Just an empty sight.
And kind of taking into account how this has begun, they've got to be feeling good about these reads, their mid-rounding. There's a lot of really good indicators early here for Visa Crew Blaze. They've got to be so happy about this. And for G2, I mean, it was a gamble stack, right? You're just hoping for the best. You've made an educated guess. Didn't work out this time, but maybe they could cause a little bit of damage. But you're seeing the info for Romy here. This is fantastic. Spots no one going up towards long, so everyone can focus that nice little crossfire towards Garage. But that's assuming that G2 even go for it. They might just sit and wait for that spike to go off and try and deny as many orbs as possible.
Yeah, there's not too many surprises here with the mirror comps coming through. That's worth, though. Vanya finds one with the classic. G2, they just want to die to this spike. They don't want to give any of those ult orbs away. Crew already collected that orb early to start, so nice and clean. This is textbook round for G2.
Beautifully done. This is all good. These are ticks in the box, because I get worried when I see a game with if G2 goes in it, there's a lot of kind of that overdog aspect. They are very hard to handle at LAN. They get better at LANs. They don't get those jitters. But to see Visa Crew Blaze already come out, look very stable, good decision-making, very quick calling on this. It looks like it's all indicating that we're going to have a good game here.
That quick calling better come into action here on this bonus. You can see it's looking really similar to their pistol round.
Damn, like look at the buy that they have here.
Good weaponry. That rifle on Dodd's hands is going to mean a lot. Quickly trying to get this mid control once again.
Standing ahead.
Nice start lineup and a flash combo as well.
Yeah, set into motion, instantly going to take over that garage space. Broken some of the util that Amy put down earlier. So again, this is just a nice indicator early, super early. And it's going to keep Amy's eyes completely locked in towards garage. You can see them trying to check back towards long, noting the player is starting to feel like maybe a C split as they've got Dodds dedicated towards garage, but maybe going to lose track of that to an extent, wondering, are they still there? Did they fall away? What's happened to this? Now, contact towards long is really throwing off the picture here. Visa Crew Blaze now having attention across the map. I like the re-exploration from Rescue, maybe just trying to hold down towards sewers, is keeping some info going, but it still looks like Visa Crew Blaze are heading towards that C side.
Petra should not have gone down there. Vanya finding a nice equalizer. Rescue has a lot of information. She knows that the breach is lurking around. The spike, it's stuck towards long C. Cubby though, Amy, she's all alone.
But where's the rest of the team? Biazi, I thought they'd try and gap close on that with that crunch through from CT, but now the timing's a little offset here. Romy and Biazi have to try and work this one up here. Amy on that deeper off angle, gonna make it very difficult to safely enter towards the site. As Romy now feels like a formality. G2 not falling for that push and pull across the map. I like the start from Visa Crew Blaze, but they lost out on that, I guess, site take at the end.
They did, and G2 are really counting their lucky stars there. I mean, you saw the drone coming in from Biazik. It totally pushed Dodds off that deep line, and so rather Rescue, putting Petra in a pickle, but able to convert a 4v5 man deficit. So huge defense coming here for G2, and it all came down to that crossfire, right? Between Mimi and Amy, just holding down the fort. This time, Crew, they're starting their luck towards this A main. They want this A lobby control and a great set piece for Dodds.
This is getting so scary though for Dodds. Does she get any sort of assistance? Not really. The stun. They're being really held back here. They are willing to brawl, but at some point they have to break away. They can't keep fighting out on long here. Petra probably a little aware of that last round as well. Doesn't want to overdo her hand. And a double stack towards Garage. It seems that they're aware that it looks like Visa Crew Blaze are trying to insert these players as best they can. Not getting their way towards long though.
Oh, close for Romy. And that double stack, you're right. Romy, she's not careful. She's in for a world of hurt.
This late ball down. The angle not good. That was rough. Rescue does the best she could. Gonna find two, but it is answered back. So I guess at the end of the day, they're gonna be able to go towards that A site if they want to, with Near on the carpet rolled out, right? It looks a little bit comfortable. Mimi is here, but I like this
huge
proactive
information.
work.
Yeah, that camera's just gonna catch the flank coming through. Mimi's all on her lonesome though. The dart doesn't ping.
Okay, but the paranoia is still there. Still so diligent. That's wild that got sent in.
Yeah, I can't believe they blinded when that dart didn't ping, but Crew getting the read. This is going to be a really tough 2v3. At least Vanya, though, has the blind in her back pocket. If Amy can use this cage, isolate one of the angles, and they just 2v1 one of these fights.
Okay, it's go time, right? Opted to paranoia over towards Graffiti, outdoing it, and now down to the 1v1. Romy against Amy, and it is the Cypher diff for Amy. G2 getting close at the end there, getting right down to the wire, but they tip the scales over, and they do get the defuse, tying this series up to a piece.
Yeah, and just working with scraps as well. G2 impressive 2v3 retake to make that one work. And Vanya's been a token of topic of discussion all year long. But my goodness, just in the nick of time, finding that audible, sending that blind towards that graffiti. Beautiful moves for G2. And look at the money now, crew. They've stabilized. Rather, G2 have stabilized.
Seeing the outlaw. I'm seeing the outlaw and I get scared because that is a whole lot of light shields on the other side. Does Rescue get to farm now? That could be ult locked in. That could be wonderful. But do they even decide to go towards that C side of the map?
Yeah, Spike is on the back of Rescue here. You can tell they want to really just get the Spike down on this front B side. Maybe bait out some sort of ultimate. There's the blind.
But I'm looking at this push on C long. This is lovely Rescue. It's so dangerous though. You know, it feels like a one and done, but maybe she could do more. Paranoia does not connect, but Rescue does. And now suddenly that C side doesn't feel comfortable. You don't have the security of long. You don't have CT safe. They only have the site and garage. And keep in mind what they're working with. Sheriffs, Guardians, Buckies. It ain't pretty. And G2 want that site back. Crew gets swept away. And they're going to try and do some damage if they can, but that push down C-Long was just heaven sent. Romy, it's a formality as Petra shuts it out.
Wow, the crossfires, the perimeter, everything being secured here for G2. All the crossfires holding strong and the utility as well. What a response coming out here for G2. And it all was off the back of that quick move from Crew, right? Dodds really tried to bait out all that attention towards that front B. They pivoted quickly towards Garage, and they did have success before getting into that C site, but the anchor and Amy just stepping up huge here. And once again, Crew, they want to stabilize and get this A main control, make Petra really uncomfortable, maybe burn out her drone a lot earlier in the round, make her use her dart so they're lacking the info. Only Petra. She does have that Cypher utility to help her out here, though.
Yeah, but the site is feeling so smothered here. You can already see it. Look at the util. The Petra stayed alive until then. Dodds clears it. Maybe pinged out, not sure, but it looked like just that paranoia stopped any sort of work forward for Petra. But I want to talk about the security of the site, and it looks good. Smokes are in play. No one's going to make a quick play off this. Mimi's still got a bit of utility and a long time for that stun to come back up, though.
Look at Rescue setting up in that heaven. She wants to flood out of this spawn. They want to have a quick retake here off the back of Neon.
It's go time. We're looking at it. How much can Rescue do? Not enough. It's Amy trying to follow it up, but the trades go back and forth, but it's Mimi left in a 1v3. Cleared up. Visa, Crew, Blaze secure that post plant very well.
Very, very well. Much cleaner than the last one. Ping-ponging off of each other's aggro really well, and that is hard to handle when you've got a Neon flying out of heaven off the back of their util. So well played here for Crew to convert their attack post. And the money is not in the best shape, but Crew, that conversion is going to mean a lot for the momentum going into this 8th round. Dodds with that Neon ult in her back pocket. Cool thing about Neon on this map is once you get going, you run out of that gas, you can pop that ultimate in that mid round and just double down on that speed. So we'll see what Dodds does with that ult.
But just like looking at this, you've got the 4-play stack towards A, right? G2 doing that as well with the operator over on that side, and then just leaving incredibly passive Amy on the other side. This looks purely made for a retake, right?
Yeah,
if they go A, if they're not coming A, we're just gonna sit back. They can take the site and we'll just play retakes and we'll have to try and play off the back. They've got some nice ults for it too, so I guess they could work towards that.
For sure. They're definitely confident in their retake protocols. Petra with that Huntress Fury. Rescue has that up, but we already mentioned the fingers in her back pocket. I'm sure that as soon as Petra procs that Huntress Fury, it's game time.
Yeah, this really gets a little bit dangerous. Oh, I love this proactive ult spawn, trying to get in their face. Dodds only gets one, though. Rescue goes down. That does remove their ult, but they got to get a move on now. Petra gonna find Romy, and now suddenly it's the 3 players on the side. Visa Crew plays getting really squeezed here. Biazika is going to be falling back towards the side, but it's Michaela keeping them secure. But Petra again, she's not letting them lose these rounds. She is the final boss. They're not getting past.
Yeah, going to pick up and collect that operator to put back in the hands of Rescue, and you can see exactly why G2 were okay, fully trusting Amy to hold down the fort in that 4-1 setup, but Their retake protocol is coming out strong here. And not only have we seen them win a 2v3 retake, but we've seen them win that 4v4 at A, and now a full-on 5v5 retake towards C. Good news for Crew, though, is they don't have those big ults in that Hunter's Fury to activate them in that flood. So for Crew, with that Rolling Thunder in the back pocket of Michaela, this post plant should be a little bit easier if they're able to get the spike down in this 8th round.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at Rescue with that operator now on the angle. Tag, no frag dodge, still standing, and Petra gonna take her down. Rescue gets out of there. That's huge damage again, blunting the tip of the spear that Visa Crew Blaze would have loved to use to get towards these sites. Denies so many options now. So they have to reset from this, and you're already looking at Konir as well, taking a big bit of damage there too.
Michaela's trying to decide whether she wants to use this ult to get into the site or potentially use it in the post. Romi's gonna go sniffing towards front B, hopefully draw out one of these defenders from A, create a gap for themselves.
Trying to be tricky, but I'm waiting to see if anyone takes the bait, right? Does anyone actually rotate off this?
So disciplined.
Sitting a little bit deeper, but no one has to overreact. It's Mimi who's going to get first contact here, really. If they try and just contact up, it's not going to be good enough. No, absolutely not. Mimi so clean with it, and now Konir left on an island. Very little support on the way. Tricky predicament as Rescue was already in that deep off angle, sat down by Quad. Quick follow-up from via Zika. This is too controlled. They have too much of a read, it feels like. G2 goes in. I mean, there's a reason they're the overdogs here, Christine, and we're seeing it clear as day.
Yeah, and it's down to that perimeter once again, right? This is 3 rounds in a row for G2 now where they're hardly breaking a sweat, trusting in each other, holding the line, and just maintaining that crossfire. For Crew, they weren't able to find the picks that they were able to find in their 3-round wins. Dodds needs to be able to have a more successful opening to be able to get an advantage, whatever advantage they can.
And going for the timeout here, Visa Crew Blaze deciding to pump the brakes, and why not? You got to try and min-max what you've got here. But I think something that really stood out to me was the fact that they were trying to be so tricky to try and pull those rotations away from that A site in just that last round. And you saw Petra barely move a muscle. Full faith in Vanya on that B side. Yeah, maybe if Vanya feels the pressure, she can pull the rotate over. But they weren't falling for any of it. It's that discipline that G2 has that is really hard to shake.
Yes.
Because again, you'd at least noticed 2 players utility pushing towards that B site. Most teams would have reacted in some way. G2 are just like, they're not even going B, guys.
Years, Lauren, years of experience on the side of G2, and that's coming through strong here for sure. But it does take a lot of reps to build that kind of trust so that you're not overzealous and not trusting that the other side of the map is going to be maintained. So really, that discipline, it's a beautiful thing to see.
Because I think we roll our minds back to the Zeta game. Again, that was a masterclass from Visa Crew Blaze, and I think it'd be very easy for people to not maybe appreciate how good they are. We saw Dodds being a superstar in her own right, but there is that next level up, that next layer up, and I think they're hitting a bit of a ceiling here, but we wait and see. A good timeout can make a world of difference.
And hopefully it does this round. Petra, weak side, solo, 1-3-1 coming out here for G2, and look at the ultimates coming out here for Crew. They've still got the Rolling Thunder in their back pocket, and I think this Omen ult will allow Michaela to know whether she's going to want to use it to get into the site or whether they can use it for this post.
It's 1-3-1. Again, you've got so much faith in your players, right? For Amy, for Petra, the Aldrone's going to be a big indicator. Petra instantly going to fall back, probably because of the ult, right? You're sitting safe for it, you're going to let them burn all of this util up, because they have to. They still have to go through protocol list to take site cleanly. Does Dodds go further? It feels like a death trap, but a reward. A big reward for Dodds. Back-to-back impact. CT is controlled. Finally, a little offset. But a 3v5 is not impossible, it's just improbable.
Very improbable. The one way, even making sure that that's even more difficult of a task. Yeah, it seems like G2, they just want to potentially do some damage here and hold on to their weapons. This operator is too damn expensive. I was worried there on the hit there, Lauren, for Crew, because they had to use too much utility to get into the site. Generally, when that drone comes out that early in the round, it is a good indicator, a good tell that that side of the map is weak side. So, for Crew, using that blind so early, especially when we've seen so many retake protocols coming out here for G2, that's something that Crew's gonna want to keep in mind going into the next 3 rounds, is maybe having a skinnier hit so they can have some util in that post.
Yeah, bailed out by that really disruptive approach from Dodds to take that fight on CT. Because if that was a 5v5 retake, that's when you see that real pinch coming in from the lack of utility. When suddenly you're going, wait, G2 has everything still. Oh no. But as it stands, they're fine, right? They've broken the back of it. Maybe a little set piece call coming out from the coach there just to break the trend. Look at the forward. Look how it was running. It was very G2 favored at the start, really. You got that big chunk of rounds once we got into the buy. This has broken Visa Crew Blaze back into the game, right? An opportunity to build from this now, but consecutive rounds take a lot of work. And we've seen some very unique approaches from G2, maybe just to handle the ults. A little bit of info at the start there, but nothing massive. And it looks like a pretty standard approach. No massive attention towards long this time from Visa Crew Blaze, opting to try and build towards this B site here.
Yeah, that smoke that's placed down towards this long A here did cut off the line for Petra and for Rescue, so a little bit of nerves, maintaining that A, and now Mimi is under a lot of pressure.
The only one to really slip through is Dodds, however. The rest respecting the smoke, and the backfill is there. Mimi going to slip further forward, but doesn't land the shot. And Crew are cleaning up, controlling that B site. Dodds on patrol at the back as well, waiting for anyone to dare step through those smokes. Rescue, Petra, Amy. Again, these 3v5 post plants. This is getting very, very difficult. Look at the post plant setup as well. Super deep positioning, very prepared for it. Even Romy literally in spawn. Dodds is allowing no step further. I think Petra and Rescue, I mean, it's time to back away. Keep that up. Maybe just hold for maybe an exit or two, but that's the best you're going to get here. Is the option now to start seeing G2 be more proactive? Christine, what's your solution to seeing this now?
That is, I mean, it's all about trying to counter Konier right now. Konier is calling incredibly well. We saw them pressuring down towards that A main for the last several rounds. In this round, a quick misdirect with that fast B pressure.
Ooh, they clean up.
One step ahead, and that's going to be huge. That is going to mean a lot. 2 rounds now we've seen G2 trying to hold on to their weapons. Their money should be not in the healthiest state. After one more round, Crew have a really good chance to finish off the half here strong, 7-5.
No, that little consecutive back-to-back 9th and 10th round is just wondrous for them. And in such clean fashion, night and day almost, it feels like. Getting into post plants in a 5v3, it's so, yeah, exactly, be happy about it. You're allowed to be. Those are really, really rewarding. Probably tactical time out here for G2, right? Pump the brakes. Now, if you've just been hit with a couple of rounds like that, I want, you know, Evil Genius Potter coming out here. You've had a couple of big site hits, right? You said already that they're burning a lot of util early, but how do you keep yourself in a 5v5 rather than that 5v3? What's the plan here? Proactive, even more passive, where would you lean?
I don't think they need to be any more proactive. I think they just go back to what got them the first 5 rounds to begin with. It's that 3 strong A, leave Petra on her own, but start the round with 3 strong A, right? Okay. Send a statement in the beginning of the round and let the attackers know, hey, we're not gonna give this up for free, and keep each other guessing, right? Where did the fighters go? Did they leave A yet, or are they still on that A site? Once they are able to do that, then Rescue can rotate real freely, be very extra mobile, and G2, their retakes have been incredible, so they don't have to be so quick to the trigger to rotate. So I think just starting 3A, and it looks like that's what they're gonna do.
It's wild, it's almost like you know what you're talking about. It's crazy. But now though, yeah, spot on. Looking like they want to kind of re-establish that control there. And as a response, Crew obviously gets to kind of paint the board how they want to as well. So a little bit of adjustment here is that C take. Now, we're going to wait and see how this looks. We haven't really seen a pure C hit in a minute. And it's been those splits through Garage, that kind of pacier approach. This is very telling. Vanya, this is so audacious. Maybe a barrel spotted too. The wall goes, oh my god, it's gonna get weird. It's gonna get weird and messy. And Bunny's gonna lose her life for it. Amy trying to hold the line but falls. And once again, an advantageous situation for Visa Crew Blaze. Plant is in, but this time it's the 3-pack coming back into play. Petra, Mimi, and Rescue. Can they be the ones to challenge this?
Look how quickly Crew are just slipping out of the site. They want to fully secure this post. And for G2, they still have to guess. They have to wonder where they are set up. Romy's got the timing of the sentry.
Oh, the around the world now does get spotted. Petra, I think, just looked back for a glance and spotted Romy, but that's a nuisance, that's a problem. They have to clear sight fast and the time is ticking. Crew have util, they've got positions down long. This is near on impossible here. Only a shock dart really to play with. I mean, Mimi. Well, I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll keep my mouth shut. The ult is there if they need anything. Oh my god, Dodds and Romy. Take a deep breath. That got a little bit close. That got a little bit scary when it shouldn't get scary. My voice just went up 3 octaves. That's Ooh, it's all good. 3 in a row.
All
no
good, Lord.
sweat. You know, they're up around.
It was always Romy as that insurance plan with that B lurk. It did get dicey though, but Romy having that presence of mind, the awareness to slow down and just secure the round
So
was
good.
everything. I mean, Mimi right there, she was in a pickle. She didn't know which way to ult, right? Because she always knew that the rat was flanking on the back lines. But once again, Konir, I've got to give her credit. She's calling so well right now. For the past 4 rounds, she's been 1 step ahead of G2.
My ult is ready.
Oh no!
Petra, that's the second time she's
That
been
is
caught out
greedy.
here, and it feels unnecessary. Again, we were praising their composure, but ResQ with a clean shot.
Equalizer.
Takes away Kunir, and that's a smoke's gone. That's a pretty big pick to take, above a minute especially. Do they carry on this pathing towards A?
The push coming out here for Vanya should give a lot of information here for G2 that most of the enemies will be here on this side of the map. And you can see Mimi responding, reinforcing, and look at that Rolling Thunder in the back pocket.
I know exactly where you are.
I mean, that ain't bad. But there's no real secrets about this. The trip gets broken, so there's going to be paranoia about a flank, but you can already see where Vanya's pathing towards. But Dodds last time got them out of danger with a quick 2-pick up through CT, and maybe history repeats. Rescue's gone down, and Dodds is being so imposing. Mimi invents the ult, but Dodds still wins out. G2 falling like flies as Vanya, last one there, but last one to fall. Visa, Crew, Blaze turning back up here. You kind of thought maybe G2 had a grip on the game. Absolutely not. Those last 4 rounds made a world of difference to this side. Just looking back at these moments, Crew have to be over the moon with that half, so I am beyond impressed with what we saw. So do not go anywhere. We've got a little treat for you.
Oi, eu sou a Biazica, jogadora da Victory Blaze. Para primeiro jogo de estreia, né, acho que foi bom. A gente conseguiu fazer muitas coisas, mas acho que talvez o nervosismo, a ansiedade atrapalhou um pouco em alguns momentos. Mas foi porque foi a estreia. Acho que nos próximos já não vai ter mais essa pressão toda. Foi muito importante começar com a vitória, porque mostra que o nosso trabalho está sendo bem feito e que vai continuar a mesma confiança no resto do campeonato.
Zeta now, as the op repositions towards long this time, and we had that double setup showers again as well. Double face here! Oh my goodness!
Para ser campeão vai ter que ganhar de todo mundo, então para mim todo time é um time e o que for vir a gente vai jogar contra e vai amassar e acredito que vai ser um bom jogo. Mas nada de surpresas, eu acho. A gente é um time muito unido e a gente tem muito potencial individualmente. Ninguém vê muito isso na gente, mas a gente tá ali comendo pelas beiradas e tá tudo certo. Tamo junto.
She's honestly so nice.
Now focusing back on the game here, 5-7. Potter, this might be a little surprise to some people's eyes, right? You kind of, you put it in the hands of G2 overall, but this is a solid look from Visa Crew Blaze.
Solid for sure, and it's such a good thing for Dodds, especially on the side of Crew, to keep up that aggression and be able to convert 15 kills in that first half to start. And my goodness, in those posts, a lot of the times I was nervous for Crew, lacking that utility, but Dodds never slowed down, constantly pressing the issue, disrupting, and never allowing G2 to actually go through with those retake protocols that we kept complimenting in that first half. So huge for Crew, and I gotta see if Dodds is able to maintain this sort of form.
It's one thing to do it against Zeta, right? Still impressive. You're like, hey, okay, eyes on them. Let's see how well they do. It's a whole different kettle of fish to pull this off against G2. It takes a lot of respect and a lot of talent to be able to do it, but a 15-5, that's actually pretty nuts. Like, if we're going to compare it to ResQ, 7-8. Now again, defending side for ResQ, so let's wait and see how that kind of evens out, but credit where credit is due. But it's only halfway into map 1. We have all the maps coming up. This was the choice of Visa Crew Blaze here as well. Fighting missile trap, yeah, take that one back. Shock darts, not allowed them. But a very, I guess, bullish start towards that C site. Already going to have that eye down towards long. Not willing to challenge it, but I like this approach in middle. Look at this push down mid, but surely the cam being removed puts them on red alert, right?
Yeah, but they instantly broke it, and you're right. They're gonna have to burn a drone here all the way on G2's side of the map to even get hardly any information. Rescue, though, is able to use that distraction to try to gain space, and
Wow, my eyes are
interesting
down.
camera coming out here for Crew.
Yeah, this has been a real push and pull so far. G2 didn't like what they were seeing in middle, rightly so, and they went,
Oh,
"Yo,
no,
let's
that-
go see."
That delayed plant might ruin G2 here.
See if it costs them. 3 down towards long. The paranoia is really so.
Oh, good start!
That was so damn good. Mimi is going to be so furious, but Petra digging in on this round, but it's all down to Vanya. Visa Crew Blaze pick up where they left off. 3 alive, showing they can pull off these retakes just as well.
You give Crew an inch and they're gonna take a mile. I don't know what happened there to delay the plant, but in this day and age, with all the floods that the defenders are depending on, those few milliseconds that they lost not planting cost them everything in this pistol.
Oh, that reveal was so nice on the site. Just, again, starting off so well, right? Removing Mimi away instantly takes away so much, and maybe that post-plant utility they could have depended on a little bit. Frustration on the coaches' faces too. I don't blame them. This is not how you'd want to start here. This is stage debut, really, for G2 in this tournament. They've been waiting, watching the other teams. And now, they've got a real opponent. Visa Crew Blaze kick things off in the second half with the first round. Already Outlaw on deck. I mean, we've got clean classic, so it's not really the end of the world. We'll see what they approach with here. A plant a kill or 2 would be delightful, but you're going to have to temper your expectations.
G2 did get past the dart, but it don't matter. Dodds is just going to farm with that Guardian.
That's an ult nearby early, too. That's what scares me. Seeing a Neon ult nice and early. Woo!
Amy is able to collect the Guardian. And damage is the name of the game in this round now. Everything has shifted.
I have dropped the spike.
And Amy, early on in that first half, was such a fantastic anchor.
She's still leading the board as well for G2 overall, so...
I saw it.
Yeah,
I saw it
for a second there. So that is going to happen. Okay, Mimi, aim training. Just a little warm-up. Good stuff from Visa Crew Blaze. You'll take that. I guess 2 players going down, but especially with Dodds working towards that ult, that's got to be right knocking on the door. I want to see how close she is already. Yeah, 1 off. That's scary going into that first buy round as well. If she gets 1 kill or the ult orb, I wouldn't like that if I was G2.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of armor, what the money is on G2's side. Thankfully, they're able to get all 4 armor on the board for themselves. That should give them a little breathing room into this one, but... Dodds, okay, so she's just gonna go, they're gonna force the orb here, Lauren. Yep. She's got a frenzy on her back, no gun.
How do they want to do it?
Oh, the greed!
She didn't get it in the end either. This is gonna get so dangerous now, but look at Rescue! Get sent away on 10 HP. They go, I mean, G2 might then just pivot quickly, noting there were so many players towards A to try and facilitate that pickup of the ult orb.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, G2 have. They've just flooded towards B. That's fine. Ult is there for Dodds, though. So now we're going to feel uncomfortable because they know they're going to take space over towards A long, as we're witnessing Crew now flooding towards that back line.
Yeah, and all 4 members, they are so grouped together. G2 wondering if they should retake into this garage or not. They don't know yet how many members are behind them.
Yeah, this is going to be so awkward, and already you can see the Suns exchange. It's roaming to draw blood. Mimi's gone down, but the time is ticking. G2 side, but Dodds now takes only 1. Petra, 7 HP and a bit of a dream here in a 2v2. This was never meant to be this close. But Visa Crew Blaze never down and never out, but Amy asked a big question that she has the answer to with the Red Bull clutch. But that was a bonus. And they barely make it out alive.
They barely make it out alive. And if Petra doesn't get that second kill on that Omen flank, this round is wraps 100%. So Petra just barely saving G2 there. And that was a good response from G2 as well. Quickly pivoting, finding the gap towards that front B, but Crew quick on their toes with that flank. And man, Dawes is just so explosive. She was
20
low
kills
from the start of that round as well. Those slides, my goodness.
Straight into it. Okay, Hunter's Fury gonna be popped. Tagged, and the kill. Petra seems good for those today. Biazik is gonna go down, which is a little bit of problem. Does Rescue then feel prompted to take the space? Because already Kania backfilling, sitting in towards
trade.
Quad, trying to sit towards the site. G2 starting to sweep here. This is where my eyes go towards Dodds. Do we have some mad impact? I don't know how much Romy can really play her in off this, but let's see what Dodds can bring. Look like just a real set piece from G2, headstrong in towards that A site. But Dodds is deadly. 20 kills. Looking for someone who dare challenge. And yeah, okay, Rescue sharp with it there. So this is where the threat really starts to be mitigated. Romy can try and make a go of it, but the options are pretty much gone at this point.
Pretty much gone. There was a slight chance. I think that wall actually cut Romy's line, unfortunately, but what a hit coming out here for G2, and it all off the back of that Hunter's Fury to start. I think in the beginning of the round, Crew should have had a pretty good idea that that ult was on the board, and watch out for that dart. That dart pinging was just not it. You've got to be able to anticipate a quick opening like that when you see the ult on the board. So Crew, they need to talk about this dart pinging, have someone on that dart duty so they can sustain these openings coming out here from G2.
Yeah, no, it'd be good to see a little bit more heads-up work around that, because again, you can see the impact that losing just those 2 rounds to back for these three Blazes, they're going to be down on a very light purchase. It's going to be kind of a half buy, I guess. You could have maybe a hero rifle. It looks like they may opt for it. But beyond that, it is going to be Sheriffs, it's Buckies, it's a little rough around the edges. Now, we've been singing, Dodds' praise, absolutely. These little setups, man. What the hell? I need some of these.
Cover going
So there is at least a ult on deck that could be utilized if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's my favorite ult on the defense on this map, Lauren. We're looking straight at Michaela and Biazik this round. That combo with the fault line coming through, based on one of your anchor's contact, this flood that the side of Crew can create for themselves will be very chaotic for the side of G2.
I love how deep the setup is as well from the side. Well, I guess it's Romy really. They would have allowed so much for G2 to get up, but they're not really going for it. G2 have shown all that presence, and then I don't know if they're just calling an audible or something, but whatever they saw they didn't like. They're taking the tour elsewhere.
Being extra cautious, extra thorough. When Biazik being on this long line might make it tough to make that combo come through. Biazik is going to have to react extremely fast. As soon as she spots on the line.
Has the ult still. Good sit back.
Oh, she's not going to do it.
Now that's surely dead. I mean, maybe trapped, though. Biazik still hits that. Takes away Rescue, and they're held at the door with 30 seconds. G2 might have to scramble. The over-rotation from Visa Crew Blaze actually works out.
And this makes it so much more difficult for G2. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Hunter's Fury.
That's so early.
Dodds still evades it. Yeah, they're going to find Amy on this one. This is still going to pieces. G2 looking like they're in danger because of Dodds is holding the door and no one's coming through. Vanya dead, Petra dead. And Mimi joins them in their grave. Visa Crew Blaze are dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, and that's a round that they have to be able to win. It was off a broken buy as well, but it's so OP when you've got that fault line and Hunter's Fury combo. You even saw G2, they weren't willing to go too deep down that long C line. They didn't want to get caught off on that choke point. And beautiful for Crew to be able to take advantage of what they had. The Bucky is just too clean.
There's something about it.
The Neon Bucky combo.
Do you think Neon should be nerfed? Are you part of the game? I'm curious.
That's a conversation for a different day, I think.
That's fine. That's fine. You keep.
I'm gonna say no.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Twitter's furious with you.
We need our superstars. Let them have fun.
You know, write a clip in that internally. We love Christine. She's on our side. Now, G2 have decided to slow things down, right? Take a time out because this is now getting out of control. Losing that 17th round is going to sting. That, you know, they showed presence on C, the rotation towards A, but I mean, these Crew Blaze were almost ahead of it, right? They had already hit that rotation there, tucked the player in towards the corner. I thought it was a bit of a mistake to re-sit into that little cubby, but somehow Biazika just hits the shot anyway because why not? And it all goes terribly wrong, so it's a bit of a tilter. But 10-7, Visa Crew Blaze are firmly in control here.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of those, if I'm gonna go down, I'm taking you down with me type of last second. Yeah, like sheriff kills. And it's amazing to see these players stepping up when it matters most under the highest amount of pressure. That was good.
Thanks. I've been working on it.
Getting ahead.
Quick little standard. Get it. You got the die in the end. It's all good. Stun makes it tricky. But G2, like, my copium is at all-time high. The readdress down sewers, we haven't seen them clear this deep so far. This could be a new problem for G2 to try and figure out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna peek this dry with the 3-2-1 and keep going all the way up, or if they're just gonna hold the line. It looks like Biazik is getting curious. Taken out for her curiosity. Mimi just maintaining the perimeter. And you can see immediately for G2, they're reacting. They want to regroup, try to hit a site together while they have this man advantage.
And it's slow and steady, it looks like, for G2. You check on Michaela, right?
I know
Surely.
exactly where.
Oh, well, there we are. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Fedora gets invested and all has gone wrong. So away we go. G2 start clearing in, but it's looking a rescue.
Everyone from crew is here.
They are all on site, and Dodds has made it there. Kinnear as well. Kinnear now turns eyes towards the back of the site. Crew, right place, right time again. These are Crew Blaze. Seem to have G2 read to a T.
That was such good movement coming out here from the defenses of Crew. You know, we talked about G2 maintaining, not moving, trusting their perimeter, but Crew, they always had to take a gamble in that round. Being a person down, they needed to overstack. And we've been talking about Kinnear calling all game long in that first half on the attack side. It's pulling through strong for them, coming onto the defense as well. Somebody in this mid-round is making some impactful calls on the Crew side.
This is an unforgiving game. Sheriff's now out for G2, held at 7. Visa Crew Blaze taking strides through this now. Confidence surely booming.
Right there.
They're so proactive. They've just walked 4 down long.
They're just rushing, Lauren. They're not even gonna stop. This is such a fast flank.
And most people would fear to face G2. It looks like Crew come in with their heads held high.
They're flipping the map.
Fear, and they are indeed. Romy has to respect this and back away too much util to not do it. But it's a push through as well from G2. What? Romy, you're outrageous! No way, Romy! How are you getting away with daylight robbery? Crew, they are unreal. Unreal. I'm a fan. Give me a shirt. I'm all aboard.
Oh my goodness. G2 reacted very well there as well. They quickly flipped the map, pushed the issue down spawn, but that breach ult actually ended up helping Romy escape, pushing her deeper into that spawn line. And as that fault line is going off of her screen, that's when she's activated. Incredible stuff, and it was all about that fast flank, right? Crew never slowed down. Dodds was quick on G2's heels, applying that pressure.
It's only map 1. This is Visa Crew Blaze's choice, but this tees us up for what looks like a best of 3, right? We're going third map here, potentially. I mean,
hopefully.
Maybe, hold on, Dodds. Look at this, just exuding confidence.
Slow down.
Apparently trips don't even matter at this point, just still going. Amy's like, are you sure you wanted to do that? I mean, that's a pick. You take those, right? That's the first time.
Next time we're gonna draw up a shock dart to take care of that trip, and then it'll be beautiful.
That'd be nice. We'd like that.
Unfortunate for Crew, 2 members already going down. A clever start for that set piece, but G2 able to punish. And look at this double push coming out here for Crew. This is the second time now, pushing all the way through A main.
I mean, look where Dodds and Michaela both went down. You surely don't expect more aggression, but then Visa Crew Blaze absolutely keep going. But it's down to 2, right? Romy and Biazika. Now, Biazika did clear that back line, so they know there's no one in the cubby. There's on towards long. Romy had to at least get one there, I feel, to make it doable. Now this should be a formality, but I've been wrong in the past. I'll be wrong again. I don't mind. Vanya. Gonna take a little bit of chip from that.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's another one too. Okay. Still got a dart as well. Biazika, calm down here. Stun's invested. They know that where at least one of these players is and saw the breach stun. Biazika can paint a picture, and a good one too, but time is ticking. She's got to get a move on. Spots the shoulder, but the shoulder's not enough. It's fine. All good. All good. It's totally fine. It was not fine.
Incredible utility coming out here for Biazik. I mean, she even had an opportunity to tee up Romy there, right? That was a 2v4 that they made look that close in the round. Again, great response for G2. That was again a double push coming out for defense, just pushing down that A main. G2 have been kind of getting pushed and corralled on their attack side. They are not the ones that's controlling the pace and dictating where they want to go. It's been a bit reactionary in this second half.
Yeah, fast B just off of the dart, it looks like. Rescue going to go in from that. But the response is there, and crew are there. Just sheer and utter resilience, Dodds again. The name up in lights. Visa, Crew, Blaze are absolutely the real deal. 13-8, Christine.
I cannot believe that, Lauren. The way that they just annihilated in this last round. I was still thinking in my head how G2 are going to actually make this comeback happen because these rounds have been so close. But Crew making a statement in that last round. So damn decisive.
Map 2 coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
what a first game. I'm Victoria. I'm here with our translator, Jesus, and of course, Coach Babysita. Welcome back here. The Map 1 win. Now, I have to ask you, what are the strengths of your team that is pushing G2 Gozen to the limit?
Bebe, ¿cuáles son las fortalezas que tienen ustedes que están haciendo que llevar a G2 al límite?
A gente está se preparando muito desde o começo do ano para enfrentar qualquer equipe e eu acho que a maior fortaleza do nosso time é a confiança e a união das meninas. Eu tento dar muita leveza, confiança e que elas também aproveitem esse momento e só coloquem o seu talento em jogo.
Yeah, we've been preparing for this championship the whole year, so most of our strength is the trust that we have in each other and the unity that we have as a team. So that's basically it. That's our biggest strength.
All right. Well, the next map, Sunset, is the opponent's map pick. How confident are you feeling about this?
Sunset es el mapa que eligieron ellos. ¿Qué tan confiada estás para el siguiente mapa?
A gente está confiante para jogar qualquer mapa. Game Changers, Mundial, a gente tem que estar feliz e confiante para qualquer mapa. Então, se é pique delas ou não, whatever, tanto faz. Estamos confiantes para jogar.
Basically, we play any map and we can play any map. And to be here in the tournament, you have to play any map that's come to your way. So if it's there, we don't care, whatever, we're ready to play.
Well, this is looking very promising for the LATAM region. Thank you so much, and best of luck in the next map.
Thank you.
The win streak just doesn't stop coming on the side of Visa Crew Blaze. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back in once again with Kakuka and Tom. Oh my goodness, did you guys expect a performance like that?
I mean, I think that the first half was very telling, right? We started up with a very even playing field, but the second half, the way that, to me, the comparison was regionally what we saw from Crew and what we saw today. How confident, how they were riding that momentum time and time again.
Well, I love the calling from Connor, as mentioned during the cast, but the fact that when things went wrong in some of the early stages of the round, her adaptations were perfect. Like, it was always take a risk, take a gamble. They didn't play scared at any point throughout their game, which a lot of teams do suffer when they play against G2 Gozen.
Well, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment. Now, Dodd said before the game she was going to be the best duelist on the server, and on that map, Tom, she certainly was.
Yeah, she played pretty well. I don't think it takes expert analysis to really work that one out. Top of the board, top of the stats, and this may have been an eco round, but this was a regular occurrence. Just absolutely destroying on the entry kills, constantly moving as well. Just someone that's really difficult to catch. I think just a fantastic performance through and through.
To me, also the comparison between the first map the Crew played yesterday and this one, I think it says a lot about the team. I think that yesterday they were probably more scared, even though today they were playing against, let's say, a bigger or a tougher opponent, being the first seed in EMEA. But today I saw a group effort. I saw them working the map. I saw them trusting the calls, trusting the utility, and extremely comfortable and just playing this Haven, their map pick.
What I would give to be in that room right now, just the wisdom that must be coming out
Someone
from
on
Mimi.
the internet, please read those lips. Tell us what Mimi's saying.
I mean, this is the thing that G2, again, they've been in these positions before where they go one map down, and so far, at least in their win streak, they've managed to bounce back. You know, they've managed to secure the series. I want to take a quick look at the head-to-head between Romy and Amy, though, because Amy was out there trying her goddamn best.
Yeah, it's not only the fact that she was staying alive in most of the situations, she was playing her role almost to perfection, right? She was what she was supposed to be, her utility was good, and her individual performance was great. She granted at least 2 or 3 rounds for G2, winning the clutches, and as I'm saying, I cannot say anything for Amy's performances, but on the side of Romy, we saw it as well on the lurks and the pressure that she was putting on to G2.
Well, I think that was it. The stats don't tell the story of Romy's game. It was the positioning. Like, the amount of times where you'd have these flanks, you'd have these positions where G2 goes and can't kill her, so they can't properly retake. They're constantly having to look behind, and she had a lot of high-impact kills in those moments as well.
Here's the thing, though. How much trouble are G2 in as we take a look ahead for Sunset? Or do you feel like we're going to get map 3?
I want to say that we will get map 3, honestly, because I want to see Cruz Abyss. I want to see what they have prepared, especially after Bebe said that they have every map prepared, and if you come to Game Changers Championship, you have to have a good map pool. But on the other side, we see a crew that, as you said, Yinsu, they're coming on and continuing on this win streak. This is the first match for G2 Ghosts, and yes, they're going on to a map that they're picking and probably somewhere that they feel extra confident, but we saw the images in that room. That ambience was a little bit tense.
Also, I think this map as well is fantastic for Visa Crew Blaze in terms of the stats. Like, obviously, again, we're only comparing it regionally, but we would have said that about every map, and they just won the first one. So this one is looking great for them as well. We have another mirror matchup likely coming up, so it's not like it's going to be anything in terms of, oh, maybe they have a comp diff unless someone's going to change. So I am actually a little bit worried for G2 Goes in here, because not only did you have Vanya having a rough game for Vanya standards, but ResQ as well. If those two are missing in this next game, Dodds is going to run Riot, because this is a map that really plays well for that Neon.
Dodds is going to be Miss Riot?
Yeah, why not? Honestly, keep those stats up,
Riot?
own the company.
We need an MVP at the end of the tournament, so why not Dodds? But right now, what G2 Goes and need is a mental reset. Completely. As you're saying, it's on the individuals, is on not being able to capitalize on those first kills, on the plans, and actually Visa Crew Blaze being faster in the adaptation and the mid-round calling than you, time after time. Jessica, we saw some of the plays where she was just feeling herself and she knew exactly what G2 Goes and were doing. How are you easy to read in this stance?
I mean, in the event, though, if G2 don't bounce back on the next map, they're going to be 2-0'd. Do you know how many times this G2 roster has lost 0-2?
Or just lost.
Yeah, in general.
I would say it's in stage 3, it's 0.
One time. Well, one time the entirety of this roster.
Yeah.
Once. They lost 0-2. This just doesn't happen to this roster very often. But if Crew are able to be the ones that 2-0 G2 Goes in, that is absolutely huge for this team.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But we're talking about the momentum, not only from map 1, but actually from getting their first victory on their opening match in Game Changers Championship. And also, there was also a difference between today and yesterday. And probably if the opponents have been switched and they started on playing G2 Goes in, maybe the nerves would have played a part against them, because we would see we saw them being a bit more tense, a bit more struggling to feel in their own skin when they were on stage. But today, and especially those later rounds when Haven was not about the retakes, it was about putting pressure constantly onto G2 Goes and not leaving them a single centimeter to breathe.
I think also just something really interesting, bear in mind, if G2 turn this around, we've got Abyss coming up next, so it's complete unknown.
It's not a mirror matchup.
Petra's decided to go on the Fade instead of that Sova, and she was having an amazing performance. I would say that her and Amy were carrying a lot of G2 Goes on that first map. I hope and expect this to have an impact in the overall, and actually this been one of the intentions behind
This is my favorite Petra agent, like, period. I think she's a fantastic player on this Fade.
Over the Reyna?
Yes. Definitely over the Reyna. I think that she adds so much and is just comfortable on this one, so I wonder if that might be the reason for the change, or maybe just not wanting a mirror.
I mean, who can blame her? But this is the thing, though. When G2 do these things, they're not the team that kind of go crazy, experiment from map to map. When they make a change like this, you know there is a reason behind that.
Yeah, exactly. And as we're saying, also, even though Visa Crew Blaze played yesterday, this map they still haven't played. And remember, changes have been made to Sunset. I want to think that this is also behind the thought process of G2 Goes, and not only the change, but also to force Visa Crew Blaze to play onto this map. And for them starting on the attack, I want to see if there's any adaptation in the playstyle when we're thinking about that A site.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to be focusing then on the Cypher as well, because you don't have those shock darts anymore to get rid of it. Obviously, you can do similar things with Breach if you need to, but it means that later down the line, you're not going to have those pieces of utility, so you could even be baited out by the opposing side.
Something that the casters were mentioning, and I think is going to be very important in this first half, is the way that Dots was continuing going forward and disrupting that retake from even starting on the side of G2 Goes. And if this is the case, if Dots is able to keep up that performance and that momentum and that form and way of not even allowing G2 to go into positions, and that first half is very dominant, this puts G2 Goes in a terrible position.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, indeed, G2, they are losing to Visa Crew Blaze right now. Crew are the one that are 1-0 up in this series. And for those people that might just be tuning in now, you guys want to just give a quick summary before I toss over as to why Visa are leading?
Dodds.
Dodds. Pansy and Potter, take it away. That's an easy answer.
Yeah, I mean, Dodds is pretty good. Dodds did really well, didn't they? Yeah. Quite a good map 1. Focusing on map 2, however, there is a small change, a small difference between the two, and I'd love your thoughts as well. I know the desk was kind of alluding towards it, but that Sova and the Fade, pros and cons here in your mind. Why would you go for one over the other?
It is the debate of the century for sure, right? But I'm looking straight over at Michaela because she knows that Petra is going to have a more difficult time breaking her trips, looking at those floor trips, looking at being more clever with how she sets her setup. Because those shock darts aren't going to be on the table, she can really put a spanner in the works and make ResQ's job even more difficult on those entries on this map.
Yeah, in case, you know, you were worried about Dodds, I think they'll be all right. They got the nice over there, they got everything they want. But let's see, I mean, Petra can be incredibly good at what she does. ResQ already knows very early on. 3-play stack. Clearing out early with the Prowler. So ResQ once again re-establishing approach.
Crew being very patient outside of this one-way. ResQ still has a bunch of backup in her back pocket. Blind still waiting. G2, they want to create a checkmate here for themselves, and it lands.
Okay, yeah, that should be stunning. It's going to be 2. 2 is good, but it's answered back. Where the hell did... And look at middle, look at middle, look at middle. Oh my god, Michaela's positioning. Did she get spotted dipping back in? I don't know if Amy saw her or not. I think she, yeah, definitely hears her. No trips as well through market. So again, maybe able to catch a pixel crossing towards the side, but no, just looked away. Camera gets spotted, but they're going to get a plant for this.
They will, and Amy's not feeling secure enough to hold her ground, trying to wait for her teammates to regroup with her. It's going to give a lot of space for Crew to get in optimal post-plant positions here. The fact that they have market control is going to mean a lot in this post.
Paranoia just in 3 seconds on a smoke as well. Kinnear can buy so much time and cause so many problems. Yeah, Amy's been caught by this. Does get away with her life, though. That's pretty important. They still have the camera on the plant. They've got so much more in this post-plant setup. This is going to be very difficult. They've got to get... Look at these crossfires again in this next layer here. 3 of them swings. Still a player by main playing patient for the camera as well. Romy's there, utility comes in. This is so difficult. Amy does well, but 15 HP is going to be low. Trying to clear through on Michaela, who's dug in deep, not letting this one slip. Petra, I mean, the cam's there. What more are you meant to do? There is nothing more to be done. Highlighted, shown, shots in, but it does not matter. Visa Crew Blaze with the first.
And you saw how Romy decided to hold on to her drill there.
That was
Making
nice.
sure, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to put it in spawn. Let's secure the round, make sure this post is as easy as possible. Even Konir holding onto her blind there as well. That sort of presence of mind and awareness to secure the post. Beautiful stuff, utility coming up strong, but that was such a good start for G2. I mean, that blind from Vanya to tee up ResQ to just completely dominate that A main was huge.
And it's not the start G2 were looking for by any means, right? But ResQ trying to just be aggressive. In a round like this, I don't really mind either. Just Sheriff in hand, try and make a play happen, be disruptive, get some of that util burnt away, maybe have a chance. And it kind of then draws them into the stack, right? It's that idea of, oh, maybe it was just them trying to be aggressive, take space. But Michaela's positioning kind of unravels all of that.
She's found it all out. She's gone sniffing, Lauren. She's got all the information. Crew are still being pretty patient, though. Michaela wants a little bit more before she actually brings her whole squad back. Sometimes when you're running back, you can really get caught out on those gaps. So Crew want to be extra thorough. It doesn't look like
they don't want.
They're gonna come back. Michaela's gonna find out that there's literally not a soul on this side of the map.
I promise you, it's empty. There it is. No one's here. And I guess the Aldrone kept G2 there for a second longer as well, so there's a benefit to that. But again, you've got a Neon, the rotation's quick as hell, so good on that front.
Yeah, and at this point for G2, I won't be surprised if they do exactly what they did on Haven, which is they don't want to give up any kills. They're just going to stay group, try to die to the spike here blowing up.
It was quite surprising, actually, kind of watching in between the break as well. It was mostly Mimi having the chat with the rest of the team.
Yes.
So I wonder if it's more of a, I don't want to say like the emotional impact, but kind of get players, you know, ready locked in rather than more of a strategic kind of checking. Because it wasn't the IGL, it wasn't really the coach, it was Mimi kind of having that conversation with everyone else. Because this should be a throwaway end to the round anyway.
Yeah, and that's such a good takeaway, Lauren, because you're right. It wasn't a strategy-based thing. It was more of like that first map, hey, listen, let's just collect ourselves. Everyone just calm down and let's do exactly how we practiced, you know? I don't think for G2 it was a matter of jitteriness. I think they just got caught off guard a little bit, especially with how aggressive Dodds was and how much she was getting away with. But yeah, I would be curious to be a fly on the wall and listen to exactly what Mimi said to her teammates there.
I do. I actually love hearing those. Normally G2 do the kind of like features as well afterwards. You get to hear those kind of chats. And I remember back, I think it was some time ago, it was like Giuliano having that conversation, or potentially Zaz even. I mean, that's how far back it's going. But it's nice to see that kind of role then put on someone like Mimi's shoulders as well, who is one of those kind of more legendary players. Because, I mean, Visa Crew Blaze have been undisputably incredible so far. The aggression is perfectly placed. It's always so well done, so it's something that G2 needs to wake up to now.
Yeah, and not to mention that Crew are already ahead, not just in this economy, but in the ult economy as well. Biazik just one off of Hunter's Fury. If Crew are able to get into the site, grab the orb, this post plant is going to be so difficult for G2 to retake on. Shock Dart taking care of one of the trips.
Clearing to release not deep back pillar, but that close left cubby. They can take a couple steps out. Dodds does get a challenger, and Amy's clean enough on that one. Dodds couldn't adjust in time. Mid is rewarded for Crew, though. Michaela was kind of creeping up here. We're going to have the smoke coming in as well. You're right. Info should be free-flowing now. Petra, slide down, shut the door. Going to at least force them to show their hand. Those two players in middle are keeping options open for rotations. Like, Petra. Rechecking that is huge.
Huge awareness. I think Biazik wanted one of her teammates to also pressure Market at the same time. Breakdown in cons, but that's a great equalizer for the IGL.
This is getting really messy, though. It puts a lot on the plate of potentially Vanya, who's just kind of playing that safe spot angle, probably just for the audio cue of the plant, potentially. You can already see Michaela's managed to get so much space as well.
Left.
So for the likes of Amy and Mimi, players a pack, right? You're just going to try and work yourself together once they've got the plant down, once you've got a little bit of, I guess, confirmed knowledge. Otherwise, there's so much unknown here. So these steps have all been heard. Vanya has been here the whole time. Paranoia, smokes, TP, everything. Stun there?
They don't know.
I mean, you wouldn't expect it. Vanya's been very quiet so far, and trying to be proactive again is something that I think they're getting to grips with here, G2 goes in. They're learning what Crew want to do, but that was the bonus, and Crew looks slippery on this map.
Very slippery. Vanya did a well job there to stay alive, stay back, understanding that she is the weak side player, and allowing the two players on that top mid to do all the work for her.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful retake. And for Crew, they had everything they needed. I think it all came down to when Biazik decided to lurk out that B main, that disconnect between her and that Market player, unable to meet up together to get that trade, but well handled by Amy to start the round and hold down the fort towards that B side.
Gotta lock in now for G2 goes in, because Visa Crew Blaze, this hasn't even been the massive impact from Dodge yet either. If she starts kicking up a gear,
look how confident they are.
I mean, it feels like a knock-on from the last map, doesn't it, a little bit? But still, G2 looking to take space over towards A, and there is a player holding this smoke, so it's not without attention. Kinnear is on this side. Now, the Prowler going to give away the position. Paranoia does not land. But they're going to at least be rewarded with the space. But the response is already there. Look at the rotation from Visa Crew Blaze. And Michaela again slipping the net towards top middle.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. She keeps finding these timings, but a little bit of a whiff. The sidestep coming through here for rescue. Good news for Crew, though, is they were able to hold on to that blind. They're still going to be able to potentially scale into this site with that drone information here.
That's really tricky. I mean, you're right. Deep smoke towards CT on the one way. You're going to use the wall to try and get in. The Paranoia is really good. Do they get revealed? Yes, they do. But can they get punished? Vanya's still alive here. Still going to go down. And does take one with her. Petra now in support. Tries to keep this under control, but Romy succeeded in towards middle, and suddenly the backline ain't so safe. You got issues, and Romy is that problem.
Oh boy.
Does manage to slip through just to the left, find a little bit of a corner of safety. Mimi has the flash out, but it's Petra finding the kill. Now Kinnear gonna get noted on the ult there, gonna get flashed up, forced to fall away, has no audio cues now for herself. TP's up towards the top and drops down, trying to keep them guessing, trying to keep them honest, but she can't hear when that diffuser's been started, and she can't see the spike moving up either. She has no idea Mimi is sitting that in front of her eyes. Petra and Mimi The long-standing duo get G2 up to their second.
What a hectic round. What a hectic round. I'm impressed with how G2 actually handled this. They were getting pinched that whole round. It started with Michaela and it ended with Romy, but unfortunate for Konir there. You mentioned it, no sound. I wish she would have stuck her landing when she went on top of that
top
site.
box. I kind of like it.
Have that high ground. Maybe would have been a different outcome, but good effort coming through here for Crew and another retake for G2.
Yeah. Looking like we do have a timeout here. Not sure what the... Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm worried how red is the stage. That was a Technica. A classic. It's a classic, gotta get one.
Why do you do this, Lauren?
I'm telling let me see who it is. Okay, Ali this time, the admin who was on the other side last time around, she's chilling. She's a couple steps back. It's not Ali this time. Yeah, she's noticed I'm talking about her. She's gone for a walk further away. She's like, not my team, G2.
I love how you've gone to analyzing what the admins are doing, their body language, reading it to really decipher exactly what kind of tech pause this is.
Well, to be fair, production kind of gave away the game. I normally like to play, the guessing game.
Yeah.
It's in his. They should be fixed up pretty soon.
Okay.
Oh, Mimi's up. She's having a little stretch. That's some real intense eye contact there. I'd crumble under that.
Those in-ears actually, they're quite something. I gotta say, my ears hurt afterwards. They hurt.
Aren't you like, that big champion winner? Why don't you get some like molded ones?
I should. I'll put in a request.
What do you mean a request? How much are they paying you? Come on now. But hopefully it's going to be resolved soon. Everyone looks like they're getting back to it. I'm seeing headsets on, which is a very good sign, so thank you for your patience. Don't worry, the co-streamers can do their jobs. They can entertain you. I just like calling Sliggy into action, because normally he just leaves a chair there. You know what I mean? He just dips out. So I'll just leave some dead air for the co-streamers. Have a chat. That'll do. There you go. Hopefully they did their job. Do you watch co-streams? You a little watch party?
I do.
Ooh, can I ask you where you? I feel like you're a Sean Gares.
I'm
I feel
basic.
Like you go Sean.
No, yeah, I do love me some Sean Gares, but I'm basic, so I'm just on the Tarek stream.
You go Tarek.
Yeah, that's where all the viewers are. That's where I can potentially get some clout. You're
just clout farming.
I'm just kidding. No.
That's crazy. No. That's good to know. See, I dabble, right? Start with the Sliggy.
Okay.
Then I'll get probably timed out. Then go to Mini. Sometimes a little bit of Kaide. Love that. The vibes are excellent. I mean, you gotta give it a real good go. Anyway, thankfully that is done, so I can stop talking sheer and utter nonsense, and we can focus on the game. So Visa Crew Play is gonna be suffering a little from the money, right? They're gonna be in a little bit of a pinch. Sheriff's coming out, Bucky's, but it's a Bucky on a Neon, and we are in a map where it can work. Stun gonna slow down the roll, but Dots. Okay, yeah, G2 looking fired up. Hold on. I mean, Amy and Mimi just having none of what they're trying to sell, right? They're just held back in towards market, bit of a blender there. They made it out towards site, but again, G2, arm's length, not really entertaining much of this. There we go, it's all good.
The Bucky is so dangerous and so scary, but you mentioned it, G2, they responded well. I think if Dodds was able to slip past that initial fault line, maybe that Bucky could have come into action, but great utility here for G2. And good news for Crew is now they've seen that sequence. They've seen how G2 want to react to that fast opening towards that market. So maybe later on in the half, we can see some sort of misdirection to burn out and bait out that utility for the side of Crew. We'll see.
Did you get nervous there's another tech pause?
I did.
I saw that little, I saw it.
I saw it. What the heck?
Nah, it's all good. Visa Crew Blaze this time. And maybe because they're starting to feel a little bit red on this, because even in that round, it felt like G2 were very aware there was going to be that market pressure. That's nothing too surprising.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a little snack there in the audience. Hold on, I got distracted. Oh, he brought a packed lunch. That's adorable.
Bone apple titties.
So you could say that, I'd get in trouble.
Let's go back to the game, Lauren. Let's go back to this timeout. I want to dive deep into Konir's mind here, because we've been talking about what an incredible game series she's been having so far. She's calling so well on Haven, and she's calling extremely well on this Sunset so far. So I love the timing of this timeout coming out from the coach to just kind of stabilize themselves and let them know, hey, you have been in control this attack side all half long. These 3 rounds have slipped past in the post, but we've been getting in the post. I really like Crew's pressure that they're applying towards that top mid, so we'll see if they go back to that here in this round.
Shut up. Rescue does have ult as well, so something to keep in the back of your mind there. Otherwise, ooh, one away from Romy too. Gonna have that on deck. That's a little bit scary, but it just looks like a standard start, defaulting throughout really. Heavier lean towards that A side, but a 3-play stack. This is a dirty little camp. Hello. Hello.
Kayla, good information. Spotting the fighter and the fault line is down off the table. A lot of information to let the fighters know on the crew side to apply that pressure towards A.
Yeah, absolutely picking up that pace straight towards that A side. They do have Amy here, though, pretty tucked safely. Does have, you know, their own security of her util, but it's going to be tough to hold. Can get overwhelmed quite easily, but you can see the slowdown on towards short. You've got the elbow crunch coming in, and Amy's still here. Amy is still here, and she's still firing on all cylinders. Kinnear's gone down, and oh, dodge, that was so sharp. They're so satisfying. Dodge with a follow-up as well. Amy's gone down. Suddenly, crew starting to control towards the site. Asking a lot now. Mimi and Vanya, the ult, unaffected as Vanya gets a second chance at this, but all the meanwhile, where is Mimi in this? Very passive towards top middle, because crew are looking for a pick still.
Look at the amount of utility coming up from Mimi as well. Both players, Vanya gonna double back and regroup.
Cover going out.
Love the moves coming out here from the defenders. Both teams of the attackers, this is a lot of sound cues though. They can hear this from top mid.
You can see the reaction. Mimi, Vanya, both here gonna hear it. Romy on the cross gonna get punished. Spike's now down. You've got 10 seconds here. By Zeke just has to be, I mean, you shouldn't be able to get away with this. That's a 1v1, but I guess in the meantime, Vanya is making the great escape. 5 seconds, all you gotta do is live. That is the singular purpose here, is just stay alive, and the round is yours. G2 goes in up to 4.
What a round. G2 barely surviving this one by the skin of their teeth. Amy was alive for too long in that site. I think crew, because Amy never even shot a bullet, just assumed that it was going to be clear, but that's definitely where Biazik needs to come in and get those comms across as the initiator, giving that info across to fully clear that site. But once again, Dodds finding a lot of pressure in that spawn area with the ult on the board now.
Relax. Y'all quick switching out here. It's like Prius.
That's that stress key, you know?
Just for observing instead. Dodds, though, gonna instantly go for the ult. And look at the utility just to deny. Kept in a vice-like grip. G2 controlling the tempo here. Mimi actually wants to get a little further ahead. I'm a bit worried about that. Knit is on top of the box. You gotta be a bit careful. That's a high-low setup. Fortunately, that tether should... No, it didn't. Didn't catch a player, doesn't matter. Mimi's clean enough to do that, can fall away. Should have an idea about Michaela as well, they do. So this one's wrapped up with a bow on it, but this is clean enough. This is what G2 needed, especially after map 1 and the start they had here.
Since you said that, Lauren,
right?
I'm gonna hype this up into a 1v4 for Michaela. It's happening.
Why do you do this?
Because it's the sheriff. The spike is down on her side, full minute left on
Go on, play-by-play caster. If you're just gonna lie to the audience, you can take my job as well. Go on. You hype this up.
Hey, there's a camera still left on short A. Okay. Whenever Michaela decides to proc it, she's gonna get the info, she dodges the eye. She's gonna see this high-low stack on short with the cam.
Ooh, that's a problem though.
That is a problem. Oh wait, the gap.
30 seconds left.
Vandal.
Hold on. I liked it. I like what you're doing. You got me back in. You got me back in, Christine. I love that. 5-2 though. This is looking much better for G2. I think kind of learning how to deal with that aggression, how proactive Visa Crew Blaze like to be, it's really been shown here, especially even in that 2v2, if you roll your mind back when it was that rotation through spawn, even though they had the site technically. I love the Visa Crew Blaze are so willing to explore those options, but G2's starting to really catch on to their plan. So,
yeah, and that's the key point, right? Because G2 have had a response in the beginning. Dodds had so much ground with the ult pop all the way on G2's side of the map. But G2, that one tap coming out once again here for Mimi, they were always ready for that aggression.
Rescue. You gonna get away with murder?
Oh, wow.
Okay, Rescue, do you can see the temptation there, but actually opts against it, falls away, plays patient.
Was able to dodge that stun though.
A little surprised that was burnt just for that.
Yeah, I think the idea behind this for crew is they make a lot of noise towards B. Last time Romy, or rather Konir, was able to get all that information outside A, but this time G2, nobody pushing, nobody gone sniffing. So they've just inserted Michaela, and now they want to apply a little bit of pressure towards this A, maybe manipulate some rotations, but looks like they always want to end here B.
But how much does Petra hear? That's the thing as well. Like, coming back around spawn, does Petra hear this?
She can hear it now.
Surely the neon steps are the very... Yeah, absolutely. That's a big call. Notes the camera too, so knows there's going to be some information on the back line. But she can then give confidence that 3 players who are still dedicated towards the site hit and run for Petra. Does her job, smokes it down. I'm out. Backs up towards top mid. Tees up the rest. Rescue holds onto the entrance. No one's making it through. The smoke's in play. Viazik and Romy... there's not much more to be achieving, and this is very difficult. 23 HP as well. They just have no steps. I mean, outdone, outmaneuvered by Petra, slipping right down middle, hearing those audio cues, and just completely denying any of that trickiness they may have wanted. And Rescue gonna make it hurt. Vanya shuts down the account. It's 6 now for G2.
Oh, and that's a rough way to end the round as well. Crew wanting to save, but 50-50. It's one of those NA saves that we like to talk about. Not fully saving your weapon, trying to go for kills. Unfortunate for Crew, that's going to put them in a pickle here on the economy side of things. No gun besides the Guardian to play with in this next.
Struggling here. And Keep...
They are one off the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, look, there's plenty of options, but it's just not looking the same. And his, I guess if you look at it statistically, if you want to, obviously it's a regional way to look at this. Has been a good map for Crew. This isn't a bad map for them by any means, but this looks like it's one of the strongholds for G2 the way they're looking so far. And again, Dot's not just having the same level of freedom to run here, struggling to find that same high level of impact, which is completely fair enough. Beyond that though, a little bit of a slowdown of pace here from Visa Crew Blaze, just kind of taking their time throughout the map. Kinnear having a little bit of a glance towards middle, but no one should be entertaining too much of this.
Long lines. Crew want to buy a little bit of time for these market players to get a little closer so they can have a 3-2-1 explode together. And hey, there's only 2 defenders here. If they can overwhelm Petra in this instance, oh, what a shot.
Seas goes in. No one was actually that close, so she's fine to fall away. Gonna hear the progress coming out from Dots. But it's Amy going down that's an issue and revealed. Petra is noticed. She is known. She has to fight forward, and she does. Takes down Michaela, but now surrounded. But Petra's not in trouble. It's them. It's Crew who are in danger. Petra still has a Prowler. Doesn't need it. Just divide and conquer. The crowd calls for it. And Romy is gonna fall. Petra gets the ace, and G2 take another step in the right direction.
Love the mobility coming out here for Petra, just completely dominating on her side of the map. She started that round, that defense on market, ended it all the way towards that glass, deep in the B site. The moves coming out here for Petra, that got dangerous. I mean, Crew, they were able to place themselves in that post. It could have definitely changed the tides in this second, but G2 maintaining.
That's my boomer.
And this is it. I mean, Crew, they've got everything they need coming into this round. 3 huge ultimates on the board. All 4 members, Dodds. She wants this opening and she gets it.
Yeah, that could open up so many chances now, but again, there's still 3 more players here on A. That's so much presence here. Does Mimi try and make some presence happen? No, just that high-low setup on towards elbow. Petra on the other side, and it's just a pause, right? Trying to see if anyone's going to make any oversteps. Everyone's going to try and find more information, but no. Patience from G2.
Yeah, they want to buy a little bit of time for Michaela to find something towards this B, breaking that camera.
Oh, big ult. That's a lot of info found, and look who's getting in their faces. You can see the consideration. G2 fancied a bit, but didn't go for it, but they're taking a long old rotate, and Petra's going to spot it on the cross. That's at least 2 players noticed, but Michaela's made it out.
Yeah, if you're Crew, you're absolutely happy with this. You just burned one of the biggest tools for G2 to get back into the site and retake. Plenty of positioning here to get an optimal post.
Spike planted.
This utility on the back of Mimi, though.
Yeah, but she's far away and has to give away position, but then doubles back towards market.
Yeah, breaking that trip was actually huge for G2, but that pick for Konier, that should be the checkmate.
It feels like it, right? There's no other way that G2 can find any avenue forward. Romy's going to play ahead of the smoke now. Yeah, I think they're feeling this one's being called off even. Vanya, see if she can find anything. That might be a pixel
Oh, she
out of
saw
place.
her head?
Yeah. But the problem is there might be a little bit of a crossfire. They have 5 players. They can afford it. Hello. Nice little call there for the util to come out, but it is just exit kills at this point. As Crew will finally break the trend. This feels like they've been in a bit of a drought for a minute here, but maybe that exchange, as you highlighted, getting that big ult over towards A, hitting that rotation, getting the sight lurk out, they got what they wanted.
Exactly. And it was all off the back of Dodds just aggressing and breaking ankles, right? And that's exactly what you want, especially if you're not on top fragging on the kill front. You want to at least use that agent for the mobility front. So Dodds teeing up Konir to be able to have that opening kill, and I love that cutting noise, just resetting, giving themselves a time and opportunity to devise a plan, and they pivoted, made that B split work.
Now, looking at the ults here, actually Visa Crew Blaze have the 3 that we were kind of talking about. They've had it for a moment, but this time investment instantaneous. Petra has fallen, but there's still a lot of players towards Elbow, but the TP's lovely. I really like this, actually. Rescue, though, in danger. It's Michaela to find Vanya. Rescue just lost in the source, but finds a way out. Spots Neo, takes them down, and Rescue just tries to fall away for a second. Give her a breath and goes back for more. Just trying to spam out towards Elbow. Amy now going to try and fill the void, but the aim not clean enough here. Rescue still putting in damage, but it's Crew overall coming away, at least with the advantage in players, but timing is everything. They miss each other by a step and a second, but Mini is here. They look like they want to clear out towards CT, and look, Crew have been willing to rotate around this map as much as they feel like is possible. I think that's a Pixel spotted. That's a cam there. That's a player. And Romy's got it. Safe pair of hands in the end. Crew finding a bit of stability towards the end now.
Rinse and repeat, Lauren. Rinse and repeat. Dodds finding success again on that opening set piece towards A. Now that was off the back of 2 big ultimates. Konir finding so much ground, landing and sticking her ultimate on the back lines. Really put a spanner in the works for G2. That blind coming out late on the back lines really threw G2 off guard. So really nice set piece for Crew to open things up. But G2, they should feel pretty good going into this last round. There's no more ults to throw them off to be able to secure this 8th. And for Crew, they've got to be able to find another opening like that off the back of Dodds again.
I mean, you say that, and Dodds has started to find impact, which is fantastic, but keep in mind, Dodds only has 3 kills. In comparison to that first map, a little bit of a night and day. Now finding a bit of a rhythm and a way to get them those opening opportunities, big difference. Hey, that's got them 2 rounds almost here. You know, a good round in the pocket. Yeah, that lurk, I guess, before was very, very valuable, but still, this has been a little bit of a warm-up. So again, very quick reaction from G2. Just those 2 rounds, check in. I mean, why not? You're going to have the half coming up. You're going to have that second half. You have a very good lead, but you have 2 timeouts. Use it. Get yourself in the best position to claim that 12th here. And maybe just because you're seeing those tendencies come out. And also, I think it's Romy who's only 1 away from her ult. Yeah, it is only 1 off. So something to maybe just keep in the back of their minds if that comes online, how they might really want to approach this, what they're going to be expecting. And it's 7-4. 8-4 and 7-5 feels so different, but it's so close. But still, we're going to see what happens in this one. Crew are starting to wake up now.
You can see Romy and the Spike all grouped up towards this B. We've seen them just dominate this B main to farm that orb and grab it first. Seems like that's what they want to do again here. Yeah, it's just that repeat once again. Crew, they want to draw out the attention, allow their Omen on the back lines to catch some sort of a flank. This time, though, they're inserting Dodds instead of Michaela.
Right there.
This tells me they're always going to want to end B here on a split.
Now they know it is Dodds, was Dodds, however you want to see, just off the back of that. Util invested, but
cage triggered.
I'm still keeping most of my eyes towards Romy here. Is where does that ult go? Michaela this time actually going to just slip in towards top middle, maybe an adjustment on who they're going to try and insert, but you're seeing G2 responding every single... Oh!
It didn't catch Michaela.
Prowler didn't catch, but do they still check? They're walking mid. Excuse me, turn around. Bright eyes, turn around! Michaela, how are you getting away with that? That Prowler just didn't go around the corner, and it's an absolute nightmare in the making. G2 are going to be kicking themselves about that one, but it ain't over yet. It's a 2v4. Amy and Vanya trying to work this out, and Amy getting curious, getting closer, but can't get it done. Dodd's going to hold that smoke, make sure no one threatens the plant. It's Vanya now in a 1v4, and Crew carving out what looks like a little bit of a resurgence here. How much can Vanya achieve, though?
She's playing the long con.
That is a long, long way.
This is a Corbin Con League type of play here. Holy. Gonna double back. That TP sound cue, it didn't come off, so she has a good chance of catching Konier off guard. Smoke back in play to be able to play with this spike.
Why does this make me nervous? There shouldn't be any nerves because Romi's got ult. Fiazik has utility as well, but Vanya managed to slip through. Oh my good God, Vanya, if you do this, this would be absolutely out of this world. It's not to be. 7-5. G2 started to show far more signs of life here, a much better half for them in comparison to map 1. However, Crew in those last 3 rounds, Christine, totally different team.
Totally different, and they needed it. They needed it, especially with how the beginning of this first half happened. That sort of momentum is going to mean a lot going into the second half.
And we have a treat for you if you're playing along at home. We do have an interview with one of the lovely fans who's turned up here in the venue.
Hello, hello, Victoria here. I'm in the audience with a fan, Florian. Now, is this your first VCT experience?
Yes, of course. It's actually the first time I've been here watching Valorant live with, of course, our G2 Gozen, which doing such a good job. And yeah, since I've traveled here, like I'm doing so much stuff for G2 Esports. Like, I mean, when they're in Berlin, you have to see them, right?
Well, I heard you also watch a little bit of LEC and you had a bet. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's actually a funny idea. Yeah, we had we had a bet about if G2 wins undefeated summer finals. I got bowled, and of course I lost the bet. So,
are you still a betting man? Are you going to bet on today's G2 Gozen here in VCT Game Changers?
I mean, I hope we win, of course. But this season I think I don't bet. But I think when we come back in the LEC with a split, I think there's coming something.
Well, I'm liking that. Do you have a favorite player on G2 Gozen that you're, just really look up to?
Yeah, it's Petra.
Petra? Petra, why?
She's such a good player and it's, how you describe it? It's so good to watch her playing, and I'm watching her when I play sometimes Valorant. And yeah, you can really learn stuff from watching pro players, and it's so awesome.
How about the rest of your audience? How do you feel about Petra? Petra fans in here? Oh. Well, I think they agree with you. Okay, we're going to go back to the game. Thank you so much, Florian. Let's go back to Pansy and Potter.
One of the side.
I like Petra too. She's alright. She's okay. Yeah. How many times did she beat you? I was just wondering.
I think 0.
0. Yeah?
I don't know. I have
We'll
to
get
go
the
back
historians
and
on
look.
that one.
Mimi's beat me a couple times.
Yeah. I guess Petra was like the new one. Like, that's crazy that now if you look at like the changeover of players. But I guess focusing on this game, as is my job, 7-5. Those last 3 rounds made this game look like a totally different affair. Hold on, I'll come back to that point because we are right off the rip with this, and Dots was sick and tired of how that first half went. And look at this crunch. Look at this crunch. Petra tries to put up some numbers, finds 2, but still, that was so aggressive. G2 are barely making it towards A. It's like we've just left spawn.
Yeah,
how are they
here? Look at the camera, Michaela. I hope she doesn't pop this until way later so they can actually see where the post-plant positionings are. A double flank. This sort of timing can really catch off guard. Now they've spotted both players. It was a little early.
Because now they can reposition here. There's still the Paranoia and Vanya too. Mimi's got utility. Mimi had to break that trip, or at least one of the players had to break the trip to go towards that side of the map, or at least into the post plant. So they actually might be very cognizant of someone sitting towards CT, stunned towards that default site. Paranoia! Doesn't matter! Michaela! Able to see enough to take away Vanya, leaving Mimi in a 1v2.
2 flashes.
But I've been told that anyone under the age of 30 can turn those flashes like it's nothing, but Romy just pushes forward. Diffuse coming in. I mean, that's going to be pretty close. Oh! It's not going to happen in the end. Very nice try. A Red Bull clutch in the end for G2. Getting themselves up to 8, but that start, I feel like we came in almost too late even into the game to see what was going down. They were in up mid, they were in their spawn. It was wild.
Yeah, and it all came down to Petra getting that second, right? She should have never gotten away with getting a second kill when that hit happened, but she's able to do it just like when she was that anchor at B, getting that ace under that chaos. She's able to convert. And for her, it's like, okay, I got 2. Come on, team, get yours. Able to convert. Oh man,
sit down. You better sit down. I mean,
I gotta go back down to that camera, Lauren. I think if it was propped a little bit later, we'd see a little bit of a different round. Okay, G2 handled that well. Yeah, Crew have been having a lot of explosive little skirmishes for themselves.
Yeah, and I like it about Crew. I mean, if you've got a personality you like to play to, if you want to be that explosive, aggressive side, stick to your guns. I mean, eventually, yeah, you probably do get a little worked out, but if it's your strength, it's your strength. Now, for the likes of G2 into this round, Romy was in a different universe.
Hands up.
Just, yep. Here we go.
Hands up.
Here we go. Music just getting on the Bucky, but not exactly the best place to be using it, so pretty tough. Beyond that though, it's what G2 will be happy with, getting a very clean round here to start off in the second, especially after map 1. We talk about them being veterans and they... Oh, no, that's not good. I hate Bucky so much.
I mean, if you're Biazik there, you're thinking Petra. Like,
I mean,
thank
yeah,
you. Thank you so much for giving me
Come on through.
At least one.
Yeah. 9-5 though. This I feel like for this game to be competitive now, I need Crew to post a number up here, right? But this is a scary bonus. That's pretty decent buy.
It is. This is where Michaela's going to be coming into play with her setups. Not only is she carrying in the server for the side of Crew, but she is the counter for these entries coming out from Rescue. They don't have an answer for these trips, so see exactly what kind of pathing Rescue takes.
I love anyone who does this.
Timing. She hears the spawn player right now as well.
Oh, that is so nice. And you've already got Petra's ult as well. They know where these two players are. Dotso does slice back through middle. Hold on, Rescue got held up too long towards top mid. They started clear house. Crew coming back in with a bit of fire to them. As Mimi and Vanya now, the bonus not finding what they wanted. Could do with a bit more damage here to force those repurchases, to put them on that slightly back foot. But as it stands, just kind of pausing. And Visa Crew play sweat, but they've got numbers. They can just trade effectively here. There's Vanya with that paranoia. Gets it perfect. It should at least get one, but any more, very unlikely. And Michaela is there, and Michaela is not losing that round. Okay, 9-6 now.
That was a great start. I feel like for G2 Rescue, she found herself having too much room, having too much map control, and after she found that pick and spawn, I wish she would have just pressed the issue. You saw that Petra's ult came through, actually landed and hit both players in spawn. If she just doubled down on that aggro and just gone for it, I mean, this round definitely could have looked different. I'm sure for G2 and scrims, it's never that easy.
Sure.
It's never that easy for Rescue, so a different kind of rep coming out, a great response for Crew, but Romy's still just on that Sheriff.
That's a bit rough here to deal with, actually. Let's look at this one, though. Okay, look at the pressure through Market straight away. It's Rescue again, getting so close. I don't want to say for free, but the timing of this, we're at 125, and already they are in the door. The Dart's going to get a lot of information off this one. Mimi's going to be pretty much outlined, but it's Vanya to find Biazik. Michaela playing from the back pillar is going to be smothered, surely. Yeah, can't find a fair fight. They are just so oppressive. Darts gets caught. G2 storm that B site. That was just so powerful.
Yeah, that was a type of strat where G2 kind of said, we're just better. We're just better. Let's just overwhelm, overpower, and just do what we do. It looked really simple. And Michaela definitely had a chance in that round, but so much pressure. G2 always doubled up. Never a fair fight given to Michaela.
That's double digits now, right? That's when the scoreline starts to look scary. Vanya. If Vanya starts turning up here, 'cause she was pretty quiet on map 1, Vanya's scary when she gets going. Like, she's always going to be a real terrifying X factor. And for Visa Crew Blaze, it's kind of time to go now. We got to really start turning up here. A little bit nervous, but we got one away from Dodge's ult here. A couple of ults starting to cycle pretty close, but Rescue again looking to really condition them that these tiles area, this mid air, she's willing to fight. Look at the util they're trying to use just for her, but they don't get to close down on the kill. Crew looking to try and brawl out in middle, but instantly G2 are off towards A.
They were always okay with that. Burned a lot of util towards that tile, and Rescue's not going to slow down. The trip coming through huge.
That's when I guess the fade and the Sova conversation comes into play, but for now it's a reward for Crew. Rescue going down, now they lose a little bit of that springboard in towards the side, and look at the rotations, 4 players here. One of them lingering towards Mill, that's Biazik, could actually catch Mimi at the right time, she does. Mimi's gone down, this is looking like wraps on this round. This could be 7 for Visa Crew Blaze, hugely important. And then next round you're going to be looking at a couple more ults here as well.
The off-angle adjustment coming out here for Biazik was incredible. All 3 players now from G2, they've been stopped. 2 players, they want to separate. It looks like the spike. Okay, she's just a little bit later to the party. Nobody on Crew is really moving though.
30 seconds left.
G2 might find themselves in a funny position here.
I guess the question mark is, okay, B main, market, they aren't completely secure, so they have to take a little bit of caution. You can see it here.
The trip though.
But the trip on the flank, that's nice. They can't, I don't know about market, I assume the door is probably
Yeah, they just have to flip the map here and just take spawn.
10
They got the
seconds
smoke
left.
back up for Vanya. This isn't impossible at all.
They've planted it for B main spawn and site as well.
Nice smoke for CT, gives Petra a little bit more room to play in, but we're going to need one of these players to almost over-deliver a little bit. Vanya's certainly capable. Noted, falls away, plays in. Actually, it's Amy who gets played in. That's perfect! Back-to-back impact. Amy finds 2. Petra claims Konir, leaving it now down to a fair 2v2. Biazik has a little bit of a glance here. We still know that Petra's towards CT where the spike is planted. Oh, that was huge! Petra just took out the eye off the prize for a second, and Visa Crew Blaze were right there. I thought G2 did everything they had to.
They should have. They should have for sure. I mean, if one player stayed in B main, that round probably looks differently, but Vanya always had the catch. You even saw the camera coming up from Michaela. It never saw her in that corner. But wow, what a response coming out here for Crew. That looked too dangerous. But counting their lucky stars, actually able to convert that 3 versus 4. G2 were in complete control that entire round.
Yes. That's actually nuts that we're now seeing this kind of like back and forth between the two. Really great work from Visa Crew Blaze. They'll be so happy with this. And speaking of Dots, look at this setup. Look at that absolute setup there. You want to see Dots succeed? Well, you have 3 players supporting her there. Reaction from Music, trying to deal with the counter pressure coming in. Rescue still trying to work forward. Revealed and say goodbye. Michaela farming now. Visa Crew Blaze lighting up the scoreboard and getting the round.
G2, they're going to be talking to each other about those trips. That's 2 deaths now in a row that we're seeing that come up. I think they need to just walk together slowly when they're actually entering into the site. But Crew, what a set piece.
Dude,
that
start
dart pinging at the last second was
so
beautiful.
Good. That's so good. Oh man, that's so nice they just bring that out. 18th round. Yeah. We got the ult. Why not? Let's run for that. Let's give it a go.
Pretty decent. They've broken their money, Lauren.
Yep.
They've broken their money. I mean,
What a
G2,
round.
They're
Right
still
here.
ahead on the econ game here, but still, this is it. This is the chance for Crew to equalize.
Yeah. Snowball round, right? And I find this a bit risky. I don't know if I love that. I wouldn't like to see a Vandal lost there. I'd like to see a safe kind of anti-eco sort of situation. Overestimating yourself up against Sheriffs, I get worried. I mean, Dodds is just dipping around in middle, having a sick time. I'm just like, bloody hell.
Pretty on brand. Pretty on brand.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, if you're Dodds, fair enough. You know, what do I know? But we've seen stranger things.
Look at this setup right now on an anti-eco. I don't like this. All 5 members of Crew are so committed for this B on the site for util. There's nothing at A.
Yeah, and look at already like the progress we're seeing over towards the A side. They basically got everything they need, so they can slowly work back over. It feels like if you're looking at the minimap, Visa Crew Blaze is the one who's on the Sheriffs.
Yeah.
Right, just going for a bit of a stack here, going for a bit of gamble, you know, hoping for the best. Again, maybe there's method to the madness, but I prefer just playing it out pretty default. You know what I mean? It would have worked just fine.
Yeah. They're almost attackers now.
The audio, Petra's going to hear so much of this too. That's big info. Now the timing of when she decides to pull that trigger and get proactive is different. Looks like they want to get proactive towards CT, but the paranoia really nice there. Rescue gets out with her life though. Close smokes up. And Petra slowly creeping in towards the back lines now. They're starting to build back towards this retake situation. Dod's quickly going to divide right back around towards Elbow. There is a player there, that's going to be Mimi. Maybe trying to address that ult, take Mimi away from the equation, and Dodds does just that. But Petra's approach might just be perfect, takes down one, but Biazik turns around, Petra falls. Now Vanya left in a 1v2, it was 3. She is very capable, she is very scary, and she might be the player to do this. Half, diffuse, achieved! Belter from Vanya! One more is all she needs! That is a Red Bull clutch, and that is why Vanya scares the life out of people in the server.
What an unfortunate round for Crew. Ice in her veins in Vanya, but we have to go back to the setup. Some breakdown in the communication. Somebody called for that V-stack and just drew out all the members of the defense on an anti-eco.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
That is a round tilter. That is such a huge opportunity for this comeback to 2-0. They've got to recollect themselves. This timeout, it's going to be impactful.
Because I'm looking at the timeout as well. If you're looking kind of bigger picture, we've got some big odds here for G2. I mean, Mimi, I thought with her going down in that previous round, kind of removed a lot of the potential of them converting it. And I like that from Dodds, actually just isolating her straight away. Cool, ult's gone, but that's still in the pocket now. That's still in hand. And then you can have the information for Amy. If you wants to pop the ult, you just gotta have Petra on hers. And Petra's been having a big game here. Big map for her. That little lurk up middle there as well, really putting, the cat amongst the pigeons. On the other side, ult-wise, 2 away from Rolling Thunder for Romy, but it's still not quite there. This is still closing in. You're on 11 rounds against you.
Yeah, this op coming out, this is the curveball that Crew need. I mean, it's on the back of Sova, which is already uncharacteristic in itself. We'll see what kind of line Biazik is trying to set up for herself, but for Crew, I think, especially with how these defense rounds have gone the previous 3 rounds, they should just be okay with taking a breath and not leaving their Cypher setup. Or rather, being more okay leaving their Cypher setup.
Yeah. Oof. Okay. We look at what's in front of us. Looks very standard in approach, at least from G2 so far. Kind of posturing towards that B site, having a little bit of a show of presence. Still have Amy keep control on the other side, but a very passive setup towards A, coming out from Visa Group Blaze, and then a little bit of info towards middle, but that's it. That's all we're getting here. Do you think anyone's going to fall for that? It's just a classic at middle. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
I should peek that.
I'm not sure what kind of read Biazik had. Just on a common line, which is generally always smoked off.
I like that. No, didn't see anyone. Kinnear didn't see a single soul towards B. G2 hid perfectly. Now they get at least maybe a 3v2 or 3v1 on the site, because you can see the rotation from Dodds. But Kinnear, that's beautiful. Vanya down on 4 HP. Ult comes in, should confirm there's only one towards the side, but it's Romy who's going to be watching the cross. Rescue, gonna find Kinnear. Oh dear, get stopped in your tracks. Biazik now is just the last one alive. That operator ripped out of her hands. Rescue having her round now. It's 12 for G2.
It's a battle of the neons, sure, but this is a battle of the supports for me. This utility coming through, the layers, it is incredible, and that's how you set up your duelist for success, to have a great old time in the server. Rescue never had to worry about those gaps.
Look at it, perfect. The ult, the paranoia, everything. Rescue's just like, what a dream come true.
Yeah, the best kind of DM session you can have.
Now 12-8 though. This was close in moments, but it feels like G2 starting to slowly grind this back in a very early ult here, very proactive ult. Rescue trying to just get in their faces if she can and get out of danger as well, I guess is another factor. Another ult on top sends them scattering and sends Rescue to her death, isolated from the others. G2 couldn't follow it up.
Yeah, I wish G2 were a little more aggro towards that A-halls to kind of meet back up, rendezvous with Rescue, but great response for Romy. You saw the breach ult coming immediately after Mimi wasted hers, so great stopping power, great response for Crew. We've seen this before, but this time it is Michaela's setup at that B, so G2 are regrouping for that B main, but Sentinel, this is where they shine.
Should be fine here. Super safe towards CT, no sweat. Got all the trippy trappies in the way. Rotation from Biazik coming in as well. Just to look to work off the util. Maybe a nice close start once they feel that they're out on site. Yeah, should get the info that she wants. It does. Perfect. Biazik, beautifully done. Does get overwhelmed in the end, but good damage. The final boss of Petra is still alive. Vanya, the clutcher from earlier, still here too. I wonder about the timing here. Petra, are you really gonna?
Oh, wow.
Are you gonna? You don't have the timing for this, that's what? No, okay.
The sound cues, they hear all 3 members in spawn.
Now, Petra does have the C's and does have a horn back in like 8 seconds, now 5. A 1v3 is so difficult. Got the, oh my god, okay, it's super easy for Petra, that's on me, Chief. Okay, there goes the eye, gonna be dealt with super quick though. The crouch coming in, the tag is there, but the frag is not. Kinnear keeping Visa Crew Blaze alive.
Barely alive, but breathing, for sure.
You take that.
Hey, if Petra didn't have a Bulldog there, that spray lands for sure. Incredible hold, though. Things did get dicey, but I love the commit. Biazik did not let Michaela go down without swinging, right? Yeah. So being able to get that quick trade definitely almost created a pickle, but Crew, being that committed to each other is definitely what they need to get 3 more rounds on the board here.
And looking at this, I imagine, yeah, G2 come out? Maybe, I think so. It's red on their side, so I'll assume as such. Yeah, they have plenty of ults to play with. They have rescues, they have Vanyas, they have Amy's. I guess Vanyas and Amy's a little bit trickier to be proactive with, but we've seen some nice, like, elbow crunches with that Omen TP. We've seen some other bits and pieces that could certainly work out, but as it stands on the other side as well, Dodd's only 1 off from hers. You got 2 away from the Hunter's Fury. There are some ults coming back around, so G2 deciding, hey, let's just have a chat, let's have a check-in. We're at 12-9. Let's not get that scoreline getting closer. Let's close out, right? That last round's always the hardest, right? That famous saying, that final one always seems trickier than the others. As it stands, though, I feel like G2 still have a good grip on this game, but Visa Crew Blaze, I mean, by all accounts, have been deadly throughout.
They really have, and I think if Visa Crew Blaze, I'm getting PTSD already, but we'll see exactly how they adjust into this one. No op coming out for this potentially last round, but again, that commitment on the flood to each other. That's where this difference is going to be made on the defense. You can see the pings coming out here for B main and mid. G2, they want to contest this.
And Dodds completely forgets about Amy and you can't. Dodds was just so drilled in on watching towards main that she just didn't see the player to the side. And that's a massive advantage considering Dodds was very close to that ult. That could have been utilized here, but now gone. It spurred G2 back in towards this way. Romy tries to hold, does do very well. Takes away Amy and slips away herself, so doesn't get traded. It kind of reset this at a 4v4.
The communication coming through though, that Romy is very low. A lot of util on her back, but none of the big ones that Rescue can just flood into with.
Here we go! G2 again prioritizing this kind of CT deeper plant, it looks like, but is Biazik going to find Rescue? This is now looking better in the hands of Visa Crew Plays, but the plant is in and the time is on G2's side. Petra waiting towards CT, the ult coming in from Michaela, going to force maybe G2 a little bit deeper. Vanya, if anything, is encouraging her, but now stunned up and in trouble, takes the TP, and Petra takes over, takes away Romy and looks to the left, looks for another target, finds 2. Petra heating up here, Biazik last alive and last to fall. G2 are back in the series, tying us up at 1 apiece.
And what a high 5 play there between Petra and Vanya to close things out at the end. Vanya just making sure she rendezvous back over with Petra and the wide swing. 26 kills for the side of Petra. Just putting out a statement in this second map.
Perfect way to take us to the third. A 13-8 to start with, a 13-9 in the second. Abyss is up next.
See at the flow. They're getting low. Low, 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 low.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good.
Just free yourself. Just let it go. Just free yourself. Just let it go. Just free yourself. Just free yourself. Just let it go. 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 Just let it go.
What a fantastic response from G2 Gozen. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Tom. We will get a map 3. I think we deserve a map 3.
Yeah, exactly. Especially after the performance that we saw from G2. We were talking about that conversation that we were seeing where, you know, Mimi was definitely giving a lecture onto something. And we saw it on stage, not only on the player reactions, but entirely, Tom, on the way that they faced that sunset.
Yeah, I think you even look at the players that we mentioned as underperformers. The two sort of Turkish stars both came up big in this map, both having moments that turned the game. And I know at some point we'll look at Vanya's clutch, but I want to bring it up now anyway, just because it's insane. But also Rescue had a crazy 4K. Yes. That's what we want to see, because if they went missing even later in the tournament, it would be very scary for them.
Here's the thing, you guys were talking about dodds, you know, they have to neutralize dodds. And if we take a look at round 7, Tom, that is exactly what they did.
Yeah, I think this was a theme throughout, like, a lot of the game, but also in this round specifically. Like, you see the ultimate being put into play, and they basically just completely deny any space for dodds. And in the first map, they weren't able to do that. It was her running riot, just going around the map destroying. But in this case, there was nowhere for dodds to go.
Yeah, I think that I want to think of Haven as a little bit of a warm-up, because as we were saying, they were extremely conditioned by what Visa Crew Blaze was doing. But as we were saying right now, on Sunset, we would see Mimi, Petra, we would see all of them using the utility at the beginning of the round to set the pace of the round and stopping these pushes from happening, and actually having very good mid-round calling.
I don't remember a single round on that map where Petra wasn't probably the best player on that server. It was absolutely incredible. And if we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of of the day. Kukuka is just rolling back the years. Petra's been doing this for such a long time.
Yeah, exactly. And as Tom was saying, seeing her on the fade is always a treat, but the awareness that she has for this specific play, how she moves and plays with the information that she's had, every single sound cue that she uses to get this ace, this is a momentum gaining moment.
I think as well for her, it's more so the Sova requires you're always doing lineups like shock darts and everything else, whereas in this case, okay, maybe
Much
with the
more
reveal,
reactive.
that's the case, but she can focus a little bit more on her own individual game, and well, the stats speak for themselves. Like over 200 damage around playing a fade, you're doing okay.
It's just Petra things, right? We're kind of used to seeing things like this.
Lanimal.
Yeah,
Yes.
quite literally. And this is the experience everybody talks about when it comes to G2 Gozen. Not only do they have some of the best players, they just have that experience.
Yeah, exactly. And during map 1, Petra was also having a good
Yeah,
performance. It's just that with the fade, it's a different story, of course. We can also think about what we're going to see on Abyss next.
Yeah, and also, Tom, you ask, we will deliver. Here is the Vanya clutch. Again, enjoy this.
Yeah, I was about to say, you said there weren't any rounds where Petra wasn't the best player. This is one of those rounds. It's sort of the exception. Yeah, she was incredible. And this is exactly what we expect. That's the thing. That first map was not great. Got caught out in some awkward positions, some TPs. This was just classic Vanya.
Also the ability to keep her cool. And I think that Vanya needed this kind of rounds. The same goes for Rescue. Some of those aggressive plays that we were seeing from the defense, some of the things that were probably not working on Haven worked here on Abyss. And it is this couple of players that we were seeing on Haven maybe not showing up. And at the end, we were seeing the reactions, we were seeing the vibes. This is the G2 Gozen that we expected.
Let's move on to this Abyss and flip this on the side of Visa Crew Blaze, because what are they going to play?
Well, that's a very
What
good
are
I mean, we don't know because, again, this is going to be the first time ever that this team plays on this map. And all we know is that they're going to be starting on the attack. So things that can happen here, I mean, there is a lot of options.
What do you want them to play? What would you like to see?
I think that double duelist with the same that they do on Bind with Euro and Neon. Why not?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think a Dodds Neon is just a go-to. Like, just play that by default. I'll be interested to see, yeah, the Yoru maybe, but I also think it's going head-to-head with Rescue, which is always going to be difficult. I think it's important for her as well that she had a good previous map, because I think going into a Yoru, if you're a little bit flat, it always goes very badly. So I think that's a good switch up. I'd say Astra is almost a must. Like, I think a lot of teams are going to be running that. And I'll be interested to see if they try something like the Harbor, because that's something that we kind of expect for Vanya. Vanya's been running it on this map, and it works wonderfully for her.
Christine is going to be having the
she
best
has all the
time
notes.
ever.
All the notes.
Yeah, if they pull out a Harbor versus Harbor, you know, she's
Wait
right.
until Vanya
She's
just picks over now.
She's already drawing on the telestrator.
Well, don't encourage her. Don't encourage
It's
her.
going to be a full picture of Harbor by the time we get back.
I mean, is she right though? Like Harbor could be back. Harbor is back.
I mean, especially if you're coming from America, so it never left.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I think on this map in particular, with mid control, it can be really impactful. You can deny so much information, and it works across as well.
I was going to say, I'm looking at the
Fanny is not doing it.
Oh God!
Amazing.
Guys, it's not a
Amazing.
cent. It's not a cent. I
that's
promise.
funny.
It's promise. It's not a cent. Really, this is what we're going to get.
It's the best comp though, no? I mean, tried and
We
tested.
zoom
Yeah,
in
actually,
on
what I
Potter's
was-
disappointment.
I was going to say, you know, maybe are we going to see that, you know, Mimi on the Killjoy? Is that something that they're going to keep? Because Amy has been having such a good performance.
Yeah.
She's such a good cipher. It's kind of working against yourself if you're not putting it there.
It might even be kind of like best in slot, Tom, when it comes to the agent to the players as well.
The only thing I'd say is I do really like Astra in post-plan on this map, so neither team running it is definitely intriguing.
Well, crew, an 18-game win streak. G2 goes in a 15-game win streak coming into this. Potter and Pansy, one of those teams, their win streaks is about to come to an end.
How very sad. Doesn't that sound terrible? Oh, you didn't see that. It's very positive. One of them gets to continue it. All right, let's, you know, sunny side up. Anyway, something that actually both of us are a little bit aggrieved by, right? We're a little bit annoyed by. Where's the fun comps? What are these? What are these?
Device. Did no one watch us at this weekend?
That's what you're starting with? That's how you're trying to sell it?
Listen, this is a very, I think both teams, how they approach this mid is what I'm looking at. The long lines and not being able to cut off those lines, neither of these teams have enough smokes to do that. So we'll see exactly how they do it, and Vanya wants to go aggro. Both KO knives already used towards A main. They don't care about the lines, Lauren. They're just taking a brawl.
We've got sheriffs. We've got them just walking. Ooh, what is this? What am I witnessing? This is just like gone so topsy-turvy. Okay, fair enough. Finally, it simmered down a little bit, but at this point, that was a nuts start. We've got 4 still alive for Visa Crew.
This positioning, oh my God, Petra.
Petra. Michaela turned around. I mean, to be fair, I don't understand what I'm seeing. You know what? Can we just pause? I don't understand it. Can we just slow it down a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, G2 just got completely punished. They got completely punished, tried to make a quick push happen. Vanya did spot out the little barrel. If she's able to even get away with 1 kill, she'll be happy, but... okay, she's happy.
Okay. Yeah, so roll down mid. I don't mind the mid presence, but it just felt so weird seeing it after like super aggressive towards A, the mid walk as well.
Definitely forced. Definitely forced. And you know, this is the long line that I was talking about. With double controller, you're able to block off one of those, force break the Sova dart, and really catch your opponents off guard on that creep. But G2, they were spotted from the beginning right away that they wanted to push down. Great response, great punish coming out here for Crew. I don't think we're going to see G2 try a quick push like that again in this
Did they learn their lesson?
I hope so.
I mean, they go for somewhere else, though. They took the Wander over towards middle and A. They're like, didn't go well. How about B? How about that side? Luckily, they only have classics. So, at this point for Visa Crew Blaze, God, that is a mouthful. They do have complete access towards the A side. Now, the only real, I guess, threat would be if Romy gets a bit of an awkward timing on her. Yeah, that's a lot of targets now. Yeah, you're in a little bit of a pickle. There.
Uh-oh.
There we go. That is an issue. Petra's quite clean on that as well. So they're going to have the plant, focus on kind of flooding towards CT, take safety on the other side.
Spike planted.
We still have 1 sheriff. I think that's it, really. I think that might be the one they collected off of Romy. So it should never go wrong.
Oh my! Say that, Lauren, and that shot was close.
I don't like it. I don't. So the dart doesn't catch 2 of the players either, so they've managed to gap close pretty well. Dodds is hopefully the safeguard here. Shouldn't get overwhelmed with. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's going weird. It's all gone Pete Tong. Dodds is fine. Amy's only going to get 1. We're fine. Everything's good. Don't look at the HP or who's alive. It's all fine. Second round for Visa Crew Blaze.
That would have been poetic if Dodds dashed right back into that molly and just gets taken out, but
Frying
good response,
fire.
Crew. Yeah, and you always like to see that, right? You like to see that the communication is coming through really strong. Romy got unlucky with the long-range classic there, but she was aware of that quick flank coming through. So, Crew, they have the perimeter secured. It got a little dicey.
All good, fully in control, no problems. Just look at the score. 1 away actually from Michaela's ult. That's actually pretty important here. That could be huge to work with, but it looks like they want to go proactive. They'll flash behind on the swing. Michaela, I think they'll be safe from this. They might catch 1, but they still have a player who's ready for the flash if they need. Oh, Vanya, that is egregiously good. Finding both there, that is a gut punch as well for Visa Crew Blaze. Considering that they've been maybe getting used to some of this aggression that G2 have been bringing out, that is an issue, but Dodds' position could be pretty nice later on if she wants to try and punish a rotate or 2, or maybe just be a nuisance. But, I mean, G2 are aware of it, but how long can they keep paying attention to it?
Would have been great if Dodds actually did find that timing, but Vanya's already repositioned. They've got to be talking about this flash left in the back pocket of Mimi. Already got caught out with a beautiful pop flash from them. Need to be tight for each other as they mind their spacing, because G2, they're going to give up this B site. Only trips and a camera there. They want to focus mid.
And Dodds is just being a problem. They're so slow on the way up towards B. Trips are still there, the cam's there, that's both players spotted. So they now know what's going on. I guess it's the game of get past Dodds and try and get back to business, but that paranoia was from a mile away, and Dodds might just get the timing of the gods here, but it goes Amy's way. G2 now open up their chances, right? They've gone past that threat in middle. How are you meant to do this against two? I mean, going around the world maybe, but that timing is going to be no chance of it for Romy, but here's nothing.
And she's got a Spectre. Romy's got a Spectre, and she's got to play this post from mid-range to long range, so it's getting even more difficult by the second.
It's the current army. It's going to be buffed. It's fine. All good. The spam is going to have to be very on point here from this Bulldog. Kinnear going to find this tricky, but that's 3 players lined up. That ain't bad. It was a valiant attempt, but now it's on Romy, and that Spectre is starting to struggle. That's the issue here. Diffuse is still going, and it doesn't stop. G2, 2 alive, and get the first on the board for themselves.
Great bonus coming out here for Crew. Only a Spectre made that post a little difficult, but you mentioned it, Lauren. 1 off that KO ult, and they've got it on the board coming into this. They can leave that orb or the plant up for Biazik, use the KO ult to get into the site, and use the Hunter's Fury to secure that post. So you can see that the squad, they're grouped up. They want to make this B site theirs. We'll see if Biazik's able to find out these trips early with those shock darts, but this drone entry...
Suppressing.
G2, they've got to dodge this drone.
3 suppressed.
Oh, that's some huge info to start with. And they carry on. I mean, Visa Group Blaze are just going to carry on this pathing. Looking at Mimi, dedicated towards the site. Rescue can't break the dart. That is the big goer as well. And here we go, Dodds. Oh, that's gorgeous from Visa Group Blaze. That is a site take and a half. Stunning work between them. So plants in. And that post plant this time will be much easier to hold.
Yeah, for G2, they're already thinking about just damage control, but Romy wipes out the 3rd player there, and now it's just a matter of survival. I don't think they can even try to do any sort of damage control. They've just got to survive. Amy's going to try to regroup with Vanya here. That was a little too easy. That timing of the blind coming out here from Romy was just...
That's so good.
Or rather, Conir.
Yeah.
Just perfect. Perfection.
Amazing to see. And it felt like it was just in a heartbeat. It was that second. It just, the site was taken over, and it just completely crushed G2. So I want to see if Visa Crew Blaze have more looks like that. It was simple, but it worked so well. Just the timing of it more than anything. I mean, the concept is very, very simplistic, but as I said, the timing so well crafted on that perfect site take. I mean, I don't think they even took any damage basically at that point. It was literally the most perfect approach, and here it is played back through for you. But you can see how clinical that was. Everything really buttoned up on it. Now, they do still have that Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too. That's still there to be played out if they need it. Invested Michaela's ult there on the KO. A couple more coming in, but I mean, I'd say mostly the Jet Knives is the next one that's up that's pretty impactful. The rest more passive in approach. But G2, economy-wise, Christine, they are suffering on this.
Yeah, but last round they used KO ult to get into the site. This round, you mentioned it, Biazik with that Hunter's Fury. It looks like they're going to try to rinse and repeat the same sort of thing. This time around, though, G2 have 3 members on the defense stacked towards here.
Okay, spotted the camera. That's gone down. Spots out the player. Petra should be noted the second that dart goes. Yeah, but maybe that could be better timed here. Dodds in a 1v1 and wins it. Clears Amy. The site now under control. The other 2 players trying to catch the cross, just swing out to their death. This, again, it's so punishing just to have this done to you round after round here now. And again, a very clean approach. Not had the weaponry, not having the util, nothing to deny it. Another flawless round. What's the solution here? Because it is very demoralizing to have that same thing run on you twice, basically. How do they adjust for this? Because they're going to have to try and come up with an idea. I mean, they can get a bit of buy, maybe, but still.
I think G2, they've got to commit to either the retake or the full-on fight, right? Yeah. We saw just last map, all those retake protocols coming through strong for G2. Right now, they're doing a bit of 50-50. The anchors are going down and the rotators aren't nearby. So for G2, they either have to fully fight or fully give it up.
Okay. I guess it's make that call, but now Visa Crew Blaze can kind of take their time across the map. They don't have to keep depending on this. I like the further exploration from Rescue here. Kind of... it's a bold move, but it's fine as it stands. Gets away. A very deep hold from Visa Crew Blaze. They took their time across the map, showed a little bit more presence, played a little bit more in towards middle, but they had a slower fall back towards B. So I guess it's that operator against the world.
Yeah, you can see that is G2's response. They want Rescue to be able to find a pick, find an opening, find a timing, and she does dodge that drone. Oh, no!
Oh, it all good. No, it's not not good. Okay, and again, we go again. Rinse and repeat. Amy in the middle of no man's land. There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Visa Crew Blaze punishing G2 Gozen. Rescue just set adrift at that point. The tag was not enough.
Yeah, things have just gone wrong. But you know what, Lauren? Those are the kinds of rounds that are easiest to shake off. I mean, Rescue needs to be communicating across your team right there that that's a W round. That's a round that I should have converted that kill. Had she got that first kill on that Jet, that pressure wouldn't have been on her. So even if that blind caught her, drops the smoke, survives, her teammates show up, right? So I think that was a good look for G2. Right now, though, Crew, they're just getting away with whatever they want. They're grouped together, power in numbers, and they're just overwhelming these sites.
Again, that little bit of a tempo change, a little bit of a pace change on the B take, but a B take nonetheless. I just want to see what G2 come up with. Is there going to be a timeout soon? Because it feels like they're starting to run a little bit light on ideas. And again, as much as it's one of those rounds where Rescue should be able to shake it off, have to be able to check in on them, potentially just say, hey, doesn't matter. If you hit that shot, if you got that kill, totally different outcome. It could have been different, but I wait and see if there is a timeout. I imagine G2 should slow things down.
Yeah.
Looking at a 5-1 score isn't pretty.
Yeah, it should be this round because you do want to regain that confidence, regain, or rather maintain your composure. But catching their breath here for G2 is going to mean a lot. I'm not really sure what their exact answer is going to be because we saw in pistol round, they tried to be the aggressors. They tried to get proactive and take the fight in mid. But again, those long lines, you can see it coming if you're the attacker. So with a little bit of communication, you're already ready for the hit before it even comes. So for G2, I think they go back to that setup where they just have their Jet forward looking for a quick peek, but ride or die fight with that shot, right? And again, they lost out on that 3-stack towards B, but they woulda, coulda, shoulda won it.
And that's what they have to come up with here, but they also have to face the fact that they're going to be on probably a sheriff round at best. No big ults to bank on, I'd say, in this round. I mean, the knives aren't here yet. They could potentially get them, but still, that's not in back pocket. And for Visa Crew Blaze, they near on have everything, excluding Michaela's, but that's because it was invested earlier on. And Visa Crew Blaze's money is spiraling out.
They're balling.
They are so comfortable here. They've had everything they've wanted. So this is where it gets a little bit more problematic. I think we've actually just had a back-to-back timeout. Visa Crew Blaze potentially going for their own here too. Maybe just to see how they want to approach with all the ults they have, how they want to be expecting G2 to hit those adjustments. Plenty to be discussed for both teams.
Yeah, a lot of mind games being played right now. Very rare to have back-to-back, especially when you're so far ahead.
Yeah.
But maybe some miscoms coming through, or maybe too many tools on the board for Crew to play around with. But for Crew, they've got to remain disciplined. Don't waste too much here. Don't let your foot off that gas pedal. Double down on the discipline. Do not allow G2 any sort of inch to get back into this half.
And I think that is the factor, is keeping that gap there. Because you open the door, G2 will walk through it. I mean, we've seen Crew nearly close out games. Both these teams are very, very good at that. They're never quite down and out. 3 rounds in a row and suddenly the game looks totally different, right? So I think we need to see if Visa Crew Blaze can keep that concept up of just kind of keeping as much distance to them, to G2 as possible. Easier said than done. Rescue with a bit of a quieter start, not what you'd want to be seeing here. 1-6 so far, Mimi 1-5, Petra 1-6. It's slow beginnings, right? So we need to see them start firing up here, starting to get into the zone a little bit. That aggressive start didn't look good, and Visa Crew Blaze have been dictating the pace. Now, I mean, we're on sheriffs here, so I'm not going to be paying too much mind in regard to the adjustments overall, but let's have a look to see what they go for now as we jump back in after the back-to-back timeouts in map 3.
That knife should give a lot of information for Rescue to poke and go a little bit more aggressive. She wants this orb. She had both initiators in her back pocket. I think for G2, they're going to be okay not ride or dying for this B site. They know the knives can show up late.
And that's going to be Amy at least spotted, but they know they've got good site control here, so already you can see Dodds just taking all that space. Plants in. Mid lurk here. Devastating. Whoa, speaking of hello, Amy. Back-to-back big shots with the Sheriff, and now suddenly it's a goer. Suddenly it's game on, but Rescue again. Not what you want to be seeing with that. Knives going completely astray. And Visa Crew Blaze still with 3 for the defuse, but there's Hunter's Fury. Gonna drag them away for it. doesn't get the follow-up on the kill of it. No, Kinnear gonna find Mimi. It ain't over yet. It might be now, though, as the final player falls, but that got close. But at 6-1, close isn't enough.
Oh my goodness, if Biazik didn't have that Hunter's Fury, G2 would have just gone away with defusing the whole damn spike. I can't believe how close that anti-eco got for Crew, but kudos to them for handling that flank. Jet Knives flanking that fast pace, just dashing on your backlines that fast. It is hard to handle, so Crew are going to be counting their lucky stars on that one. And again, it's that full 5 hit. 4 members grouped all together, and they're changing the pace. Connier wants to take it towards A site this time. No, they don't. Spike is doubling back around.
Yep. I think one of them maybe got revealed on the knife, and they're like, oh, we can take our time. They can play with tempo changes. They can kind of, wow. And it finds its target. Kinnier's gone. Okay. And it clears through maybe some of their expectation. Yeah, they still know there's at least one here, but no one else was tagged, no one else was noted, and there has been presence now seen towards the B site. So it's enough that they can keep the players present. Dodds is taking the site control again. Rescue hasn't been having the impact she would have wanted, but now would be the time to start shining. Where is that spike still?
This flank coming from Romy, the timing that she gets contact and tries to meet up with her Jet is going to be everything. Both players trying to pinch through this library.
Bloody hell. Music's here too. Petra very aware of this, but has to pay attention towards the plant. And now, closing the gap, spotted one. Mimi gonna know the first player does not know about Biazik yet. Now they're trying to deal with the site though. Michaela wants to try and get that going. It's Roman to find Mimi. That starts the problem. That starts the ball rolling downhill. It's Amy to fight back. Rescue does land a good shot. That's what she needed. And now the final 2 players are cut off at middle. Too far away to really have any sort of impact in denying the defuse. And G2 finally breaking back in this game.
These kills are huge though. If Crew's able to get one more, get the op off the table, that would have been everything going into this 9th round. But G2 barely hanging on, able to actually defuse the spike in that one. But Crew had so much control. Biazik and Romy were always going to flank and secure this round. So G2 lucky to have taken over the site and actually get that defuse on the board. But wow, Crew are playing this map so well on the attack side.
They really are. They look a little bit of a cut above in my mind, but yet to see if that continues. High priority towards middle this time. Coming out from Visa Crew Blaze. Dodds getting closer as Petra again, this off angle. She has been spotted as well. That's tricky. Stunning from Petra. And a follow-up, no. Dodds is there to put her down, but still trying to get away with one is good. Mimi trying to backfill the space, but traded out. Kinnear still there, and mid is a problem, and they are knocking at the door on B as well.
The reposition, Connier, this is so huge!
Oh, that could have been 2. That should have been 2. But now it's a 3v2 in favor of G2. Lots of 2s there. Rez in as well. Mimi's now back on her feet. So we need an over-delivery. We need Michaela or Romy to go above expectation. Michaela wants to go at it. Does only get 1, so now it's on Romy in a 1v3. Damage done towards Amy.
Destroyed.
But still, this is very difficult. Romy has to try and find a mistake. Amy goes ahead, spots out the player, but Romy gets to sit back again. They got to get working towards the spike here. Rez Q gonna try and get the tap towards it. Force the fight, but Romy up to the damage, and oh, Mimi just about gets there in time, but close as you like. The fuse is fine, but G2 again down to that final member.
Yeah, and they're barely surviving here, Lauren. Their money is not okay right now. Going into this next round, this is such a huge swing round for Crew in this 10th. If they're able to, I mean, honestly, if they're able to just keep one defender alive at the end of the round, they're in good position to end this half strong. But if they win this next, G2 are in such a pickle. Michaela, KO ult back online, and this is the cue, this is the time when Crew are able to really enable that fast pace for Dodds. Spike is dropped down though, so not wanting to fully commit yet.
Too suppressed.
No, that's a different look though. Still noting the 2 players, and that the knife was there. That's at least three players towards that A site. So an early understanding of it, but we know the Visa Crew Blaze do like to take their time, right? They'll show presence, and then they'll hit that long old swing all the way back around towards B, which it looks like they're doing now. It's Romy.
Curious what that tell was for Crew to just insta-leave A, but it was a great read. And there's the KO ult.
Yeah, util. Gonna be down, but I mean, there was very little in the way in the first place, but they have to respect it anyway. The camera still remains. And I like this from Rescue. I actually like this from the entirety of G2 taking this walk down middle. It will be given away by the trip being here, but still, it's gonna have a good purpose. But for the post-plant, Crew are so dedicated towards site, they're fighting CT.
Yeah, quickly flipping the map. Romy's gonna be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Romy's gonna play this right. Show a little presence, be a little bit of a problem, but actually they get to skip on past, but now the fight towards CT breaks out. A fight on two fronts, but Crew is winning out here. Man advantage up. Rescue gonna try and even this back down to a 3v3. Tap on the spike, forcing the hand of Crew to go for the fight here. Rescue again, but Kinnear, you can't forget about Kinnear in the back. Lines, 3 big kills.
What a hold, what a post. And for Crew, it's as simple as ever, right? When that big ult comes online, they just choose the right site. Once again, Konir calling to perfection here, never running into the big stack on the defense side. Finding the gaps and just surviving in that post. Konir, I'm sure Konir thought they were sticking that spike too.
Yeah, you kind of felt it, right? 3-7 though, this is a stunning half from Visa Crew Blaze. They'll be so happy with this already. Obviously still wanting more, but they've broken the buy here as well for G2. So if anything, you're kind of imagining 8 on the board for them. Let's see how they approach this. So the anti-ecos left us scratching our heads in the last map, but this looks much different. As G2 playing standard themselves on the defending side. Mostly focused towards mid and B, yeah.
On that A. Good double peek.
I mean, you're seeing how much Visa Crew Blaze have been hitting towards that B side. It kind of makes sense to me. I like this late walk. Good shot from Rescue.
Deja vu again on the low buy. Rescue's got the knives in her back pocket as well.
Hey, we question their anti-ecos for a reason. It looks like it might be history repeating itself, and now because it's looking a little bit more likely, hey, knives are coming through. Rescue's gonna pop them straight in, and we were discussing the timing on the camera usage here. That has been already dealt with, if I'm not mistaken, so that's gonna be taken out, so not gonna be able to see the post plant too easily.
The blind.
Big paranoia. Dod's gonna be forced away from the angle. Rescue flashed off as well. Lovely information on that dart, lighting them up here. And Rescue held away for a moment, but they gotta go now. Crew with 3, trying to hold back that CT flood, and they're doing just that. Dodds with a follow-up of the 2, but it's Mimi and Amy to put Kinnear under pressure, and they can't fight together in this one. They just waited a second, it would have worked out, but Kinnear again, another round to her name, and another round for Visa Crew Blaze.
And again, a round that they looked like they weren't gonna win. G2 able to convert, that's 2 low buys on the back of the jet knives that G2 are barely able to scrape by with. Barely able to not scrape by with, and Crew able to just save the day. But again, I keep saying it, but it's Crew. Their calling is spectacular right now. Anytime they're going into the sites, they're never in a position where they have to guess. They have the information. They know where that retake is coming from.
Huge knife. Oh dear me, again, just, it feels like no man's land up there.
Yeah, Vanya had a smoke out instead of her gun out. Unfortunate timing. And during these pauses, usually Romy has been putting a lot of disruption in their mid area. You can see that Amy is kind of nervous about it, bringing Petra back over towards that mid as well. For Crew, they're just waiting for that second KO knife to come back online here. 10 more seconds. Ooh, they're just gonna right click
early. Okay, so the exchanges, they give up the site, but they clear middle. Okay, this time they've done it cleanly as well. So Romy goes down, so the back line is cleared up. They're not too worried about that. That's Michaela. I'm not sure what you were after there. That felt a little unnecessary. Very possible round considering how clutch they've been so far, but now down to 1. The dart's fantastic. You're gonna keep track of Kinnear. 1v3 is a lot to ask for. Does have ult. Maybe the first exchange here was a bit cleaner. I could have seen something, but now the defuse starting and not stopping. Vanya doesn't need to stop, doesn't need to go off this. And eventually Vanya will shut down any threat in the end as well. 8-4, a big display from Crew here, a large lead to go into that second half. And G2 left on 4 rounds. That is a little bit scary. So find out how that closes out after the break. Four to 8. 8 rounds for Visa Crew Blaze here. Now the G2 have their work cut out in front of them. This is a very, very tough situation. Crew had been really running the tempo, running the pace, and running that B site like it was theirs the whole way through. Parter, what are your thoughts here now coming into the second half? What do we need from G2? What do we need to see from them to bring this back to a closer game?
It's going to be tough. I think I would take a page out of Crew's book, right? Be grouped together, really take advantage of this KO being on your squad to throw those pop flashes and just gain space. I think keeping it simple with a comp like this is the name of the game. And just make sure you put yourselves in those post-plant positions. I mean, I don't think Crew had a single issue getting into the sites and actually getting that spike down. I think the same thing will be said here on the G2 side.
A little harder, it feels almost to envision that when you've had a really hard first half against you as well. A couple of players a little bit quiet. You know, Rescue having a bit of a tough time this time around. Petra certainly night and day from that previous map where she was absolutely the top of the board. But Kinnear really coming alive for Visa Crew Blaze on the other side. Now, we focus up as it is time for G2 to try and set the tempo themselves. They had been dictated to by Visa Crew Blaze on that first half. Now, their chance to do it, but opting in towards this A side. 4 players going for this. It looks very much simple in approach. Already Rescue on site. Deals with the trip. I think we're waiting on that dart to see if anyone's going to get a nice punish off the back of this one. Waiting for the dart to come in. Does light them up. And there's the damage. Dodge right away, ripping the heads off of 2. And Yazik's there as well. This is looking like it's wrapped up here. Crew just destroying them. And Amy's got nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to go. This is perfect from Visa Crew Blaze.
And what a stark difference, right? From the G2 side, when they were on defense, they allowed the plant and the spike to go down. This time on that tap, that's when the flood comes through. That's when all the utility comes through. Essentially 4 versus 5. Beautiful defense protocols coming through here on Crew. Just completely catching G2 off guard. And that's
starting to look frustrated.
Yeah.
That's a real stark contrast, isn't it, from one side to the other?
It really is. It really is. And you know, this is where that experience that we always compliment the side of G2 on has to come through.
It's one of those games you're going to have to start digging deep. Kinnear does get overwhelmed, and that is a massive start to things. Romy is going to be holding that push up towards the site, though. Nice work on the angle. Maybe didn't have to stick around so long on that. That's another Bulldog now picked up. And that's pretty big. I mean, the other weapon Jevin players, the Outlaw, the Spectre, and I guess there is still the Bulldog with Michaela, but that's a plant, post-plant here now.
Planted.
And all the other players from Visa Crew Blaze are pretty far away, excluding maybe Biazik. So still got the dart to play with, but hard to make this valuable now, considering the positions G2 are in.
Here.
Hello. Oh, the timing is so good. Vanya being herded forward and gets pinged on the dart as well. Shock dart there, but the Bulldog in hand. And now Vanya has to clutch up for G2, and she does! they need her most, she gets them a goddamn ace.
She never slowed down either, even in that last kill, just booking it for that top site. The repositioning in this last and third map in this series has been incredible. All these players just one-upping and finessing. This is not a round that Crew should have lost. I mean, and I think this goes back to your point earlier, Lauren, when you mentioned Romy. She didn't have to go for that second kill. Just maintain the perimeter and make your opponents make the move. Unfortunate for Visa Crew Blaze, they get punished.
Take flight. They do. And we talked about giving opportunities, opening the door, because you know that G2 will take that walk. Now on the other side, Crew now have to suffer through being on the Sheriffs, the Pistols, the lower end of the line. Can they turn the tides of this? Tricky. Not in the right place, sadly, as they did go for this kind of walkthrough on A. G2 should be fine to make their way across. Yeah, the site's pretty clear. One player up towards Heaven. That's about it. So Plant should be in fun. You're looking at this kind of 3-play pack working their way through middle currently. Maybe the Paranoia to be primed by Kanir. Pressure those back lines. The 3-2 split, 2 on the site, 3 down long. See if they can make it at least look a little scary. Oh, that's nice from ResQ.
Nice little farm session. Yeah, mirror comps, the same comps, so the same kind of start in this anti-eco, right? We saw the defenders starting towards A, and since G2 hit B, they just collect the orb and initiate their flank. Oh, okay. Well,
it's not in the highlight reel, but, another orb, I guess. Hopefully no one's going to be on light shields. Nah, it's fine. Kanir's going to opt for the spike anyway, and Romy, same thing. So, 4 alive for G2, 6 rounds, step by step.
Step by step. Should be a healthy buy. Unfortunate for Dodds and unfortunate for Crew to lose that pistol. They won't have, or rather that anti-eco. Right about now, that operator would be coming out on the board to just double down and have that dominant second half, but just rifles in half armor coming through. And this is a 1-3-1 start for the side of G2. They don't really want to open and win their opening. They just want to disrupt and default it out here.
See what this looks like. Okay, so deep knife, shouldn't catch anyone. Smoke towards the right side. It looks like it's kind of implying this pinch towards that B site, put pressure on Vierzik there. As no support could come in, but no one's actually on that side of the map anyway. So you can see the nerves there kicking in that someone could have slipped the net. There was a small window of chance, so she has to rotate over. Now, G2 aren't exploiting that or exploring that option. It is purely just your standard old default, really. So opting to go back towards that B site. See how Dodds does it.
Vanya being so far away has to regroup and catch up with those Omen smokes, but that entry from Mimi just gives them the sight.
Yeah, the Paranoia are even reaching towards Romy, so they have security here. Camera gets cleared. ResQ outdone though. Good swing from Romy and going to invest the ult as well. Now the others are getting close by, but they now get to see the full idea. No flank in play, nothing to worry about coming through middle, so they can focus on what's in front of them. Romy, when are you going to lean through that cage? Wait for the rest of the team to get closer. Kanir already on the site. Paranoia still there. Smoke still there. That's going to be Petra with the blind on her. She can't do much. Actually, it's both of them. I thought Vanya would have been fine, but no, the near side reached. But so does Petra. Punching back up with 2, but a 2v2. And Mimi trying to play this corner. Has to play it perfectly. Needs some help here as well. Takes away the diffuser. And now Michaela up against Amy in the 1v1. And Amy's just got to play to the time, play to the tune. Drawn in. Wants to take a glimpse. Timing is everything. Wait, how close is that? I think Michaela...
She's got it.
Yes, she absolutely does have it. Oh! Amy's going to be kicking herself over that one.
That is crazy because even Petra being blinded by the Omen blind, that KO flash never caught her.
Yeah.
Her eyes were still dark from that Omen blind being on her, so she was able to punish and get one right before she died, and that was everything. Crew had everything they needed. Romy was putting in so much work finding those equalizers. But G2, I can't believe this.
Doesn't look like who won the round if you look at the buy now coming out, but
it's wild. It's wild.
Visa Crew Blaze are up to 10 now. And they're going to be coming in with Sheriffs, and it looks like Hero Rifle on Dodge, so that's about it for G2. Still a decent enough purchase, still got Vanya with the ult, you're going to have Petra with her ult, Rescue 1 off. And a couple of ults on the horizon as well for Visa Group Blaze, but you're looking for that economy to match it in the very least.
Early drone here from Biazik, feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure, lacking info from this A, and actually Vanya breaking that drone so early is still gonna keep the defenders blind. They're not exactly sure how many members are outside the same main, so you can see they're holding the perimeter. It's just Dodds all alone here on this B site.
One Hero Rifle for the entirety of the G2 squad. Now, gotta wait for the dart, I'd imagine. As Dodds is still back here, gonna be revealed and noticed, I think, at this point. No, managed to mostly evade it. Did get suppressed, so they know that someone was on the site, but 17 HP, and the timing on the smoke is perfect. A quick hit and run, but it's G2 smothering the site, who get the security. So the plant can come in, and the final two players, I mean, it's a Marshal and it's gonna be a Sheriff, so not too much to worry about, I say, with bated breath. There's an Outlaw.
I'll hold my breath with you.
Yeah.
Might be able to get away with some damage here, Konir. Able to pick up that Vandal. G2 are playing this round so well.
Yep. You got to take no chances here. If you're at 6 to 10, you just had a bit of a I don't want to say blunder, but an awkward previous round. You don't want to be making mistakes, and there it is. So, 3 stay alive for G2. Still keep a lot of their big ults here, which is what they'll be looking for as well. And the Visa Crew plays, they make it through okay. They make it fine. It was just a Hero Rifle investment. Just got to make sure they can round out the purchase now.
And still no operator on the board here for the defenders. Not enough money. This KO ult should allow Michaela and crew to formulate some sort of a retake plan. And you can see that on the map here. They're just leaving Romy all alone to her devices. 4 members stacked towards this B.
No armor on Romy either, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, couldn't afford it. That's pretty rough.
Oh, wow.
One off from the knives too, and not going to go for the dropout on that. Yeah, well, see if it comes back to haunt them. It may have no issue because Dodds is apparently in their spawn.
And crew, they're corralling G2 into the Cypher setup right now. Dodds is on the back line, applying pressure and making sure G2 commit to this hit.
Yeah, they are going for this as well. You're absolutely right, but Romy's got to be careful. Very, very vulnerable, but very well positioned. Safe from the dart and able to punish. Visa Crew Blaze should be happy with this so far. Vanya is still alive, so there is a danger in that regard. But they need the plant, they need the time on their side. A 2v4, you got to feel there has to be almost mistakes from Visa Crew Blaze to open up a chance back into it. Vanya has aced in the past, she has the paranoia, she's got the smoke, still got an owl drone as well. She's looking for an isolated fight. The barrel shows and the kill comes in. But in the meantime, Petra fell. So now Vanya is up against it. A 1v3. 3 for Visa Crew Blaze. And it's going to be Michaela to do what is necessary. 11 for them, closing in on that 12th round.
Love this set play coming out here for crew. The aggression on the defense, but the layers that was always there. They knew that G2 would respond and react in the way that they did. And always had that secondary trap. Love the spam kills coming through here for Romy. And what a round for crew, right when it matters most. I mean, they've been working on that strategy for quite some time.
Right? You can see the idea.
For sure, for sure. They've got a name for it. Busting it out.
Can I ask
right
one
in
of
the
your
perfect moves. We
names?
call that, well, our name is kind of weird, but it's
okay.
Pouge.
Pouge.
P-U-U-J.
Pouge.
Yeah, Pouge. Let's go Pouge, guys.
I'm so scared of asking you anything ever again. Like, that
We've
seems
got some
fine.
weird
but
call-outs.
yeah, no, it sounds like it. That sounds
but it makes you remember them.
True.
Yeah.
True. That's, do you know what? It sticks in the head. Okay.
Our best strategies are named after female artists. Miley Cyrus, Adele.
What is the Miley Cyrus? Should I
Miley
ask?
Cyrus is on Sunset. It's
Okay.
a hit push.
Okay, the
That's
little
all you
Miley.
need to
All right, that's all I need. Okay, that's fair enough. No, that's incredible. Thank you for that insight. I just hope everyone now just doing something in mid on Sunset, just calls it a Miley Cyrus. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
They should.
Just Miley Cyrus it. You know what I mean? As it stands, though, we do have the timeout for what is G2? I think it's G2. That'd make sense if it's G2. Scary times ahead if it's not. But again, they are held on 7. 11 for Visa Crew Blaze, but it has been back and forth, right? Look at the string of rounds we've had, and there's got some big ults here for G2. If you're going to bring out a set piece, now is the time. If you've got a concept in mind, now is the time to do it. Dodds has ult, though. We do have the Hunter's Fury as well for Biazik. There is a lot against them here. This is the round that could make or break this game pretty much in half. Rescue, Operator in hand. That's huge. And I'm looking again. Dodds up on that off angle.
Yeah, the knives for Rescue should allow her to be even more explosive after this first shot. Drone gets her on the deeper line. Oh, just the barrel.
And she goes back. Now that was pretty nice. God damn. Replay,
Rescue
please.
said, sit down.
Literally.
Sit back down right now.
Have a seat. Deadlock naded, just straight out to the floor. Oof. Okay, well, let's let that one simmer for a second.
Regrouping back outside A, and look, Mimi, she's always held on to this KO ult. No Cypher trips that they have to worry about, just this Omen blind. Konir, she's, oh wow.
Yeah, this is dreamy. They don't even know it. Yeah. They don't even know how good they got it right now. They're still going to go through the protocol list. I don't blame them. You can see it. The paranoia, the high flash, the dart towards the back of the site. That means everything's clear, right? This is all good to go. Maybe there's the one danger of the smoke, right? Someone sat in the own smoke.
Left.
Hunter's Fury.
Oh no, she ran into the, she gets canceled out on the Hunter's Fury, not accounting for the range of that KO ult. Unfortunate. The dart is still on the board though, and Konir equalizing.
Wait, hold on. Does Vanya get checked on this though? Yeah, she does. Okay, the ball was there. Quick TP, she needs out of there. She gets caught. Huge. Michaela gonna open up chances here, but Rescue. Huge start, and looks like it might be the huge end to this as well, but still firing, still going up top, and still connecting. Rescue living up to her name, keeping G2 alive when they needed her most, and she can't land the final one, but it doesn't matter. She's got teammates by her side, and it might be a team game. But even with all the time in the world here, Michaela can't do anything about this one. This one is wrapped up. G2 staying alive.
Barely. Yeah. And that was a 5 versus 4 with G2 in full control. It hit the fan as soon as that retake started coming into motion. Crew are just not letting go of the gas pedal.
Look at this. Just one more time.
Boom.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. That's real nice right there. Oof.
Rescue is heating up right when G2 need her most. I'd like to see Crew talk about being okay with giving up the next couple of rounds, getting their money in order, in check, so that they can have the best weaponry that they can for the last 2 or 3 rounds of this half. We haven't seen an operator in Dodd's hands. We've seen some scrappy buys, but they need to take a deep breath, stabilize, and think about these last, what do we have? What's the math here? 4 rounds in the half.
You took a second on that one.
I did.
I don't even go for it. Like, I mock, like, Sliggy people when they do, like, the 4 chances thing.
That's that experience.
Right. But I just steal it, because I'm like, oh, 4 chances, sick. I don't have to count that high. Brilliant. But no, I think you're right, because even when it comes to mine, like, some of the ones that Visa Crew Blaze did actually convert, still had some faults in it. Again, we saw that, who was it who didn't even have armor in that? It was Romy. Yeah, Romy who got some really valuable kills over towards the A site, holding it down. Still didn't even have armor. If it got out of hand, that could have been a big problem. So you're right, I would like to see them kind of, save up the pennies, not overinvest, to have that nice big purchase. Let's wait and see. It looks pretty frugal so far, I say that. Sheriff's coming out, but still, hopefully they get a nice purchase eventually.
Look at Michaela's assist, 16 on the board. Oof. So many pop flashes. Flash start combo to get that quick mid info.
Here. Mid's a little dangerous up against probably Sheriffs though. There's a lot of angles to try and clear through. But see how deep G2 want to go on this. I don't know if the knife even caught anyone. They all look.
It did catch Romy.
It did catch Romy. Okay.
But did not see Biazik here. And you can see that Rescue isn't really that comfortable going any deeper than she is. And this goes back to that double controller comp I was talking about. But they do need to take care of this cam.
Hello? Uh-oh. Don't make me do this. Dodge is so confident. They're sticking around fighting that still. I love it. I mean, you get that little air of freedom to kind of go for it. Having a little bait, trying to see if she can draw anyone into having a peek on this, but Biazik could try and set up maybe Dodds again here, but
Crew are reading this round so well. They know it's a distraction. They know it's a fake.
Standing ahead.
Get out of here. Luckily, the knife doesn't actually catch as many as it could. The paranoia certainly does, though, but lit up like a Christmas tree. Romy, how are you alive? Petra's been so bang on the money with those, but still, I'm looking at Kinnear's positioning. Suppressed, yes, but they don't expect the angle, and suddenly it all goes topsy-turvy. Luckily, Rescue and Mimi are trying to put this one together, but it's getting dangerous. Romi's still in a good spot, gets taken away. 12 seconds, it was down to the wire, but I think they found stability now. Plants there for Biazik, and the knife to the throats. G2, 4 alive, taking another step, but we were waiting for that money to hit for Visa Crew Blaze.
And it should be hitting right now. Still not quite where you would want it to be, but you can't complain. Last round was so close because of the little that they did invest. But an operator finally on the board for Dodds, getting it passed down the line. And it looks like she wants to start the round towards A. I love the fact that she's got a pocket KO in her back with the Sova. This is going to be a brawl. 4 members against the 4 members of G2 here at A main.
It feels like a do or die by Dodds in this round a little bit, but let's see.
Oh,
did Petra see? Did Petra see? I don't think she did. She'd be deeper on the angle, and you're right, the discipline there, but Dodds goes forward. Off the back of the flash, not quite good enough. Again, these plays, they're so outrageously confident, and now they get punished, but right back in it. Michaela, unwilling to let go of the round, but it's Mimi again to tip the scales. Back into the hands of G2 in a 3v2. Kinnear and Romy, the last 2 alive, both deep towards CT. And a quick TP taken, Kinnear. Well, I don't know what you meant to really get out of this one. Romy, gonna find it hard because the timing, you look at the position from Rescue, you're just, it's so tough.
They did spot the Omen right before canceling out that ult.
Is that both players, maybe?
Oh
my,
wait.
Rescue, live up to your name again, like the life raft that G2 need. Forced off the spike, but still half achieved. Romy can't do it. Rescue again, impact in these rounds.
What an incredible start. You gotta feel for Crew there, though. I mean, Dodds, she had the play. The flash was en route on the way, but just that crosshair displacement a little bit off the mark. But what a response. And you saw how aggressive Rescue was right after that little skirmish, pressing the issue, going deeper and further down into that heaven, and just really checkmating that post plant for the side of G2.
Coming back, come on.
Coming back.
3 in a row, broken the money. This should be the quote-unquote tie-up round if you're looking at just the purchases alone. But it can change in a dime, in a moment, in one shot. Vanya down to 5 HP. Suddenly, got to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious. They're building up mostly towards that B site for now. Couple trips here to be cleared out by that shock dart. Yeah,
no KO knife on the board, but the ultimate is up. If Crew are able to burn out this ult this round, there it is.
Wait, that was Michaela's?
Wants to buy time for Dodds' flank, I guess.
But Dodds showed. Hard to tell if that was worth it or not. I guess we have to wait to see the outcome, right? Yeah. I don't know if they thought they caught maybe the timing on it, that maybe, Dodds could have just played back in there, but
Look at this mini-map right now, Lauren.
Yep.
Dodds is repositioning,
I
and
like this.
They've got them contained.
I do like this from Dodds, at least still trying to be proactive. But if she dies here, it feels all for nothing. Oh my god, the time. Oh. So tunnel vision there, but Biazik still going to find Vanya, who's the player down low before, but Biazik has an opportunity to do more. Still spotting out more players. They know they're on the side. Biazik lock in here, gets overwhelmed. Petra pushes her aside, leaving Michaela just tucked in the corner, needing some help here, needing some assistance. Dodds is on the way, and Dodds is delivering 2 big kills, but they can't get the rest. Amy tying up the score at 11 apiece.
These anti-eco rounds are gonna give me a heart attack, Lauren.
Nope.
They have been so close. Both teams are reading this map, this third map, so well, constantly in the right position at the right time. It's coming down to the wire. Round 23, healthy buys for both teams. Operators on both the jets.
This is the one, it feels like. Visa Crew Blaze need this more than any of the other rounds. This is the one to fight for. This is the one to really give everything you've got. Because a close game gets forgotten, a win gets remembered for Visa Crew Blaze here up against the likes of G2 Gozen, but patience being displayed. usual approach towards like clearing util, drawing rotations. Do they commit here?
Drone tag does push Jet Rescue off the line, allows Dodds to regain that line. It's gonna mean a lot.
I got the spike.
Getting that space. This should allow the defenders and crew to over-rotate as soon as they lose this mid-pressure. Pop Flash gives a lot of sound cue.
The operator up through here?
She's got a shorty though.
I mean, yeah, true. My bad. I'll never doubt, but they're sending so many kind of mixed signals here. G2 making this very hard to get a read on it, but you can see just basically everyone holding the extremities as the push through middle, right? That's it. You've got 2 creating the crossfire on this side, 2 on the other, a little bit paranoid about the push through towards heaven, but there's the first bit of contact here. Forced a little bit deeper, Petra trying to take the next step. Next player in line is Romy. They're already gonna cut through up towards heaven. This wrap is so audacious, but it's gonna be good so far. Back and forth between the two. Rescue, the tipper of the scales, leaving Kinnear and Michaela. The 2 are on the other side of the map to have come all the way back around. And look who is locked in on this rescue. Huge damage here. This could be the one, the heartbreaker. Michaela in a 1v3. Knife, 2 flashes. Vandals there. And the trip has to be broken. Camera in play. Really uncomfortable position for Michaela. And G2 are giving her nothing. It's silence. And it's almost deafening at this point for her. Looking for someone to make a mistake, and there are none. There's layers to this. Surely 12, it is G2, still alive. And Visa Crew Blaze are feeling the pinch here. That is the round that's gonna break their hearts.
What a beautiful entry. What a beautiful strat coming out here for G2. They were always in control of this round, and I love the fact that they cut noise. And I mean, Crew, they are running out of gas here. They're running out of energy. They had the space in that middle, but G2 responds so well. The timing that Mimi got on that heaven pinch, that B player had no idea.
And this is the one. This is it. Crew, can you take us to OT, or is it done for? That's the start. Rescue, after a nightmare of a beginning, making up for it. Starting to really hit here for G2 as at least Crew trying to take space on the other side of the map. A deep Aldron gonna spot out too. Biazik, that is very bold. And she gets the reward. That is the Hunter's Fury there for her. The Rescue wants to clear that space as well. They're heading this way.
Regaining the information. Biazik is gonna want to get out, and you can see that she has slipped out. Oh, she's coming back in. She needs to use this Hunter's Fury, Lauren.
She really does. This needs to happen. Clear on the site, maybe waiting for the dart here, maybe hoping this will be the time. It might just be. Can she get any value for this? Can she be rewarded by any means? I think Mimi might have been tagged. Maybe a little bit of chip damage, but that's it at most. I don't even know if that was it, but the plant set, I don't think that's enough impact. A late lurk coming out from Romy, but we'll have to get rid of the trip. Actually, no, the knife landing, that does open up a little bit of a way forward. That's good, so maybe an unexpected flank here. Rescue does not know about this, but time is ticking. They gotta get a move on Romy. This is the time, you have to strike now. Opportunity beckoning, and now Crew start to flood back in, but Amy, Petra, they deny it all! Legends for a reason, G2, no matter the odds, stick it through to the very end.
What an impressive comeback. And you know, we talked about it, the fact that G2, this is where their experience have to shine through. This is where the veterans have to step up and let each other know, hey, look, it was a tough start. Jitters might be in play, but we've 100%. Got this. We're the better team, and they absolutely show it here at the end.
I am so impressed by Visa Crew Blaze, though. I can't stress it enough. A team that you could overlook, potentially, but now they have to be really considered. They pushed G2 goddamn hard.
To the limits, for sure. And I love the teamwork coming out for Crew. Each time that they decided they wanted to fight, they looked dominant. I mean, constantly setting up Dodds for those highlight reels, but Konir has just called an incredible series. I think moving forward, she's got to feel pretty good about how this game plan went down in their opening.
Yeah, this is, again, Dodds, standout player for me as well. Impact through the roof. Get the fifth sponsor going, there we are, sorted. But again, taking G2 the distance, they're very impressive. Individuals from Crew are the real deal, but on the other side, as said, legends for a reason. A team to be truly feared, no matter the scoreline. And we saw it here today. G2 holds strong, looks solid. Not impossible to beat, though. They look human this tournament so far. Now, whether or not that changes as it goes deeper and they remember who they truly are, who knows?
We will see, we will see. And I mean, G2 is definitely the type of team to get better as the tournament goes.
Scary, isn't it?
Scarier
like a fine
and scarier.
wine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It is a fine wine.
Nah, but this series has been great. I think it's just a good display to see how close the scene is getting, right? The teams now, it's 3 mappers. We're seeing fast aggression. We saw, I mean, Crew, you feel give them a little bit more time there, give them a couple different rounds, a couple different outcomes. That could have gone either way. That was on the knife's edge. A couple of rounds here or there, 1 or 2 players. Who knows? It's so exciting to see these teams going forward. Obviously, this is just the first time we're seeing G2 as well, so God only knows how they compare to everyone else here.
Yeah, absolutely. And ResQ just found so many openings. 7 first bloods on the Jet, on the side of G2. Pressing the issue. I mean, all of these kills were just incredible. Connier, that flick on that last shot onto Cypher. If she got, I wish she got that 3rd kill.
Yeah. And for those who are just tuning in, you've missed a banger, but I promise you the one coming up next is pretty solid as well. You heard of that player, Mary, maybe Floor? They're going to be going head-to-head, so you're going to stick around for that. But before we even get there, this is the 2nd game of the day. We still got to get past this, and we still have a really good little interview for you guys, which is going to be Victoria and Mimi, 2 of my favorite people, so I can't wait to hear from it. That's what I'm still here for. That's what we're sticking around for. So do not go anywhere. The interview will be down on stage in the Verizon post-match interview with 2 of the best people you could hear from. So let's head down there right about now.
And I am here with today's winner, G2 Gozen Mimi. Now, a lot of fans here believe that G2 Gozen is gonna win it all, right? But I have to ask, did you feel pushed or challenged a bit today?
I mean, we have never started a tournament strong so far this year, so I am not too concerned. It's a part of the routine, you know?
It's just part of the plan.
Yeah.
Now, Falcons Mary joked during the press conference that G2's main weakness is that it has a couple of boomers. Do you have anything to say about that? And maybe it's not so much of a weakness?
What Mary don't know is that it's called experience. Maybe when she when she gets older, she will understand.
I think that definitely accounts a lot for your experience. Now, the running theme for all 10 teams is the power of friendship. So advise us, what have you learned about teamwork from your past experiences?
Teamwork is everything. I mean, teamwork is what wins games more than anything. So I think that is one thing that we always focus hard on, just to make sure that we can trust each other out of the server, and that can really make sure that we can trust each other on the server too.
Now, a lot of players here have looked up to you, looked up to your team, but especially you. Your past teammates like Mary, like Sarah, have credited you as their inspiration. Who's your inspiration?
My grandma. Yeah. Unfortunately, she's not with us anymore, but she's a very strong woman.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so nice. That is so nice. Now, you've been packed with boot camps. You had Spotlight. You have this. How are you going to be spending the next couple of days?
Probably bragging. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do, and we're far from perfect, and that is what we're going to prepare for the next match. Perfection as close as possible.
Now that you've seen a bit more of the teams, you yourself have competed today, what team now are you really looking forward to facing off against?
We are the kind of team that will take it step by step. So next is MIBR, and we're not going to focus anywhere else before we beat them. And I'm so excited. Brazil is always such a strong region, and now they come in with a new team. I'm so excited for that match.
All right, and before we send you off, any message for the fans here, the Gozen fans and the Mimi fans?
Thank you so much, everyone. Remember to come for our next game too. We love you very much, and keep supporting us.
All right, well, congratulations on the win, everyone. G2 Gozen Mimi.
Thank you.
All right, right, guys, don't go away. Up next, we've got Shopify Rebellion against Falcons Vega. Up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
I feel a rushing tide guiding me through, just like a glimpse of light in the shimmering blue. If I could taste a little bit of the sunset from a heavenly wave on a Sunday, I'd be in paradise, shining like new. Chasing every thought in my head, pulling an invisible thread. Dreams that keep me out of my bed. I feel it all, take it all high. Feel my heart, save my soul. Come alive, lose control. 'Cause I belong here, I can feel the heat taking over, this is pure bliss. Feel my heart, save my soul. Come alive, lose control. 'Cause I belong here, sound the beat taking over, this is pure bliss. Taking over, this is pure bliss. Taking over, this is pure bliss. Tonight I'm floating on a crystalline view. What a trip. The silver moon is young, hearing these melodies too. Chasing every thought in my head, pulling an invisible thread. Dreams that keep me out of my bed. I feel it all, take it all high. Feel my heart, save my soul. Come alive, lose control. 'Cause I belong here, I can feel the heat taking over, this is pure bliss. Feel my heart, save my soul. Come alive, lose control. 'Cause I belong here, sound the beat taking over, this is pure bliss. Taking over, this is pure bliss.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Alexis and Mel of Shopify Rebellion, and you two have been playing together for literally like forever, right? So you should be able to read each other's minds. I think.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's play a game where you have to read each other's minds. It's called Reverse Charades, and the rules are pretty simple. Inside of this glass right here, we've got a few different phrases on the papers. Now, Alexis is gonna know what's on the pages. Mel is not. You gotta close your eyes. And your job is to describe actions without actually saying what's on the card that Mel has to do do to try and figure out what's in there. Let's try this out. Need your eyes closed? Absolutely no cheating.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here. This is a good one. Okay, I like this.
Lexi's a good one.
You see what we're doing?
Ooh, yeah,
All right.
okay.
Open up those eyes and let's give it a shot.
Okay, picture you're on stage at Champs, and it's the winning moment, okay?
Okay.
And you walk over. We're celebrating, okay? So now I want you to use your hands and put them forward, straight, and like you're grasping something.
I'm hugging you.
No, something, not
Good
me.
start, though.
Is this gonna be messed up? Is it grasping the trophy?
Potentially, but
Picking up the trophy.
okay, yeah. So you have the trophy.
Okay,
you're
sure.
holding it, okay?
Okay.
And you're very clumsy today. You're not.
I dropped the trophy.
Yeah, you should act that out.
Yeah, give me that. Okay, that's a we can do a better like.
You gotta really drop it.
And I drop it.
Yeah, it's on the ground. It shattered everywhere.
All right, you know what? Good start. I think the descriptions made it a little easy. So let's do more actions on the next one.
Heard.
All right,
Okay.
eyes closed again. Let's do another one here. Oh, this is just great stuff that we've got right here. You seeing this?
Oh.
All right, let's try it.
Okay.
Open
All
them
right.
up.
Okay, I need you to squat. Okay, yep. Not that far. Up a bit. Oh, up more. Sorry, you can just pretend you're squatting, okay? You don't actually have to squat. Okay. And then now I want you to go on the ground.
Oh, okay.
No, like more dramatically.
Oh, like a dead drop, like.
Yes, that's pretty good.
Okay, I'm on the ground.
Okay.
I fell.
Okay, now do it again.
Oh.
And what's happening right
What
now?
are you? What are you?
I'm,
No,
I'm collapsing.
no. So I want you to stay in the squat longer and then collapse.
I fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
There we go. Excellent.
I've never done that. That was really new to me.
Shout, yeah. Don't drop the trophy or fall out of your chair on,
Please.
on actual
These are all things that I'm like getting damaged. Like my chair's going down.
All right, let's try another here. Eyes closed. What? Okay.
Let me get Lexi's reaction.
This took me a second because
Oh.
it's the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, open your eyes.
I
You're
don't think
good.
I even really know what this means.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Okay, just kick your legs a little bit. No. And then.
Okay, no.
No, it's okay. No, I'm setting the scene here. Okay.
Kicking my leg.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. And now use your hand and put your palm flat down. Just one hand, closer to your body, and move it up and down.
What?
You don't have to do them at the same time. They're two different actions. Okay, no, stop doing them at the same time.
Okay, sorry.
So just move your hand up and down. Nope, stop moving your legs. Okay, just your hand up and down. Just not so much range of motion. Just, yep. And now stop that.
It's time. I need your final guess.
No, what? No, it takes 40 seconds.
Give me your
Okay.
best shot.
I'm patting something on the head.
No.
Dog. I'm patting
No.
a dog.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. This one's not on you.
This
so
is bad for an American to see.
What it
that
actually
was very
was-
confusing.
was dribbling a football. Now,
what?
I think that
This?
you might be.
Oh.
I'm very
You mean
confused
like-
what sport we're talking about.
Like this?
So
That's what I thought.
So you don't dribble a soccer
See,
ball
but,
like basketball.
I didn't know what the word dribbling meant in a
Oh, okay.
soccer context and not a basketball context. So I'm like, okay,
Okay, well,
at least
I'll-
maybe she could get dribbling.
I'll give you a chance to
call
redeem
basketball
it
on top.
and tell me who on Shopify would be the most likely to go pro in football or soccer.
I think floor. Instantly, I'm thinking floor.
I think, yeah.
And
I
then
think
Nicole
probably
next.
Floor. Yeah. I think Floor is the most active in sports.
Yeah.
Fair
Yeah, I
play.
agree.
All right, so Floor's just the best everything. This is like
Pretty much.
unfair.
Yeah.
Completely
Literally,
unfair
yeah.
Kind
for the
of.
rest of us.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you had it. I think, honestly, good job. Barbecue was absolutely insane.
Barbecue, no, that
I don't know how you got that.
It was a great one.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, like SpongeBob. Right now.
But as soon as we got to sports, completely unfair. Thanks for playing with us, and good luck in the tournament. That's all from us from here.
Well, that looked pretty fun, but welcome back to day 2 of the 2024 Game Changers Championship, and you are just in time for a third and final match of this long but very exciting day. It's gonna be the defending champions Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons Vega. I'm Victoria here with Kukuka and Wyatt. Now, this is a match that we have been highly anticipating and that we are very excited about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, first of all, It's very weird to be looking upwards here, but I'm very happy to have you here.
I didn't, evidently,
What do you expect to be looking?
You're the tallest on the entire EMEA broadcast, which I didn't believe, but since Christy left, yeah, it took over, but that's tough. That's tough.
But as you were saying, Victoria, it is crazy. Finally, we got to see G2 Gosen, so I'm extremely excited to see what the defending champions are going to be doing today.
Yeah, that's right. Well, today we got to see a first look at Shopify. They are coming in as our #1 seed, just as you mentioned, and they are in it to win it.
Absolutely. They were phenomenal in Stage 3, the last stage in NAGC this year. And frankly, up until that point, a little bit tumultuous. Stage 2 was really tough. They almost got bested by FlyQuest, the second team here, if it weren't for Floor, who we talk about all the time, rightfully so. But I do think they are coming into this tournament the best that I've seen them all this year since last year's win.
And we were seeing this like in video. I remember Mel not being able, because she was sick, to even lift that trophy, to live through all of that with her teammates. Maybe this year the fate is going to be different. But of course, throughout today, we've had the 6 players that have been in the 3 Game Changers Championship playing on today. And I think everybody, doesn't matter where you are, is excited to see this roster play one more time. Because it is the only roster here in Game Changers Championship that has not had a single change. Because honestly, wait, what would you change about this roster?
Nothing. And I certainly would not get rid of Mel.
Okay.
Mel,
Yeah.
some may say she's important to Shopify's success, and I am some. Mel has been with this team since the dawn of GC, even before, since the dawn of Valorant. And it's her IGLing that has made them so consistent, and also her leadership and personality that has been able to cultivate such a team that is so positive, confident, and has been able to bring up people like Floor, who, you know, prior to joining Shopify, very talented player, insane mechanics, but it's the leadership and that tenure of a player like Mel that has taken them to that next level.
Yeah, you can tell how seriously she's taking it, whether she just wants to physically hold the trophy or not. She wants to play a serious game. Now, you mentioned Fluorescent. We got to talk about Fluorescent. Fluorescent's going to be playing today. And, you know, the question is, how will Floor stack up against the competition, Kukuka?
I mean, it is crazy because obviously NNA, and you know, Wyatt, watching her play is on a different level. You know that you're in for a treat. But again, just like last year, we want to see how she's going to be doing against the rest of the world, especially when we have such a neon-heavy meta. You know, like, it can really make the difference. It can make or break some of the rounds. And now that we have seen every single one of the duelists playing here in the tournament, we created the flow chart. So basically, these are all the duelists that we have seen so far placed on their ACS. So I'm going to ask you, Wyatt, where would you place Flow?
Okay, so you're definitely, the neon thing, the Floor neon has been crazy, but also the Dodds neon, crazy.
Yeah.
I'm kind of putting it, I'm not putting Floor above the rest of the competition yet. I think that Floor will be dropping some Dodds level numbers for this first game, saving energy for later on. But for now, just a very strong Floor performance.
Okay, give me a number, give me an estimate.
I'm gonna give it 285.
285. Victoria, what do you think?
You have the actual stats?
No, I mean, I can't have the stat because she hasn't played yet.
Okay. All right.
I want us to reach an agreement, you know? This is how everything's looking so far.
I like what Wyatt is thinking. I am thinking somewhere along how Dodds has been performing, SRN as well. So I will go with a 298.
Almost pushing 2, but not quite.
0.5.
And also, you know, back in Stage 3 in NA, Noya was actually going crazy. And Floor she couldn't even get that many kills because Noya was killing too many people. So maybe that'll be the case.
He could be super off.
I think that you guys are going to be extremely wrong. Yes, I think that
400.
Dodds has been done it. I'm still moving. 9,000. Too many. I put in 100 now. But I say you also need to think that Dodds just lost as well. You know, so maybe that's moving it down. I say I'm going to put
oh wow
350. I think she's going to be an absolute animal. I think that she's going to be extremely confident, and yes, I think that she's going to be breaking some. Yes, I think that this is how the chart is supposed to be.
Really?
looking.
Even against our opponents today, Falcons Vega?
Yes.
They did so well today.
That's how you make a statement, you know? You're not
True.
top one.
That's true.
Right.
Also, I was looking at the top of the head, not the eye level.
How is it that it's me trying to sell this to you?
I'm expecting just average floor performance, which is 300 ACS and like plus 25 kills.
I give it
least impressive floor showing.
Maybe that's why you're used to it. The flow show.
I know. I see it every time. Every time.
Okay, well, now we got to talk about Falcons Vega. They had a fantastic day one. That was just yesterday. They won in a dominating fashion over ALG, one of the fastest, most dominant 2 maps that we've seen so far this tournament.
Yeah, I
What do you
mean,
think of that, Wyatt?
heading into this game, obviously, Falcons over this year have been mega consistent. That has been the greatest aspect of them as a team. Always in the top 3, and there's a reason why. The team in totality, all 5 players offer a lot, but with the win over ALG specifically, I think it's just hard to rate exactly where they are individually when we go up against some of the other top teams, and specifically the best team right now.
I think that you have to give props to a lot of the players. Madvi, Toki is a Spanish player getting the first taste of the tournament. I will mention it again. Lexa playing without only 2 weeks notice. Mary back in this stage where she lifted the trophy. There's so many things. And honestly, it's good that it was like an easy win, because look at the performance that we saw today from Crew after winning the opening match. This is the kind of performance that now Falcons is going to have to repeat.
Make really good points there. We are going to dive into that after we hear a bit from Madvi. Got to speak to her earlier today. Hey, it's Victoria, and I'm here with Shopify's Mel. Now, you're a very familiar face, and we all know you want to get that trophy in person. But you know what? Beyond that, what do you want Shopify or yourself to be remembered by this year?
That's a good question. I want my team to be remembered as the team that worked the hardest. I think Valorant is something we all take super seriously. It consumes our entire lives. Like, whenever you walk by our prac room, we're either practicing, doing server, or everyone's playing ranked. So we're very obsessed with the game, and I think it's very hard to outwork us. So I hope that our hard work is reflected in our matches.
Yeah, well, much respect to that, and all the best in your match later today. Thank you. Back to you guys. Now, here at Game Changers Championships, we saw a couple of firsts. Yes. Kukuka, take us through them. Do you have any favorites?
This is how you defend your region. Oh my God, Falcons was unreal yesterday. They brought a new composition for Split. It was the first time that they appeared at a global event. It was the first global event, of course, for Madvi. The first time that she played on the Deadlock, and we saw some amazing things happening on Split, something that ALG was not ready to fight against. And I think that this is the kind of thing that they're going. The only thing that's going to be second is Mary lifting a trophy.
Interesting. And Madvi, Deadlock, where did she get that from? Who plays a lot of Deadlock? NA.
EMEA as well.
Not as much as NA. Not as much as NA. Shopify, they're ready to deal with the Deadlock.
All right, let's send it down to the stage. We're going to bring our Team Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons Vega. All eyes are on this match as Falcons Vega, who debuted yesterday on the stage with one of the fastest and most dominant matches so far against ALG. But they're facing Shopify Rebellion, the defending champions here at Game Changers.
You might say a lot about that split, but obviously with the changes in the map pool, now Shopify Rebellion do not have to worry about that Lotus anymore that they have been banning a lot. Now they can just ban what they didn't like yesterday, and Falcons is just going to ban Abyss.
I'm excited to see Haven though. I like Madvi as a player a lot. She plays all the agents I like, which are Deadlock and ISO. Those are the two. I was pre-convinced. I have a wager going right now with Potter that if Shopify 2-0, I have to get her dinner. If Falcons at least win one map, then she has to get me dinner. So I think Falcons are taking at least one map. So I believe. I'm the Falcons believer here.
I think you're onto something there. In fact, I had a little chat with Madvi earlier. She was saying she may or may not bring out another agent that we haven't seen her play yet, because she's just out to collect them all. Now, how are you guys feeling about the rest of this map pool?
I mean, I like it. I hope that we get to the last one. It makes a lot of sense that Shopify Rebellion goes for the Ascent in comparison. Is somewhere that they should be extremely comfortable to be playing in, and especially because of the agents, you know, Wyatt. But it's going to be a tough. I want to think that it's going to be a tough best of 3 because of the performance that we just saw from G2. Or maybe the statement that Shopify is going to make is completely different. But as I was saying, G2 goes and struggled a little bit on that first map, and also on that Haven to bring things around.
Now, Wyatt, you want to see an ISO, you want to see something happening.
And I got it. This is what I like to see. Shopify, they've been leaning super hard into the Neon, and it makes sense. Floor is the exact kind of player you want on Neon. The crazy, super fast flicks, mechanics, high actions per minute at all times. The perfect Neon type player. So that's a great head-to-head against Mary. And over at NAGC, teams play some pretty wacky comps really consistently. So I think Shopify should generally be good at adapting to unorthodox comps during a game. That's something Mel should be ready for.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Falcons, they get the same composition. As we see, there are no changes. And Madvi yesterday, I think, had 100% win rate on that kill contract, on that ultimate. If she is that crisp, Fluorescent is not going to face only against Mary in that head-to-head. She also has a second layer to take down.
Well, this is the last third match of today. We're going to go over to our casters to take it away.
Thanks very much to the desk. Yes, we have a good one in front of us. The returning GC champs back again for their first time on stage here in Berlin and facing off against the Falcons, who looked pretty darn good yesterday in their debut match.
Yeah, you know, Falcons, of course, coming in with a sub player here for this event, coming in very strong. I mean, very nearly 13-0'd on that second map, but they have a whole other level of competition they're facing off against today.
And it's Mary versus Floor on the Neons. No better way to start it off, and as we saw pretty much all of yesterday, these Neon comps are all about that A lobby control.
Very true. That's where Shopify are heading right off the bat. Falcons, interestingly enough, got a triple stack over on that B site. And Shopify really haven't showed too much. Really, it was just that Omen smoke they put down A short. That's just about it. And yet, with Falcons not seeing anyone front B, they've now rotated those 3 players in and are ready to receive them.
Bit of pressure being applied towards Garage from Shopify.
Very quiet round 1 from Shopify, honestly.
Yeah, you'd expect Neon versus Neon to be a bit faster. Eva in the close corner. Floor first up, and it only takes 1 bullet. No surprises coming from her. Mary, though, can activate for her own double, and there are still players from Falcons left on this site.
Yeah, that spike out in the open. Shopify need to heat up, and Noya's not there to join the team. Around the corner comes in Toki, and it's just Falcons all the way. The sole survivor is Noya, and the spike, a hopeless thing to be able to grab now.
Double up in the corner from Falcons. Noya spots the first. That's an easy kill. Toki as well is down. Now it's a 1v1.
30 seconds
but the question is, where is the Cypher? Noya knew! My president! Back in Europe and on fire.
Look, when things start to look hopeless, any player on this Shopify team can just step up and steal a round away, silencing it here. And it's Noya with the Red Bull clutch, getting a 4K in the opening round here for Shopify.
It's just unreal.
30 seconds left.
Perfect crosshair placement on every one of those players.
Oh! You know what? They're hyped. They're loving it. And actually, Shopify are coming to the second round. For a second, they almost had 2 outlaws. They ended up not going for that. I think that would be a little bit overkill on the attacking side especially.
Happy with 1 on floor.
It's always fun to see an excited Shopify. Looks like Falcons are going into actually the same setup from round 1, although they never actually showed the 3 players starting on B, so maybe they can get something. It's really interesting, though, seeing how quietly, how slowly Shopify have approached these first 2 rounds, really trying to figure out what that default setup is going to be from Falcons.
I think the approach coming into this event for the SR core, Mel, Lexi, who were here 2 years ago and had the big disappointment in Berlin, has been so different. It was so clear how seriously they were taking all of the qualifiers leading up and how really prepared and locked in they are for this. Chrissy, I know you know, having had your team get
They smoked us. They smoked
SR.
us, Mimi. Look, you know, they lost those 2 series in the first 2 qualifiers, and after that, just completely locked in, not taking any chances, no overheating, and yet Falcons have opened up with first kill here. The Outlaw entry from Fluorescent is simply absurd. What is going on?
Show me that again. That's unbelievable from Floor.
Yeah, what would you bet your money on? Floor getting a lot of kills with the gun that costs you 2,400 credits, or the gun you get for free?
Could be anything with her.
Let's count here. Let's not count here.
Hopefully we can see that one a bit later. But I mean, that's one way to win your anti-eco.
It's really interesting though, because Falcons, again, like Shopify's prep, because they got the advantage of seeing Falcons play this map yesterday with the same comp. And Falcons, it was all about A, lobby control. And the first 3 rounds in a row now, Falcons have completely ignored that area of the map.
And SR now with that control will walk their way up towards A. Falcons don't actually have a lot to stall this hit out.
The player I'm thinking about in this round popped off in the first one, but it's Noya, outside of Garage for the time being, and she got her ultimate online already. If she can find a kill here and throw out that hat, get that information for the team, it'll be huge.
She has the only Vandal too. Breaks the cam, will back away for now.
Similar to the pistol as well, where Shopify gear up for a lobby, but are actually showing Garage presence, try and pull players off that site.
Falcons, they just tried to drone through short, they saw nothing. Now Shopify will creep up towards A.
Yeah, that drone doesn't last for too long anymore. Here we go. Stunline goes in, but Falcons playing outside of it for the time being. That's not going to stop Shopify from getting up very quickly. Fluorescent already up onto the site, but Falcons are here, and Falcons are holding their ground. Not against Floor, though. That's 3 dropping now in the round, and the spike to be planted.
And the retake for Falcons is going to be tough. No initiator utility left. It has to be Mad V to step up. She was so damn good in that last match. The top frag on the IGL, but already chipped down to 28.
Just cages after cages to stall out the retake, too.
Stabilizing.
No shield on the ISO. Falcons have to try and isolate a fight here. Floor ready to go. Lexi gets one, but Floor's on the scene.
You're done.
Another round for Floor. Back to back.
That is a disaster for Falcons. They bought down to nothing there. Shopify get the bonus themselves. The one good piece of news for Falcons is they have the Neon ult headed into this, but I mean, you look what Floor is doing, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've got some bad news.
Yeah, what is
Floor
that?
also has her Neon ult and has started off 8-1.
That would do it.
These guys just did not rotate. Like, follow a strat channel.
Oh!
Okay, Mel.
That's crazy. Well, you know what? Talk your game when it's working out. The Outlaw had not been working out for Fluorescent. That hasn't stopped her getting kills.
She had the slide, 1 kill, no scoped with the Outlaw. That's pretty good.
It was on the second bullet.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
why you have
that's
2.
a rarity for Floor.
Mel's pretty good too. Locks down mid.
Watching here.
Is someone chanting ace already?
Relax.
Little soon, guys.
You know, Madvi already shut down here in the first couple of rounds. She was insane yesterday.
Yeah. She was something like plus 24.
Yeah, I mean, she was casting like 4 ults a game, you know, like getting those 1v1s. Not the same story this time around, though.
Okay, Mary's gonna send it on the ult.
Hello.
Runs on in.
Hello.
That's 2 for Mary. How much more can she get? Eva still doesn't have a gun, but she'll recover 1 now, and this is suddenly a doable 2v3. Can they find this reflank? Noya's working on it, but Floor deals with Mary. And 2 bullets for 2 kills.
Yeah, there's those Outlaw shots. We knew they were coming. Shopify starting things off 4-0 here. Fluorescent, cold, calm as always. Casually up 10-1 in the first 4 rounds.
I think Wyatt might have aimed low on the ACS prediction.
Shameful, honestly. White should know better,
Yeah,
honestly.
not even putting 500.
He's been watching her all year. Like, ooh, early
First
time I
timeout.
call, yeah. After only playing one rifle round too. Kind of shocking.
Do you think it could be something with the nerves? I mean, I feel like it could be a little hard not to be shaken after the way they lost some of those rounds.
Yeah, for sure you could see that happening. Especially after, you get styled on in a few in a row. Also, it could just be a good time to call that timeout and call for a strat change, right? Falcons have been playing so heavy over the B side, but quietly. They haven't been doing anything actively. And what was working for them yesterday, Mimi?
The A lobby control every round, and thus far, SR has grabbed it uncontested.
And getting super active, right? Falcons have been trying to play this low info, offered up style of gameplay to keep Shopify guessing. Shopify just simply don't care. They don't need to guess. They'll figure you out anyways.
And then they've become very reliant on these side anchors getting a lot done. Those rotates aren't coming quickly because of that lack of info in the mid round.
I will say, things to look at for Falcons heading into this round. Mary has gone ahead and purchased up an operator. That could be the change-up Falcons need. At the same time, Lexa yesterday was so strong on those side anchor positions, especially when she was playing over towards C.
The super sub.
That she is. Shooting people out of the air. No one going out of the air this time, but coming at you real fast regardless.
Falcons adjust to have a little bit more commitment to A lobby, and SR is not heading that direction. This looks to be fast towards C. Floor has a Bucky with 5K in the bank. What is she up to?
Let's see what Lexa can do from backside.
Floor coming in. Neon ult popped,
Nothing.
and Lexa's just eviscerated.
There's no one on the site. Toki got forced all the way off. Wasn't able to get back in, so now Floor with that Bucky is going to take that close position on CT. Falcons don't have a paranoia to get back into the site. They don't have flashes in their comp outside of that. How do you get back in?
Their retake with an AWP as well. Oh, these options are already limited, and they don't even know about Floor's Bucky. She's a sacrificial lamb. How much can she do?
I don't think she's a lamb, Mimi.
No, she's the wolf. Gets one. Trade is there. They're going for this one, but time is so low. Someone has to get on that spike ASAP, and SR still has spam on their side. Magby sticking, already has it halfway, but the smoke falls, and Noise there to deal with all of Shopify's problems. Mary's not going to get the op out either.
Shopify just continue to stack up these rounds, and that was a Mary on op with full armor. Like, Falcons keep putting everything into these rounds, and it is just not happening for them.
Floor has the same amount of kills as Falcons Vega have combined.
Yeah, and doing it with every type of weapon in the bank, too. Has she gotten a Vandal kill yet?
I'm not sure,
I think
honestly.
it's just been Silly Guns.
Yeah, that's Floor.
Silly Guns and the Zappy Hands.
What's better than that?
I don't know. Floor with an off, actually.
So here's the A lobby fight we were looking for, and Falcons will claim that space, but they've had to invest 4 members to do so.
Pretty impressive that Shopify have just avoided all of these setups, though, thus far. Expecting Falcons to fall into that play.
Mel one step ahead.
Check this out, Fluorescent. They've actually sent over to throw a stun into Garage, it looked like? No, maybe just to make some noise there.
Yeah.
Regroup with the Tame and A.
There's a crossfire here, but the drone isn't broken. Mad V will be spotted, and oh no, Floor's just gonna style on her. The IGL's dead. Mary only gets one, and the A site, it's not quite open yet. There's still a Sova here. And all of Falcons is now rotated over, but Shopify's not committing.
Shopify simply are never going to fight Falcons on the terms that they want, right? Using the drone to break off that early posting in A lobby. You're also always going to see them jump peeking into corners, never giving a chance to hit easy shots.
And no trickle-down economics. Mel throws that gun off the map. They're stuck with the Sheriffs for this retake.
Yeah, no hope. There might be an angle where Toki actually wrapping around on that late flank is looking for some guns on the opposite side, but at this point you're playing to get Ava and Ultimate online.
Noise gonna walk right into her. Timing
looking
just
the wrong
not there
way.
for the Omen.
And Noya is never going to miss an easy kill like that.
She won't. So Falcons, at this point, probably just trying to die to the spike. I don't think they're going to get an opportunity
Ava should
do
die
damage.
to a player. Like, Shopify are rich beyond belief.
Yeah,
they don't
she's
need
one on
money.
Soval.
Yeah, get an ult orb for yourself.
But she chooses the spike instead.
I feel like maybe missing the economy of Shopify in these moments here.
6-0 to the reigning champs.
Yeah. Great A lobby re-clear. Again, I think Shopify just know that it's going to be a lot of these A forward fights. So if they use utility to re-clear those early angles, it's going to bust open Falcons' position. Falcons are switching it up again, right? Mary now playing into front B, but it's really hard to do things super aggressively because you don't have a breach along your side. Those forward stuns make it really hard to just run out.
Falcons go back to the ISO Neon, set up on B. Tried to fake out more pressure in A lobby, and there's going to be a fight in mid. Floor on the slide, spots out the opposing Neon, and Alexis helps to take Mary out of this round.
Oh, the ult doesn't quite reach it. The range only went up to window.
It's so heartbreaking because MadView was flawless with the kill contract yesterday.
Didn't lose a single time. Now Toki has a smoke out in hand. Gun not ready. And she's completely stuck in the corner. Gets hers before she ends up falling. But I don't think Shopify even have to commit off that.
No, they don't. They still have a minute left to play with.
Yeah, Sarah's hanging out towards C long, making sure no one creeps up there. There are a few rounds, and this is again, I think Shopify getting the advantage of watching Falcons play yesterday, where Alexa, when there was early A fights, would actually walk down C long and look for a flank or look for a very forward camera. Now Sarah's gonna tell the team, hey, that actually didn't happen. And I think because they don't see that forward posting, they expect there to be softer players on the A side. They expect players to still be towards C.
It's just Eva. How much can she do? Stun misses her. Floor swings in. Eva can't wrangle the shots, and both the Falcons players fall as a result.
Shopify, they just swarmed the site, wrapping around both sides of main.
Left. Spike planted.
And Hope just continues to drip away. Falcons have not found an answer early in the rounds. The retakes also haven't been going their way.
Lex is walking into this crossfire, and it's just too good.
And look, you expect some class out of the returning champions from Shopify. But you don't expect the threatening of the 13-0 against the team that just threatened the 13-0 yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, to go from almost doing that to ALG and now be put in their dire position.
It just looks like Mel knows exactly what Falcons are doing.
Omen.
Just a complete download round to round. Now Falcons are actually going for that forward fight into mid. It's full sheriffs for them.
No one home for Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify haven't overcommitted early in rounds because they know the early fighting is exactly what Falcons want.
I'm out of here. Toki. Okay, she had the first ace of the tournament and has 2 in this round. There's a chance for Falcons, but the troops arrive and they trade this one back into an advantage. Eva, a gun.
Still gonna go for that creep. There's a Vandal on the ground too. If she can just switch over to it, if she can catch Noya unguarded, and she does! That's a massive one for Falcons. Can they get back on the board with this?
The IGL in a 1v2. Omen ult available. She can leave that spike, get it later with the ultimate.
And she's got plenty of time. Almost a minute left on the clock. Right now, Falcons, they're isolated too.
But she wants a fight. The timing, it worked out for Eva, but she whiffed her opportunity. And now it's a 1v1. Mel will run to C.
Yeah, run to C, grab the ult to spike, but MadV is reading it. IGL's the brains battling it out here. MadV's gonna catch the timing.
Or is Mel ready for it? Ults to grab the spike.
Does she stick
an
it?
opportunity.
She's gonna stick it and go back into A! They're both reading each other, but Mel is always one step ahead!
Look at her smile!
Unbelievable!
She's gigabrained this round.
Absolutely insane. MadV with the mad dash to get back over.
The timing, MadV could be ahead of this one, and she's done it! IGL versus IGL, and MadV betters Mel.
Mel wins the battle of the brains, but MadV hits the shot. Getting there at the end, putting Falcons on the board. That is a must-win round for them, and a huge momentum swing.
Their first round of this game on a MasterCard Thrifty. And credit to Toki. She put in the work early on.
Oh yeah, those first 2 kills were everything.
But Shopify are rich.
And Shopify are Shopify.
And they also have 2 ults.
That they do. The question is, can Falcons actually turn this round into something else? Can they turn it into a little momentum? Because they need to string them together.
4 fighting A. This time, SR are into it.
They like what they see.
Rolling Thunder, everything is going into this fight on A. Mel down short, needs to deal with Toki in the corner, and that's stun. Too much to deal with Matvey again!
Oh!
A double up for her, and the score evened.
Brings it down into a 2-on-2 now. Cage to pick up the spike, now info given from Noya. I think they're just gonna take it. They're feeling it, and Falcons call that rotate off.
Or do they? Make noise running away. Now the Neon back into heaven already. Noya watching for it, spots out the Cypher. But Mary has the timing from heaven. She'll get them all. And Falcons double up.
Who better to show up back-to-back rounds but Madvi and Mary? Those are the players you need fragging. Those are the players you need to feel confident in the server. And against Shopify, you have to feel confident or you are going to go quietly.
Shopify, they might be the reigning champs, but this is the stage Mary won on.
Oh, they got a 6, baby. 6.
Mary, they have 7.
Close enough.
Close enough. You know what? Mary has a 100% win rate against Shopify Rebellion, I realized.
But not this.
Not
she's
this
never
one,
played
the
this
2022 one, but
Fakest
it counts
stat
for
I've
something.
ever heard. Okay, thank you for sharing.
I mean, they have 100% win rate in the last 2 rounds.
Wow, that's great. 5 ults for Falcons, though.
Shopify only have gone B 1 round before, a long time ago, and nobody's home.
This is a site Falcons have stacked so many times. This time, no one home. Hunter's Fury, though. And the ISO ult as well. Did that get a player? Mel. Again, the IGLs, and Mel cannot win it.
Even though she doesn't win it, though, Floor still managed to get on B side. It's a wacky round state right now as Shopify have big space and should be able to get the plant down yet.
Do they suspect Floor?
They've got
He's
to.
looking for it.
Madvi's doing it all right now.
Drone for Sarah. She sees the Cypher A-Link, or C-Link that is. Now this retake comes in. It's all about Floor in this round, and she gets nothing. That's good work from Lexa. They have the site now, but getting the defuse, a different story. Shopify really relying on the spam, the utility to try and win this one, but Lex has already gotten it halfway. Alexis for 1, adjusts for a second, but Lex is sticking and has it just in the nick of time.
Falcons keep putting these back here. Even though Noya hit some gnarly shots, Falcons that B post plant have the angle to stick it through.
Do you think Effie's hammers that timeout now?
I think he very likely could. I mean, that's another 1v1 that Madvi takes up against Mel.
Nice.
She's feeling it.
I
no
love
matter
it.
the score.
I mean, it is tough to bounce back after losing 7 in a row, but Mary's completely unfazed by it.
And Effie's puts their trust in Mel. They'll go into another rifle round.
Falcons, I like what they've been doing over in A lobby, though. It's been a lot of this fake pressure. Throwing a dart from the Sova, throwing the Neon stun, but actually not walking up behind it. Waiting to see where Shopify are going to commit. It's kind of been a game of chicken throughout this half, where most of the time it was Falcons acting first and Shopify getting the better. The last few rounds, it's been Shopify on the front foot.
Sova spotted on that drone. Floor diving in, and Eva again wins that opener. But the players behind for Shopify are doing their jobs wonderfully.
Toki all the way around on the flank with the Omen ult. Gets past the Cypher trip. Shopify should be aware that something could be awry, but she's going to get up before Noya can spot down long.
Sarah not looking for this one, but it just in time. 1-for-1 might not be good enough because it's Lexa now tasked with a 1v2. She's walked deep on site though. Both players from Shopify swing, and the coordination in that late round again wins out for Shopify.
That was a great round from Sarah and from Mel. Sarah finishes it off, but Mel TPing up on the boxes while Fluorescent was trying to get in there really quickly. She got this nice angle over on top of the Neon one wall as players are coming out into the site. You can see it right there. Beautiful shots from Mel to start that round off strong.
It is done.
And now Shopify going back to an old classic. A C-long fight, but Mary's gonna be coming on the other side. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Paranoia for Mary. Stun as well. But she doesn't have an angle. Cut off by a stun, and Floor wins the Neon battle.
There's still 2 players on site for Falcons, and Shopify are smartly going to cool things off. No need to overheat into that round. They got that opener, and that's a big one.
A minute 20 still to play with.
You see they're worried, though, about that A lobby creep up, and for good reason. Ava actually did end up stepping down into sewers, holding on that little off angle. But if I had to guess, I think Shopify are a C re-hit team here.
Could split back through Garage.
Yeah, I think they want to peek into Garage at the very least. Yeah, they're showing that drone presence over into A before moving back into the center of the map.
The timing. Toki has worked her way down, but now Spotted has to escape this position. And that probably asks Shopify to inch into Garage. Here they go. Floor with the overdrive. But they're waiting on the stun.
Waiting for the dart! Oh my god!
Sarah with the perfect piece of utility, and Floor with the perfect follow-up.
That doesn't get any prettier. From the macro level, Mel's calling to Sarah's dart into the ult. I'm telling you, Sarah is the best Sova player in Game Changers. Her utility is disgusting. And Floor's just the cherry on top of the shots.
4 kills in the round for Floor. And a cherry on top. Eva spotted out. A 9-3 half, all but secured here for Shopify.
Look, Falcons might have had a little bit hope coming back. Mary was feeling active, feeling confident, feeling good, but Shopify came here to do business, and they took care of it at the end of this half.
They're the reigning champ for a reason. I mean, just a masterclass across the board from Mel. Floor stepping up big time as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fluorescent 16 kills at that. Noya 15 and 5. Absolutely insane work to close things out. That said, Falcons are not going to go quietly. This team bounced back before, and they're going to be coming back in a little minute.
There's absolutely a chance, but Shopify Rebellion, they are feeling good on that stage, and I bet they're not the only ones feeling good, because we have some special guests standing by with Uber in the crowd, some SR superfans.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Ender. Yeah, it's a good time to be a Shopify Rebellion fan out here on this stage. I'm joined by Sorikon and Layla. Big fans are getting very excited here in the stands. Layla, let's start with you. How are you feeling about the team so far? Feels like a great start to their campaign.
I'm so happy to be here and grateful as well. It's been an amazing event. And, you know, I've been idolizing Mel. She's been my idol for 3 years, and seeing her live is like a dream come true for me.
The turnout has been amazing here for Shopify Rebellion in the crowd. Now, I might be sat here with Sorikon, probably, in fact, definitely the biggest Shopify Rebellion fan. How are you feeling, Sorikon? You follow the team to a few events. How are you feeling to be here in Berlin?
It's interesting. Like, it's very cold, and I'm from Florida, so it's like I'm dying here. But I love seeing them win. It's like I love the momentum they're starting to pick up here on map 1, and I'm really confident that we can win it again.
Now, you have seen so many moments here from Shopify Rebellion. What's your favorite moment as a fan of this team? Someone who's gone around the world to see so much of their games.
I'm going to say the Floor collat on the second to last round of the championship last year, because Floor got a collat on Ascent, and that made me know that it was over. I knew we won right there after Team Liquid Brazil saved, and then we won that round, and they were dead on, they had no money. So it was just, I knew we won at that moment. I was like, I almost cried for Mel, for Lexi, for Noya, for Sarah, for Floor, for all of those girls who've worked so hard for this moment. And obviously, shout out to Effie's, you know, doing his job well as well.
Now, one more time, SR going all the way this weekend?
Absolutely. It's going to be another win for Mel, and Mel's going to finally be able to lift the trophy in front of a crowd again.
You heard it here, folks. Shopify Rebellion looking to go all the way. Let's head back over to our casters to jump into the second half of Haven.
He's probably the only fan that was there in Brazil that's now here in Berlin as well. Literally has been everywhere. For this
literally
SR
at every event following Shopify Rebellion. You know what? Pretty good team to follow.
Yeah.
They tend to win a lot. To my.
I'd be happy if I were an SR fan.
Yeah, I check VLR and it's just green. That's all you need to know.
Falcons though, second half here. It was 9-3. Not out of this one yet. They had a pretty good attack side in their last Haven showing.
That said, they're going up against a Floor that got a ghost bot for her. Light armor as well. Shopify playing fairly passive right now. 3 players hanging out over in Garage, ready to rotate to a B or C hit very quickly. What?
Mel has gotten a kill. Garage. Madvi was going for that one, and oh, they want a little bit more. The Cypher in the open, and Mel just runs her over.
He's just running at him.
Yeah. Now it's only 3 players for the actual site hit, and look at SR. 4 ready to go on this retake.
Falcons are just fish in a barrel. I mean, Floor is pushing out of A long too. But you know, they've got to bundle up and look for something. They're going to want to go all the way back into spawn, where it's just Alexis waiting for them.
Tap on the spike. But SR was ready for this.
There's more now.
Okay, shock for Sarah. Didn't have the gun up in time. Alexis gets a trade, and now Floor on her way through this flank, has these players pinched. And Mary, I think just too much to contend with here.
That's another pistol for Shopify Rebellion. And starting it off with Mel getting the 1v1 shot against Nadvi's ISO. I mean, look, the first 2 1v1s did not go Mel's way, but since then, she has been delivering.
Certified Mel moment. Just no fear.
Usually when you get 1 kill, you relax. You know, you wait for them to come to you. She's like, nah, I want more.
But I think that's the right call. They heard 3 players running up long, realized that it's a 3-2 split, and instantly have a reaction.
Yeah. Falcons didn't really get enough to go for a force. I feel like that might have been something to look for themselves. Let's risk Shopify getting up to 11.
But no spike plan, it's hard to risk it.
Yep.
Flora with the outlaw.
She's boosted up here too. That's wild. Only because you're ISO is Madvi able to survive.
Good flash, but Flora doesn't connect her shot.
Falcons say, no. You don't want to go into floor. That's okay.
Look at Noya though. She has a cam set up at the very end of C long here. Trips for B and C. They have really good info on Shopify, and they've just gotten a dart to re-clear A long.
Yeah, Shopify now 2 rounds in a row played in that outside garage window position, ready to get back onto that C site after all of the opening volley of utility comes through.
Mel and Noya, backside together. Noya's gonna be blinded, but these cages are good. Provide them a little bit of time on the anchor. Eva taps, but Mel goes to work. The IGL picks up 4, but Sarah denies the chance for an ace.
Yeah, that one you blame on the Bulldog, only having 24 bullets there. Otherwise, that's Mel's ace for sure. They don't need any more help. It's just overkill at that point.
One enemy remains. Let them have fun.
Look, now, the actual important thing here is we're looking to last half. Falcons could not convert in the anti-bonus. They have to get that to have a chance in this game. Shout out.
Coaches can't believe it.
Oh, no.
And I can't believe that. Poor Eva. This was their gun round.
And I promise you, Eva will never stand there again for the rest of her career. Yes. That is a lesson you learn the hard way. And Floor's a very good teacher.
And Floor has already rotated into A. Shopify have 3 players in the right spot.
So glad we're in a Neon meta. Floor's been on jet duty for so long.
3 players on half armor. Floor has the outlaw. Oh, but it's a shield. The first shot taken by it, stunned up in the corner, and Madvi just barely stays alive.
I don't think Falcons can do this. Yeah, they're maybe going to leave Mary outside of A. This was something they looked for yesterday as well, and then would threaten some pressure, rotating back over into Garage or down into C long. And by leaving the spike over into A, it's going to be this 2-2 fake. But again, Shopify are playing with the advantage of seeing all of this yesterday and knowing this is a strong possibility.
And they also still have Noya set up on C with good info down long.
Yeah, I mean, they're never going to move 3 players off of A.
Paranoia, no one's biting on this fake.
20 seconds.
Shopify still have 3 on A.
And one of these players with the spike is 11 HP, no shield.
At 15 seconds.
They need a miracle. Mary would have to go insane
but
here.
Alexis has a stun ready to go. 10 seconds, Sarah on the angle. Round's over. SR, don't fall for the funny business.
Player standing.
And they're up to 12.
Yeah, the homework. Effies and Mel know exactly what Falcons are trying to do. I truly think this game Obviously, Shopify are shooting insane, but this is a prep diff. This is a mine diff. Shopify have read everything Falcons have tried.
And again, I feel like that's such a difference to what we saw in the lead up to Sao Paulo last year, where they were sometimes more reliant on the aim, where that was what carried them through in some of these games. The NA qualifier, Series 3, and this first map has really been about the calling and the structure looking absolutely on point for SR.
The interesting thing about the third qualifier for Shopify is that because they lost the first two, they were coming into main event having a lot more of their own VODs public for other teams
Which is
in
very
America.
uncommon for them. Normally they're just rolling up to the last qualifier, win that one out. Cool, we don't have to play another one.
But it was actually them with very little info on a YFP or a FlyQuest that were the top contenders in the North American scene at the time. But that didn't seem to stop them at all. They came in looking even stronger, even more locked in than I've ever seen them.
Yeah, and then they go into the finals against SR. Last map is like 13-2 in the fastest 3-0 you've ever seen.
The Shopify that you're seeing here are a Shopify that are completely locked in and truly terrifying. Falcons experiencing that a bit firsthand, and with the last few seconds of their timeout, realizing that they don't have much to spend here at all. I mean, we're talking about piecemeal in terms of a buy, and in terms of a strat you can effectively run here. Yesterday, their A lobby control was unchallenged, but today that has been a very different story.
Go, go, go.
At least they've got some jammies to lighten the mood a bit.
Quick trigger. Last chance for Falcons. They'll open this one towards mid. Very quickly into garage. Floor dead, but the trade is instant. Floor stun got across the line.
And there's even Sarah spamming from up in garage window. Shock dart to go out too. Doesn't connect any damage. But honestly, the way the game's been going, Falcons will accept the trade of knocking down Fluorescent.
Timing for Mel. Smoke fades and Toki gets the better of her.
Okay, good opener. Toki gonna have that second smoke refreshing now as well.
Alexis, she's been having an Alexi game thus far, all about the assists, the team player.
Not ready
This is
yet.
maybe her round to shine. Tucked in close, with Sarah now in support and managing to dodge out on all of the utility. Alexis dead though. Toki and Lexa take care of this one on the execute. And it's up to Noya to try and finish this job. Falcons stay alive.
Nicely done from Lexa to put the bow on top there for Falcons.
Scanning ahead.
This opener was really big. So again, like Floor's been putting up 2 kills every round just about, at least. So Mary just getting that one. When there was 3 players stacked in that area, you're absolutely gonna take that.
Guys, let's go.
Mel's definitely gonna regret, you know, being caught off guard when her smoke went down in A lobby. But maybe if not for too long, because Floor has enough money for that operator.
Not sure if she'll be contested though. She'll set up towards short.
Oh, similar look, but this time tripwire to run into.
Bit more reserved too, not just sliding in.
Nice shock dart to break that one away, but actually check out over towards A. Floor posted up with that operator. And it might be tough business to re-clear that space. Good news is Ava's held on to the drone, so they can use that if they need to go back into A.
Sarah sees nothing on the drone mid.
Noya is up here.
Yeah, calling back into C could be a disaster. A as well. They basically are trapped into going B, but they don't really know that yet.
There.
Shopify have 4 players on the left side of the map. All Falcons have to do is shut down that ceiling flood, and a post plant would be easy for them. TPing now onto the site. The smoke goes down, and Sarah's here for it! 3 kills for her before finally falling. Alexa comes in as well. Sarah just won this game for Shopify.
Gets ahead of the utility and closes it out. 13-4. Shopify Rebellion back on the international stage. And they are looking as fearsome as ever.
This is a team that's here to win. Fantastic play. And Fluorescent leading from the top. That's a great one to start it off with Shopify coming out on top. But there's more after this.
Spike down mid. 1 enemy remaining.
Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile. Show me how to run away.
This bitch talks about.
All right, folks, I'm here with Coach Effie's after a pretty solid first map in this series. Now, we know you guys have been a great Haven team all year, but it's got to feel good coming out on the map pick of Falcons and serve them up a dominant L.
Yeah, it really does. We knew coming in the tournament that was like a map we were a bit like shaky on, so we put a lot of effort into it, and I'm glad it paid off.
So going into map 2, you guys got to be feeling good. What is the biggest takeaway for you? What's the message you're looking to deliver to the team heading into map 2?
I mean, we're trying to get a same type of vibe we had in map 1. Everybody was like shooting, everybody was like vibing. So obviously getting a clean win would be nice so we don't show too much of our stuff.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Leave plenty of that iceberg yet undiscovered. Thanks for joining me, Coach, and good luck the rest of the series.
Well, Shopify Rebellion prove why they're the defending champions, taking Falcons map pick of Haven away from them. Now, we talk a lot about Floor, obviously, but we also have to talk about Noya.
Yeah, I've just been so impressed with her play. I mean, early on, first of all, starts off the game with that sick clutch immediately on the pistol round. Just insane in the 1 versus 3. Headshots with the Ghost. These taps were phenomenal. And then after that, Floor begins the highlight reel as well. This 3K is illegal. How do you hit like the third shot there with the classic? It's ridiculous.
I love how we were also hearing it on the comps, but I completely agree. The performance on the first half from Noya was on a different level. We were highlighting before going into Haven that Mavi was going to be a menace, and Mavi did not manage to win a single duel against her. So it's crazy to think that this is their inaugural performance. This is in their opponent's map pick. Yes, it had been a good performance from them in the past, but to start with such a statement.
And heading into this tournament, I was so excited to see more of Noya, and the stats on the screen right now show exactly why. In stage 3, she was right up there with Floor, putting up 0.9 kills per round playing Cypher and Killjoy. That is really outlandish. So heading into a tournament that's not just going to be the Shopify Floor show, you have that level of performance coming through too. That's a scary SR team.
Absolutely, and we can see how this kind of came about. Now, let's talk about Floor again. We had a little flow chart challenge that you gave us. Where are we standing now?
Guys, come on. You said like what, 295?
Okay, 290.
I did end up putting her up there, but she ended up with a 322. And I can tell you, maybe if Noya did not decided to come and obliterate the first half completely, okay.
She's kill stealing.
She would have had the 350, but 322, that's, you know, for like, what was it, 17 rounds, 18 rounds? I think that's
pretty
enough.
That's pretty good. It's all right. Honestly, it'll probably go up more playing Jet. Well, maybe. I guess we'll see. But her Jet, kind of good.
I mean, I do want to point out how incredible it is. We were talking about this earlier. The last few times Falcons have been playing Haven. With this comp, it has never failed them until today.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, they had never lost with it. The moment that they started using it, it becomes such a comfort pick for them, and probably that's why they decided. Even though with the good record that Shopify Rebellion had in NA, it's a good pick. It's what you feel comfortable with, and if you're hitting the shots, then maybe. But the plan that we were seeing from Shopify Rebellion is of a winning team.
Well, you know what? Let's hear what Coach Baba Beast had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm down here on the stage with Coach Baba Beast after a bit of a rougher first map. Yesterday, looking incredible. Now, definitely feels like a bit of a different story, a different experience for the team. What's the message going into map 2 after obviously your map pick doesn't quite go your way?
I think we have a surprise on Ascent. I think it's going to be fun, honestly. I mean, we're just going to have fun as long as the girls are having fun. We still have a chance anyway. So, yeah, like I think when they're back in their game, and yeah, this could be a really good map for us.
Coach, I think I speak for all of us when I say we love surprises, so good luck, and we can't wait to see what you've got in store for us for that map 2.
Oh, you guys heard that, Baba Beast, and it's Ascent. So when you're cooking up something kind of crazy, it's extra crazy when you go to Ascent.
I mean, I'm very excited to see, because this is a map that Falcons tried to dodge for as long as they could on stage 3. They didn't even get a single win on it. If it was not the Lotus, they would ban this map. So I can understand also for Shopify Rebellion, nobody has even managed to get double digits against that Eurocomp with the deadlock. Of course, you're going to be feeling extremely, extremely comfortable. And again, if you are Falcons, you know that this is the map they're going to pick against you.
I feel like we're about to get deadlock on deadlock violence. If I had to
Yes.
guess, I think we're going there. I mean, we have Mad V in the server. Shopify, for what like the challengers and GC scene in NA are just obsessed with deadlock in NA, obsessed with it. And specifically with the Yoru, it is a really potent duo that they've been running and just dominating with.
I double down on that feeling. I think that yesterday the composition that we saw on Split against ALG was literally a menace to the other team. They were not able to adapt. So on the side of Falcons, I agree. There could be that deadlock, there could be that Euro, and maybe, you know, they don't go back to that use the composition where you feel uncomfortable just in the agent that you're playing, but that's not that extra edge that you need to be winning at an international event.
Are you guys thinking this could be a 3-mapper?
Well, I hope so. Otherwise, I have to buy Potter dinner.
Oh, Mary is. Mary is.
So
She's
yeah,
dancing.
I hope it's a 3-mapper, so I don't have to spend my money.
Well, that's really good motivation, I suppose. And Mad V, as I was mentioning earlier, she says she might be playing something a little bit different to add on to her little Rolodex of agents there, to add on to the ISO, to the Clove. Maybe something a little
The
different.
Clove would be a little crazy, and if that monitor does not deceive us, we might be running it back on the ISO. That is crazy. Listen, I like the ISO a lot. I don't think I've ever watched it on Ascent before. I am open to this. I am willing to be convinced of its potential right now.
And right now, of course, they need to think of that mental reset, okay? That they just lost their map pick. So please give me some nice surprises.
Whoa!
Oh,
We are surprised.
Christ.
Interesting. I was not expecting the Yoru with that as well. Double Yoru. Shopify coming in. Yeah, SR have the same comp. What we expected for sure. That is nutty from Falcons, though. I'm excited.
I love the fact that we're going to still have some direct Mary versus Fluorescent playing on the same agent. I want to see the edge. And Mappy is no stranger to playing against the deadlock, even on this map. I can understand how they think they can have a read, but again, Shopify Rebellion is more than comfortable with this.
Well, I'm really liking this agent comp right now, and to take us through Ascent, it is our favorite locomotive enthusiasts. It's Mimi and Ender.
Chrissy, I didn't know you rolled with that too.
Yeah, I roll. I train it up.
Famously.
Famously.
We got an interesting one, though. Two compositions that are a little out of the ordinary for Ascent, one more than the other. First time I've ever gotten to watch ISO on this map.
Yeah, I mean, the ISO is going to be super cool to see, and we know MadV can absolutely pop off on that agent. I think for Falcons, it's so important to get out of the gate swinging here for this team. I mean, it was a string of 7 rounds at the start of Haven, but they can wash that off, although they are coming into Shopify's pick here.
And Shopify start off towards mid.
Absolutely nothing in mid. Falcons, they've got 3 players over on the B side of the map.
Very similar to Haven. I think SR just trying to eke out if Falcons is going to show them anything aggressive early.
There's a camera hanging out outside of B main right now, so Noya can click into that. Know exactly what's going down. But not too much resistance on this A side otherwise, especially with Toki getting blinded off the area. The net too, and Fluorescent jumping forward to capitalize off of that.
I don't think the net hit does not matter for Floor. She'll get that one regardless. Dink on to Alexa. Can Alexis get the trade back? Yes, she can. So Shopify have the site and Falcons have to retake.
Now, luckily for Falcons, this wall doesn't catch them jumping back through window. The one weakness in the plan from Shopify.
But there's a stun if they drop down. Deadlock Cypher thrives in the post plant.
Disgusting post plant agents, that's for sure.
Especially on that pistol round. What can Falcons do? They've broken the dart, but SRF 4 players just swinging at them. MadV's done well for a double, but that's not going to be enough. Shopify Rebellion win their 3rd pistol round of the series.
It just seems so easy for Shopify in the post plant. Not only do they have that deadlock stun to give them that assist from heaven, but the door was also closed. So Shopify only had to look one direction with 4 sets of eyes. That's not something you're going to be able to take them down in. Real tough situation for Falcons to play, but it starts off after Floor goes that crazy dive forward into tree. I really like that.
Chrissy, I want you to sell me on the ISO.
I'll sell you on the ISO. I think the ISO is really effective at shutting down a, well, not in a pistol round.
No, not really.
It's really good at shutting down ops, and Fluorescent dominates on the op on this map. Both because, of course, with the shield, you can just eat up that first shot.
I mean, we even saw it with the Outlaw on the last map.
And also, you're going to have that push wall to be able to block off certain angles, too.
Cover going out.
Oh, brother.
Deploying drone.
Do you think it's an issue, though, giving up the KO, or in Shopify's comp, the Yoru that is kind of filling into a similar role there?
I would say so, but not necessarily against this double Sentinel comp, because KO, whether it's the knife that can be shot or whether it's the ultimate, you know, both Deadlock and Cypher can play on the complete opposite side of the map. So KO is not super effective at shutting down these double Sentinel teams, even though that might be a little counterintuitive.
Yeah, and for both teams, the Yoru fills a lot of those holes, right? You're giving up a dive agent in the Jet. You have a TP, you're giving up the flashes from the KO.
Yeah.
You get flashes back. You even have an extra tool to deal with trips in the clone.
Yeah, the Shopify comp is proven to be very effective. I do think Falcons, though, have some ideas here to break that double Senti comp, right? Because both you have the clone to eat up both those pieces of util. I also think MadV using a push wall as they're coming out of an A main, for example, could be another way to just block off angles for players to capitalize off of a trip that you might be running into or a sound sensor. And of course, you can always ult someone out of the play too.
Talking of ults, Alexis has the Annihilation on round 3.
Why do Shopify always have ults on round 3?
It's a problem if you're playing against them.
Yeah, especially if this ends up being a late exec into the B site. It's so hard to hide away. Oh no, the gunner's...
Okay, she wins it anyway. Not a care in the world from Mary. That's Mel taken down, and well, Mary's already across the map towards B.
Ooh, just placing the decoy, waiting to activate that to a little bit later. They really want to sell this fake, and I think Alexis might use the ultimate with this clone going through to sell that hit as the rest of the team works into B.
But no one's rotating. Falcons are not biting on this rotation. Still 2 players on that site. Shopify, they'll send even more in, and they get the teleport. Mary's out of the picture. Now it's only 2 on B, but that could still be enough. to deal with Shopify, already a player down. The dart's perfect though. Sarah again stepping up to the occasion, and her team follows up on the info well.
And as the spike goes down in mid, Alexis falls. Massive as the ultimate is taken out of her hands. Well done from Toki to find that.
Very low health. No flashes, no paranoia. They have to challenge this angle. And Floor got one. Now on to Noya. It's Mary and Mad V, and not finding the angle just yet. Noya swings in again, and second opportunity, Mary will take that. Falcons don't let the bonus round slip away.
Yeah, major opener there from Mary over in A main, was that?
Yeah.
Taking out Mel?
No business winning that.
Yeah, then teleporting over to B, back over into A. Doesn't matter that Shopify did break Falcons' ankles just a little bit. The fighters from Falcons were winning.
It's so cool to see this matchup because all of GC champs 2 years ago, we were talking about G2 versus Cloud9, which was Mel and Alexis then, and Mary was on that team. It's not quite the same pieces, but finally getting to see that fated matchup against Mary, Mel, and Alexis is exciting. And
yeah.
I think those players have defined the match in a lot of ways thus far.
And after we didn't even know if Mary was going to come back to playing, right? When she went to go to school, leaving G2 for a moment, now coming back on this Falcon team to bring them here.
But while she was gone, the new star in the scene, Floor, made her name, and she'll make hers in this round as well. Already ulting through B and gaining a pretty much free site for SR.
Yeah, actually a deadlock wall already going down into CT too, so just some extra trouble to deal with on the retake. I mean, look at the utility, how filthy that is. Double stuns when you come out of heaven. An option for Floor to TP into main too, and double up with Noya later on. Good news is Mary has the clone, and they need that clone to come out of really market if it's going to break those sensors.
The wall will fall pretty soon. It times out. Drone into the site for Falcons.
Sarah's waiting to throw a dart as these players come for the spam.
There's the dart. Does it get broken? Not in time. Mad V gets spammed. There's the annihilation into spawn, and Mel's picked up a kill of her own. They're trying to free Mary, but there's no chance. She is dead, and that time is so low. Falcons just don't have the room to work with. They'll lose this round to the clock.
That is just like Effie's drew it up in the Valo plant. I mean, the combo of the Sarah dart with fluorescence flash, that's
so
why the
sick.
dart wasn't broken, because the timing on those two abilities was just about perfect. That's also coming down while the annihilation is thrown out.
And it's all off the sonic sensor.
Just absolutely nasty.
No one escapes my...
But that's the thing. Shopify are going to own you in the post plants with this comp. I really think Falcons need to find ways to flood out onto site before they get blocked off by that deadlock wall, before Shopify have the time to place all those abilities, because otherwise it's too easy for them to play it out.
I think the issue is that you need players set up to flood in, and thus far Mel has also done a good job of being ahead in the calling.
Yeah, well, Falcons, they're using the Yoru TP to get quickly over onto this B site, so it was once 2 players, quickly becomes 3. And now it's back down to 2, and 1, and...
Still 1 player, but Eva's
bit of a delay.
Flashed.
That's crazy.
Last player standing.
Matt V.
She was trying to focus, Noya. Give her a moment to prime herself. That's all right. I mean, honestly, for Falcons, it's throwaway round. They had the sheriffs.
You do see how Shopify have a couple different looks for the post plant too. Notice how the sonic sensor is on stairs this time instead of playing that deep fight off the dart. There's still a Cypher trip outside of market that you have to deal with. You can't expect the same util every time.
Just super annoying. They can also switch up where the Omen smokes are going, whether that's on CT or putting one-ways on stairs. There's a lot of different ideas that Shopify will dip into to constantly keep you on your toes.
A big piece of this Falcons comp, though, is the power ults. They have a lot of them, and they're starting to get some of those tools online. Mad V has the kill contract, which she was excellent at in the series the other day.
Won every single fight she took. I think 4 for 4 on that one. And importantly, versus this comp, if you grab Alexis or Noya, you kill it, you're turning their utility off. It gives your team a way to get back into the site.
Maybe gonna try an ult off the drone. Now the high value target. She'll shield up. And there goes the kill contract. Who did she nab?
Alexis.
That's a big player to take out of this round, and MadV's done it.
Back on top.
Well fought.
MadV continues to look so good in that zone, but all the while, Shopify left that B side, have moved over into A. Now it's Toki playing in tree, and she takes down the other Omen.
Floor dinked, but that's not enough to take her down.
Very similar setup to Pistol, actually.
Hunter's Fury towards tree. Won't find a connection.
And Floor, like on Pistol, has moved up into tree. Not looking at window right now, but Mary didn't see the gun either. Floor looking for the timing, the glass is broken, Floor keeps going.
And she's out of there. Smooth criminal.
Still a player in hell. Wait for Lexa if she can find something. But Sarah knows, forcing Lexa out of her hiding place. It doesn't matter as Falcons swarm into the site. 2-on-2, and Floor's looking back into window? She's everywhere!
Lexa alone. 1v2. They know exactly where she is, and the double swing comes just in time from Shopify. Floor is in the walls.
Floor's in the walls, Mimi. Get her out, get her out! It's insane! In and out, back and forth. I mean, again, she fully teleported back onto Catwalk and then said, wait, I see everyone on site. I can do the exact same thing. My honest reaction.
Bro, 1 HP, I'm just like a little...
I wonder what she's like.
Many have been asking this. She's like Floor.
Yeah, 9-3 right now. Not too shabby.
So the first time out of this second map for Falcons.
Yeah, and the main thing I'm thinking about is Mary has the Yoru ulti. Big info gathering tool, huge retake tool as well. Try to find out a lot of that utility as you go in.
That last round, by the way, was a full 4v5.
Yeah.
That Shopify won.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
Using the kill contract at the start. I forgot too.
And then that became a 3v5 because Mel died.
How many players does Floor count for?
I don't know, maybe that's what she was saying. I'm like 3 players, I'm like 4 players, something like that. I don't know, she's got a clone at the very least. We'll give her 2 players,
okay, that seems
and that
reasonable.
works. That's what works for the time being.
Last few rounds, I think Falcons have been trying to play a little bit more heavily on these sites, committing to anchoring instead of retaking into this Cypher deadlock.
I like the idea they're setting up for a little bit more of a mid-fight this time around. Even though, I mean, the B main fight worked for them, but I'd like to see them show some more forward pressure. It has been a little bit reserved, I would say, overall.
Yeah, and that fight really only worked because of the ult.
Exactly.
This round just sheriffs for them.
Quick TP from Mary over into the A side. I think she threw a flash into B window before snapping that out. That's what got MadV up on that forward line. So Falcons, very similar to how they played on Haven, like to show a lot of utility on one side of the map with the Yoru and then TP away, just leaving one player. It sort of sells you this fake idea that there's a stack on the B site, but in reality, they're on A. And you know who's gonna know exactly what you're trying to do with a play like that?
Does her name start with M?
Yes, and it ends with L.
Maybe Mel?
Mel, yes,
Okay.
you figured it out. You cracked the case.
I'm glad.
MadV is stepping up here though, but I mean, yeah, Shopify just gonna use the drone. We call that boring Valorant. We call it good Valorant, but it is boring when you know every single line you're gonna be taking, know exactly where the enemy team is.
MadV still doesn't have any help.
More utility.
Oh, they're just bullying her with the
More
flashes.
utility.
Okay. Net, blinded, paranoid. She didn't have a chance.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
And guess what? Shopify, they get to make a home of the B site now.
Yeah.
Deadlock wall, double sonar.
Boxing themselves into it. I feel like if I'm Falcons here, I'm sitting in CT and I'm trying to kill people running out of the site.
I think it's all you can do at this point.
They're
He's
trying
gonna
to
make
go
a go
for
of it.
something. Yeah, but it's, I
Oh
mean,
my
why?
God.
Clarissa, nice
Okay.
transfer.
Yeah, that's pretty. Didn't need to be that stylish, but it's Floor.
Yeah, you take that. That's the ultimate online for her as well. Alexis is just 2 off. She used that a few rounds ago.
Just look at this again.
One enemy
I
remains.
want to see that transfer.
For a second, I thought we were getting kills while fully
She transferred
blinded.
between 3 different players there. The one that died, the player marked it, Unreal.
Her hand is moving faster than like the bodies are dropping.
Time to jump. Fake teleport. Cutting through.
Fake TP.
That's a good dart. Little cheeky set play in mid for Falcons.
And she's boxed in. Lex is boxed in with the deadlock wall. She can't actually escape from inside of that smoke.
Both yours have used their ult this round. Now Mary is going to try and get back in, but nothing was broken for her, so it doesn't really do anything at the end of the day.
Time to play Minecraft, knock your way out. Hold on the flanks, Omen v Omen. That's gonna go Mel's way, even after the headshot.
But on the site, a Paranoia back into Tree, stalls out this retake. 3 strong towards Heaven, but Floor's picked off the isolated player, and it's a high-low for Shopify. It doesn't matter. When Eva's doing that.
She just holds down left, doesn't let go.
No business winning that, but the 3 players line up, and that's the hero that Falcons needed.
It's a bit shocking too, because Falcons haven't really been able to get that presence coming in from Tree on these A retakes. But again, when you've got this Odin, and look, she feels good with it. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Everything's through a wall.
Ascent.
Classic Ascent gameplay.
I do love that early round setup though. Getting active for Falcons, taking the round into their own hands. This time they'll embed ISO in 1.
1 off the kill contract, so you get the first one and then snipe the second one. Just take them one at a time.
And there are 2 coming Mad V's way.
Yeah, Decoy primed and ready to break this Cypher trip. Really the only resistance inside of Tree, but there's still flashes to come on in.
Sarah droning, no one is here to break this. Oh, Paranoia actually caught the drone, so ISO's not gonna get cleared. Floor is going back up towards Heaven, but Mad V, her fight is really everything in this round and doesn't get it done.
Look at Floor, all the way up into Heaven, creeping around. Lexa is not ready for it at all. And Floor pounces, springs the trap.
And suddenly the round is normal again. A 3v3, another retake on A for Falcons.
Door is closed. Falcons need to break that down. What? Sarah?
Okay. The banked shock dart into Heaven gives the advantage to Shopify Rebellion.
I'm telling you, every dart hits, but every shot hits from Ava, looking through the walls. And it all comes down to her once again, coming out of the smokes and around the corner. Mel shuts her down.
Can't do it this time. It felt like a mirror of last match, a strong Shopify start. Falcons start piecing something together. But again, their momentum is killed. They're back to an eco round.
Just swings back and forth. Again, it was this. Mel taking down Mad V, even with the shield.
Enemy remaining.
It's very rare.
Bro, actually uncontested.
I mean, real though, that's the second time she's pathed that same way up into Heaven.
3rd time, and actually 4th if you count the 2 times she did it in the same round.
You're so right.
Oh my God, we're fighting an A main. Mary and Ava find a couple, and they still keep on coming. Last one alive is Noya, stuck in a 1v2 now, and there's nowhere for her to go. Around the corner, and she's gonna do it.
What the hell was that round? It's over in 15 seconds. And Noya comes out the better of it.
And it's a heartbreaker too for Falcons, because I mean that was just pure classics, and they almost had it. That was a 1v3.
But Noya with the Red Bull clutch.
Just tough. Not quite fast enough to react to that. And Noya's not going to give you a second chance.
5 ults for Falcons.
They've been sitting on some of these for a long time. Only 2 rounds left to use them.
Empty the bank. What can they do with them? There's another kill contract. Mad V against Floor. Can she take down the raid boss? Yes, she can.
That's massive. Shopify were waiting to see what the result was going to be, and now they're slowed down in A main. Sarah picks up the orb. We talked about Falcon's ults, but Alexis has one. Sarah's one off too. And the player I'm watching is Noya on your screen. How much she can get in mid. Right now she's blocked off by that trip.
Last time Falcons had an opener with the kill contract, they lost a 3v5. They have to convert this advantage.
Shopify thinking about using a late drone from Sarah perhaps in A main. Maybe even with tree presence to really sell an A hit.
High-low setup. Mel jiggles. And the Annihilation catches. onto Madvi. Mary's in an ult. The Hunter's Fury is coming in off of it. It's pandemonium! And Alexis navigates through it. Gets the kill off the Annihilation. Now Mary's ult into the site. Knows there's a player towards main, and Eva's there to help out. Deals with Sarah. Alexis on an off angle. Gets both of them on the site. Can she go for more?
Only 25 seconds left. Mel's not here. Alexis is on her own on the site, and Toki's not gonna let her out of hell. 20 seconds, but she's looking at the floor! Why is she looking at the floor? Alexis on for 4, on for the ace. 10 seconds remaining as players come through, but Alexis will not be stopped!
An ace for Alexis. It's the crowning duo of Shopify Rebellion, but this time they only needed one.
Mel's out on an excursion in mid, taking the scenic route, and it doesn't matter. Look at that spam!
A real fumble for Toki there.
Yeah, same.
Oh my god!
Every Shopify Rebellion fan feeling exactly the same way in that moment. Complete and utter shock.
Shopify won't slow down too much. They're straight back to taking space in B main.
Yeah, Floor's ready on the ult again.
Utility City with these two comps. A very new age ascent.
Oh,
Floor's
double
out of the
blind!
ult! Oh, it's perfection! Only 1 for 1. Here comes another ult! Sarah! 2 blasts remaining, and
But
she can't find it.
Shopify aren't committing. The Omen ult from Madvi, or from Toki, went into backside. Shopify bail out into market, but it's a crazy round. Lexa is still over in tree. Mary is coming across into mid, but Mel's waiting for it.
Mary not looking. Mel saw the Yoru pass, and now she'll escape. Her team is into the A side.
What? She's going for the wide flank now?
All the way around the world. Will Shopify get out ahead of it, though?
Double stuns down.
They have a lot of delay. They're buying time for their leader to make this flank a reality. A net. There's so much stall, but
Here
Mel's
comes
been
Mel.
spotted.
She's still creeping forward. Smokes now to call for the stall. Falcons can't wait any longer. They've got to go.
Into the site. Alexis in hell. They're diving in. Another stun. Noya spraying them down. Alexis takes them out of this one. Shopify Rebellion. 10-2 on the half. Some wild rounds to end it. We've got to chill out. We'll be back after half.
Death is cold.
It is activated, I fear.
"30 days left on a sentence. What happened to innocence? Till proven guilty. Caught me stealing a paradise at a store on the east side. Motherfucker had it out for me. My pockets were empty and my kid was turning 5. So I, from the game of Monopoly, on the side of the road, damn dash when the sun slips on the middle of my coat. Next thing I know, I'm in handcuffs and no stranger to life getting rough. Next thing I know, it's futile resistance, dreaming of a separate existence.
Welcome back to map number 2. It's a 10-2 lead for Shopify. And it's some fun in the crowd.
trying to keep the mood jovial here. EMEA team in the stadium, but right now it is Shopify that has showed up in a massive way.
Falcons 0 for 3 on pistol rounds thus far this series. I don't need to say it's a necessity to win one here. I did anyway.
You basically did. And you know what? You wouldn't be wrong to say it. Look, Falcons, they've had some tough luck in this game, but honestly, this is just the experience. Playing up against Shopify for the first time ever. See what they can do on attack, though, because remember, this is a wonky comp that Falcons are running with.
We've never seen a comp like this before.
Yeah. On defense, didn't quite find the value we would like to see. Madvi in the ultimate, of course, always was looking good, but round to round, we're getting outmatched by Shopify. That's a big shot.
A lot of damage.
Wait, that's like 200 damage.
Yes.
One ability. Did I tell you Sarah was good at so?
I think you've been saying that a lot.
I think I mentioned that.
I do agree, though.
Right here.
No one's home on A for Shopify.
Yeah.
My camera is destroyed.
Ooh, camera actually broken. I think that was higher than the smoke there, so that's why they got the ping on that.
I think Shopify was expecting a split through catwalk. 2 players ready to deal with that, then isolate the players on the site.
Yeah. Instead, what Falcons seem to be running for is just fast Yoru ults, right? Mary takes that in A main. Now over in B main, I'd expect that grabbed as well, because Falcons, they don't just want to win pistol. They need a round 2, round 3 if they can get that Yoru ult. That would be massive to swing this game for them.
I have retrieved the
think
spike.
long term.
There's a stun waiting for them outside of B. And a catch. Oh no.
Alexis is buying a lot of time here, but it won't be enough for her to get help on the site. She's very much alone in this endeavor. And against the ISO, she wins it. Double ding through the shield. Mary shuts her out of
the rest of Shopify are here. Floor's flooding in. There's a flank coming in too. It's over before you can even think. Alexis did everything she needed between the utility and that first shot. You don't need any more than that.
Yeah, 1 second. It's just Alexis. And she just does enough for the team to arrive.
By the way, that wasn't even like floor teleport shenanigans or anything like that.
Knife out sprint across the map.
One enemy
And
remaining.
clean up for your teammate.
Kind of crispy there from Noya.
Yeah.
Headshot's the jumping player. I like that. Are Falcons really not forcing?
No.
Look, I know they didn't get the spike down. It's a lot of money lost, but...
Playing for OT, they'd need 10 perfect rounds.
You can count.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'm trying to make up for you calling me not learned the other day.
You know, honestly, I take it back.
Thank you.
Bell's got to judge. I mean, come on. You're not going there anymore.
Run away.
Reminder, Falcons have a lot of good tools for breaching into those close chokes between the ISO and the Yoru, but the shield's already been broken, and that's one of the major ones.
Noya's been in NA for a while now. Got imported over, then joined Shopify. But it is cool to see her back competing in Europe. The Dane's probably playing a LAN of this caliber on her home continent for the first time.
Going out.
Showing up in a big way, too. It's been lights out so far. What's Mary got for us here? The Falcons are going to have a chance if they're going to do anything. My eyes are on Mary. Smoke comes down, and Mary tried to seize the timing, but again, Mel
30
getting
seconds
super
left.
active with the judge.
You just can't go into the judge.
Yeah, Falcon's gonna start running over towards B, but you know what that means, Mimi.
Well, Sarah's here.
And Alexis.
She has a net as well. Lots of problems starting to stack up for the MENA squad.
Oh,
Floor's
dear.
arrived. They're all looking at the dart. No one even broke it. Floor has 10 seconds. The round's over.
See, I don't know if you're watching Shopify play a defense round or if they were playing a post plant from the first half. Because it's the same thing, with like Sarah throwing out that same dart from backside, the rest of the team swinging off of it.
Was Sarah flash with that dart?
One enemy remaining.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't catch it.
All
Things
good.
are moving too fast.
It has been a
I
speedy
think
map.
Floor might have just run out of that smoke and started shooting.
This is a nice spot.
Well and truly, the last hurrah for Falcons.
Wow. Light armor on 4 players versus Floor's Bulldog.
Outlaw, that is.
That's the one.
You're not looking very learned today.
No!
Can they get around?
Again, they've got tools to break these trips. This is a really annoying trip, but you can use a clone.
And they will, but Noya still connects one onto the real ISO. Floor no scopes with the Outlaw, but dies back through the smoke.
Ava has been so consistently sharp throughout this game, right? In the first half, like Falcons only got 2 rounds,
Yeah.
but Ava was the one that pulled those through for them.
Melange judge retake.
Oh, you want to walk me through how she does that?
I feel like she doesn't. Maybe smoke sight, paranoia,
I'm ready.
TP in.
Look, I'm ready for some TikTok teleports.
Jump towards hell, maybe? What's she cooking?
We're taking it slow for now. Drone first.
So
Here it
smoke on
comes.
sight, a tag, Toki, diving in is Mel, and on top of Toki's head is Sarah, but they've dealt with this one. No funny business from Shopify.
It was far less elaborate than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was kind of just jumping to
Let's
the side.
jump
off
out
the
of heaven. Yeah, unfortunately for Sarah, she couldn't quite find those shots onto the pink target. But honestly, good on Falcons for not like backing away here, because it would have been so easy after your clone gets broken and you're still dying behind to have a moment of hesitation.
Heaven, girl.
So that was the strat.
You know, Potter was talking the last match about like teams having their specific calls. I think that was a
Right.
cooked up strat, the cowabunga.
Oh, I do like that one.
Yeah, the 2v4 retake with a judge and no utility.
It's amazing how many strats Shopify have drafted up here.
It just shows the experience.
They've been playing together for so long.
World champions for a reason.
Oh, boy. You know what, though? Falcons, the work they did in pistol round for Mary, getting those ult orbs, she's got that online. This is the swing round to get a few in a row, break Shopify's economy. And they're guessing well heading over towards the B side. It's a full stack on Senti Util over towards A, with Alexis playing forward here to try and fake out a little extra pressure. We'll see if that does anything to Falcons' call.
Mary spots out two players on the site. We've seen this one before, and it's the same ending.
But they're still stuck in main. No one else gets through because Alexis continues finding them.
Eva, though, she has been so consistent, and again, she steps up.
Spike planted, Eva gets ultimate online for the 2v2.
Spike planted. This time, Mel has a gun, and Noya spots out Eva.
Here.
This is the mark, but a paranoia could be critical. Break on the drone. Oh, the Cypher not seen. Up top, Mel still adjusts in time. Eva didn't swing. Now she will, and finds them all. Eva again.
Okay, forget the ults. Eva's just gonna shoot you down. 18 kills in this game, and look, when you're getting beaten bad 12-4, that is not easy. Not an easy feat whatsoever. Good start there, I think, from Mary, getting that shorty kill. But really there, not over swinging at all. Really precise on those jiggles. And that's gonna do what Falcons needed it to do, breaking Shopify's buy.
Big Red Bull clutch. Bring the energy back just a little bit.
It's even better because Ava gets to hold on to that ult for this next round. Mad V2 off as well. And I like this look for seizing some mid-control. Clone to break a trip if it's gonna be here. The push wall to make sure there's not anyone swinging from back CT. I think that's especially important once an operator gets online for floor. But also, thinking about it, it could be Shopify's call just not to go for an op in this game, knowing that there's an ISO on the other side.
Flo's good with the Bucky too.
It is cheaper. Never have an eco round again if you're always buying the Bucky. Don't try this at home.
Surely we don't walk into the 4-stack on B.
Unfortunately, I think we might.
This could get a bit scary. Okay, Mel has a paranoid. There's a Bucky on that site. Only one player shooting with the Sheriff. They're still going for it though, and Mary trying to deal with the Bucky can't. Floor's hopping up and down. The bunny rabbit not put down just yet.
30
Falcons
seconds
though, they'll trade out. All is good. They've dealt with their problems and won another round.
But you always suck in your breath for a moment there. Mad V now has that ultimate. Falcons, I mean, look, back on Haven, it was also looking dire, and they managed to string a few rounds together back in that first half. Mary was getting super vocal, getting super into it. That's kind of what they need to tap into here again. They were more energized when they were feeling better. That's when they were shooting better for sure.
Here.
Big ults for Shopify. And Floor with an operator.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to deal with the ISO, so Mel's trying to bait that one out.
They don't know about Floor.
Oh,
She'll
dear.
get one. She's flashing back in. And now finally teleporting out.
And she's on B, folks. And you can't even accelerate into A because there's still Cypher on this side.
Madvi has ult though, could deal with that Cypher utility. If the drone spots Cypher,
Oh no.
it won't.
I The drone saw it, but I think that it was just pings on map and it wasn't good enough. And we just juke.
That got Noya though. And Noya is gone. So the utility off the board and Floor teleported away to dodge that.
Madvi doesn't lose those 1v1s. It's crazy how good she is in that stage.
I think she's lost maybe one all tournament.
Planted.
Floor's up. Spotted out towards Heaven. And that wall lets Eva get back to main with the Hunter's Fury.
There's going to be a late wrap from Cat 2 by Alexa.
Shopify might just save here.
You can't really play it. What they're saying is we still haven't seen the Cypher. Be very careful about any kind of a lurk, and yeah, give this one up.
Falcons, they have to ignore the scoreboard. Play every round as it is, but Shopify know they only need one. Don't take big risks. Save your ultimate, save your operator. Keep those big tools for the rounds you know you can win.
Yeah, that's the thing I like to tell my players is when you're up big like this and Falcons need to string so many rounds together in a row, is you just don't waste that ult. Don't use that ult unless you know it's going to win the round. You can stack up Floor ult, Alexis ult, maybe wait for Sarah, and then you just can't lose a retake if you're throwing those three things at the enemy.
And talk of the tools, 4 of them for Shopify.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Shopify overcommit into this round, right? It's a Stinger, it's a Sheriff as the extra guns here. But a chance for Fluorescent to get active if she wants, I think. You know, sort of let her look for that opener, and then from there you can choose to play out the round once you have numbers. It's exactly what they're doing in B main.
I must wait a moment.
Cam broken instantly.
There's always a teammate with Floor to break utility, to bait out, and maybe even break an ISO shield to make sure the off is going to get a shot.
And the start of these rounds has to be Operation Find Floor, find the Cypher, get that mental picture of the round.
Turns out right now Floor is using the Bucky over in B main. Now she takes that forward line.
Portal closed.
Using it like a shotgun.
Cutting through.
Sets up another gate crash to escape.
It's so common for Falcons to just leave the spike in their spawn, regardless of what map they play. They never want to leave a solo player to die. When they're doing these slower rounds, spread out rounds, playing the whole map, they make sure there's some element of safety there. They really need to. I guess they could use the Omen ult to pick that up deeper into a round.
Yeah.
Camera taken out.
Madvi likes having as much info as she can.
Floor is up B main. Got tagged out by a camera, I believe, and oh yeah, there's a camera right above her head, so she TPs away. Falcons might think that's a TP to A, which is exactly what Floor wants them to believe.
Decoy.
Floor's right here. It's only an off.
She
and
dodged
they
the
do have
dart.
the ISO shield. Madvi, oh, the shield's gone. But Floor can't get into the ult in time. That's a huge trade from Madvi.
Ava now planting the spike, has that Hunter's Fury in the post plant. Right now, Shopify, they've got 4 players coming through spawn, and that ult is gonna hurt. Every single shot dodged away from now doesn't mean anything.
Does Shopify want to use their ult here?
No
They're
way.
down a player. Sarah dead.
What?
She's committing it. And finds absolutely nothing. A Paranoia as well. Shopify is going for this one. And Toki was blind, but better's Alexis. Maybe an overinvestment from Shopify.
Yeah, I don't think Effie's is going to be thrilled with that decision.
No.
Especially,
Falcons is really starting to make something of this.
yeah, I mean, look, Mel's going to be farming them on the way out, but a round's a round. Falcons are never going to be wanting for more money at the end of the day.
Cover going out.
The retake just felt a little bit odd. You know, Madvi was able to upgrade into the operator. That Fluorescent dropped on site even after getting that opener, and then was just firing out bullets from that left side. The other thing is taking the Annihilation downstairs for that vertical angle doesn't fully clear out backside. If you jump out from on Cat, or on Lane rather, you can fully clear out that back angle. There's nowhere really to hide away from that one.
For me though, if there was to be a standout player making their GCC debut out of these first 2 days, it has to be Madvi. I mean, a ridiculous first series, stepping up again here, going pound for pound with Mel in the calling.
Yeah, you forget that because Madvi is usually just fragging out of her mind.
Yeah,
but
pretty rare to see an ISO IGL.
Exactly. Battle of wits here, needing 5 more, I believe. Got a bit of a break here.
Yeah, I imagine a tactical pause here. Effie's gonna get some opportunity
Yeah, because that's the thing. Shopify have the option to go for a force or like, yeah, really a force into this round or to carry that one over. What I'm seeing right now is Shopify went for that force with only 13 seconds left on the clock. I imagine that's a late timeout call from Effys. Maybe didn't even want to call that one, but decides, hey, no, we're actually making a mistake, over-investing into this. I love that we can actually see the scoreboard down here at the bottom. Because what it also tells you is that now if Shopify were to go for a save, for example, it means that Falcons then get this next round for free. It's not for free, but for free, we'll say that. That means Mary and Madvi are just 1-2 off their ults for the next round, for the next big buy round. They can start to cycle these things, getting that momentum on their side, and really have a chance. It's not there just yet, but in 2 rounds, we can start to believe.
Shopify had 10 chances to close. They're already down to 5.
What's the call here for Shopify? Jumping back into the game, and it is going to be the force. Maybe not as dire as I was thinking. It's light armors on a few players. The initial buy had some Guardians and whatnot in there. They actually want to fight A main pretty aggressively. Forward stun placed by Alexis if anyone runs into that space.
Trap play, Paranoia, as well as a Yoru flash to go off that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a trap on both sides of the map too, because this high camera in B main is what's checking that out. Bit of a fail on the draw, but it means that Noya can swing off maybe with a dart or the Seraphrag spam through that wall. A lot of pressure could be put down quickly. And Falcons have kind of let the first 30 seconds slip away for nothing.
Caution here.
They were expecting some aggression out of that timeout. Even worried about a walk up into mid.
Yeah. Dart down into mid 1, sees absolutely nothing. So what do they think? Are Shopify playing actively into the mains? Are they bundled up on sites? Is it a stack? They don't even know if Shopify went for the full force down.
50 seconds. They still don't have a lot of info.
They don't even have a spike. And if they go late into this A main, that forward stun could be brutal with the Paranoia there too.
Only Mel here to follow it up though.
I think they should hear it. Once they step up close enough.
Omen might be close enough.
But 5 players into main when Mel could throw a Paranoia on this line? Really?
Here comes the flash. Mel swings off it, but her own smoke works against her. Now it's a duty to escape out of main. She'll die.
There's only 10 seconds.
Time. Floor's running away. The spike needs to go down ASAP. 4 Falcons, but Floor is doing it all. 5 seconds. They're out of time. Alexis has done enough. Shopify Rebellion. A 2-0 start and a first win in Berlin.
Shopify came out of that timeout and just bored them to death. They didn't do anything for the entire round. Falcons were waiting for a play to come their way, and it never ended up happening. A clean 2-0 for Shopify Rebellion. They're back in Berlin and here to play.
It felt like something was brewing in that second half, but for the rest of the game, it was Shopify in full control.
Oh yeah. Fluorescent tops the scoreboard with 27 kills.
Damn.
That's all you can really say. And for Falcons, the 3rd seed out of EMEA, had a couple of streaks in these games. No easy matchup for them, that's for sure. They also got to debut a new comp here on Ascent, and you could start to see how it was working out. Madvi continued to impress with those ultimates. They're going to now be headed down to the lower bracket. Still a team with some serious threat behind them.
For Shopify though, a first bow taken on that stage. Obviously aspirations of going all the way, trying to be the first team to do it back to back. Especially for Mel, didn't get to be there on stage with her team the first time.
Yeah, she's here now though. Looking good too. This whole team, I mean, remember the battle of wits back on Haven? It was so fun watching those early rounds between her and Madvi. I really do think that Shopify's prep was massive coming into this series. They were reading Falcons looked like a book. The round-around calling from Mel was just perfection. And that carried over here into this second map of Ascent.
Yeah, Shopify really showing themselves to be a team that is ready for what the new changes bring. So true, Lexi.
Yeah, she just agrees with you, is the truth. I mean, we got to highlight Ava, because I think probably, what, more than half the rounds that Falcons won, it was off the back of Ava.
Especially on Ascent.
Yeah, those Haven retakes, or Heaven retakes, rather.
Oh my god!
Looking so good.
That was insane. I mean, that was insane.
I honestly, every time we get to clue into the players and what they're saying, have an absolute blast. Talking a little smack, getting hyped, feeling good. Mary also being so active for the team, so hyped back on the stage here in Berlin. It was a whole lot of fun to watch, Mimi.
Yeah, the energy has been incredible in this first match, but there's a lot still to come for Shopify Rebellion. For now, let's check in with Uber and Alexis for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, gang. Like you said, I'm down here on the stage with Shopify Rebellion's Alexis. Gotta feel good. Your first match here at GCC 24, a solid win. What's the vibes like right now?
I don't know, we're feeling pretty good. I think our first game, we're always the most nervous, but once we get on stage and we get our first win down, like, we're good from there on out.
You feel like you had nerves? Because even, you know, we talked to Effie's after that Haven game. He said, this has been a shaky map for us over the course of this year, but he felt like you guys breezed through it. I think from the outside, you probably didn't look nervous at all, but you guys were a little on edge?
Just a little bit. I feel like our aim was maybe a little jittery in the beginning, but once we got like a couple rounds in, we were like up 5-0 first map. Like, I feel like we were doing good.
So you're back here now as world champions. What is different about Shopify Rebellion that you would say, the biggest difference between maybe last year and that campaign and how you are now?
I don't know. We've been working really, really hard throughout the entire year just to perfect everything that we've been working on since we've been a team. So all those like nitty-gritty things that we've been working on have been kind of fleshed out now, I feel like.
And you obviously, as a team, have competed at international events before. When you look around game changes, do you feel like the level in general has come up? Do you feel like it's harder to squeak out these rounds and wins? Or do you feel like you guys have kept yourselves ahead of the curve?
I think that the talent has definitely improved, but I think we've also improved as well, and maybe honestly even a little bit faster than other teams. We have a good coaching staff, and you know, Effie's is the GOAT, so I think we're able to improve faster than other teams for sure.
And you come into a game against Falcons who look pretty good, even in their region. Do they give you the challenge that you expect, or do you kind of feel like you breeze through? I saw you after that ace there on Ascent, looking pretty comfortable. There's plenty of banter over there. Did it match up to your expectations?
I think they're a good team for sure, but I think we're just better, to be honest.
Yeah. You actually get like a bit of time off now because you play your one game and now we've got some lower bracket matches to go. What's the plan? You're gonna chill for a bit, soak up the cool air out here in Berlin. What's the plan?
That is the advantage of winning. You get a couple days off. We're probably just gonna prep for the other team, chill, do our thing, practice.
Get your revenge against Mary here. Is there any sort of bad blood, any sort of feeling of vindication coming out of a game? And obviously it's not a title match, it's not a final, but it's got to feel nice to kind of go back to that chapter and write a new ending to it.
No, Mary is a great player. I'm happy that she's back. She's a great competitor, but yeah, it feels good to win against her for sure.
Every region's looking kind of sick right now. Obviously we know EMEA is strong. You've taken down one of their teams. Also Brazil, always scary. What team are you guys looking out for specifically? Or has anyone surprised you from what you've seen so far?
To be honest, I was really impressed by MIBR beating Liquid in their regional final, so honestly, I would like to play MIBR the most.
I think we'd be excited to see that. Everyone here pretty stoked for it. That's about all the time we've got here for our interview. Of course, Alexis, thank you for your time. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. Advancing, of course, to the next round. But great to have you here in Berlin, folks. That's about all we have time for today, but be back here tomorrow as we kick off with the first of our elimination rounds. The stakes couldn't be higher, so we'll see you then.
MIBR here to prove that they are more than just the best team in Brazil, but the best team in the world. But can they do it in this opener against Giant Eggs, who technically have the home crowd advantage?
Seekers in the direction of Ness. Now she's about to get some action. Takes this Aren down in midair. Guiding Light comes out. The MIBR explode through that nebula. Oh, Jelly holds it down on the side. This is an uncomfortable situation for the Jets. Spotted out, of course, by that turret. Has the cloud bursted. 4 in the round for Jelly. Hoping to play off some of this util to get at an edge. There's the spray down. Melissa couldn't do anything about that duck-out position. Giant X eyeing off their 8th round. And MIBR, they have to feel like they get a little lucky. But Ness has a Hunter's Fury to work with here. Here's the aggression. Oh my goodness, SRN. That is not what you want to see. If you're the GX fan. And here comes Giant X now looking to push onto the pole. Oh my goodness.
Not ideal.
We don't talk about those. Jimmy's in the meantime. Oh my goodness. MIPR hitting a little different, Wyatt.
Their gameplay was just stunning today. The aimers unrelenting.
Everybody wants to go up against G2 Gozen for a reason. Crew, they were great yesterday. I can't wait to see what they're going to do today against this team.
But Dodds last time got them out of danger with a quick 2-pick up through CT, and maybe history repeats. Rescue's gone down, and Dodds is being so imposing. Mimi invents the ult. G2 falling like flies as Vanya. The last one to fall. Mimi's gone down, but the time is ticking. G2 side, but Dodds now takes only one. Petra! 7 HP and a bit of a dream here in a 2v2. This was never meant to be this close. But Visa Crew plays never down and never out, but Amy asked a big question that she has the answer to with the Red Bull clutch. G2 looking like they're in danger because of Dodds is holding the door and no one's coming through. Vanya dead, Petra dead. And Mimi joins them in their grave. Visa Crew plays are absolutely the real deal. 13-8, Christine. Petra is noticed. She is known. She has to fight forward, and she does. Takes down Michaela, but now surrounded. But Petra's not in trouble. Crew are in danger. Petra still has a prowler. Doesn't need it. Just divide and conquer. The crowd calls for it. And Romy is going for Petra gets the ace, and G2 take another step in the right direction. They'll be so happy with this. And speaking of Dodds, look at this setup. Still trying to work forward. Revealed and say goodbye. Michaela farming now. Visa Crew plays, lighting up the scoreboard and getting the round. Now Vanya left in a 1v2. It was 3. She is very capable. She is very scary. And she might be the player to do this. Half, diffuse, and shame! Belter from Vanya. One more. G2 are back in the series, tying us up at 1 apiece. This game, she's going to have to start digging deep. Kinnear does get overwhelmed, and that is a massive start to things towards the site, though. Nice work on the angle. Oh, the timing is so good. Gets pinged on the dart as well. Shock dart there, but the Bulldog in hand. And now Vanya has to clutch up for G2. Where they need her most. Oh, just the barrel. And she goes back. God damn. Does Vanya get checked on this though? Michaela gonna open up chances here, but Rescue! Huge start, but still firing, still going up top, and still connecting. Rescue! Living up to her name. This is the time you have to strike now. Opportunity beckoning, and now Crew start to flood back in, but Amy, Petra, they deny it all! Legends for a reason, G2, no matter the odds.
What an impressive comeback. All eyes are on this match as Falcons Vega, who debuted yesterday on the stage with one of the fastest and most dominant matches so far. But they're facing Shopify Rebellion, the defending champions here at Game Changers.
Paranoia for Mary. Stun as well. But she doesn't have an angle. Cut off by a stun and Floor. But they're waiting on the stun.
Waiting for the dart. Oh my God!
Sarah with the perfect piece of utility, and Floor with the perfect follow-up.
Go, great half, guys.
A post plant would be easy for them. TPing now onto the site. The smoke goes down, and Sarah's here for it. 3 kills for her.
13-4. Shopify Rebellion back on the international stage. And they are looking as fearsome as ever. Deals with Sarah. Alexis on an off angle. Gets both of them on the site. Can she go for more?
Only 25 seconds left. Mel's not here. Alexis is on her own on the site, and Toki's not going to let her out of hell. 20 seconds, but she's looking at the floor. Why is she looking at the floor? Alexis on for 4, on for the ace. 10 seconds remaining as players come through, but Alexis will not be stopped.
And it's the same ending.
But they're still stuck in main. No one else gets through because Alexis continues finding them.
Eva, though, she has been so consistent. No, still adjusts in time. Eva didn't swing. Now she will. Finds them all. Eva again. 5 seconds. They're out of time. Alexis has done enough. Shopify Rebellion. A 2-0 start. And a first win in Berlin.
guilty, the humanity, and this is what love does. All thunder made a call before on the best and the worst of us. I don't wanna be there for. I don't wanna be there for it all. I don't wanna be there for the end of us. I won't be a body on the floor. Never gonna live that war. No, I don't wanna see it all. I wish it never got this far. Humanity's fall. Humanity's fall. I love one side's all bleary eyed, a world's on fire. And what we glorified was furthest from what we desire. I don't wanna be there for. I don't wanna be there for it all. I don't wanna be there for the end of us. I won't be a body on the floor. Never gonna live that war. No, I don't wanna see it all. I wish it never got this far. Humanity's fall. I don't wanna be what you gotta be. No, I don't wanna be there. I don't wanna be there. I don't wanna be there for. No, I don't wanna be there for it all. I don't wanna be there for the end of us. I won't be a body on the floor. Never gonna live that war. No, I don't wanna see it all. I wish it never got this far. Humanity's fall. I won't be a body on the floor. Never gonna live that war. No, I don't wanna see it all. I wish it never got this far. Humanity's fall. Humanity's fall. I don't wanna be there for the end of us. Angels descend, no mortal could prevent what's hellbound and heaven sent. Could they now? But who are they to think to stand out in our way amidst destruction and decay? Anyway. At the